The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 1. After hearing Valentine ask about the devil, both Big D and I turned around in surprise. Aren't all the things that Valentine and we have been through so far are spiritual things related to the devil? I can confirm that Valentine has encountered something quite complicated related to this issue. At first, when I saw Big D's enthusiastic attitude when I learned the whereabouts of the lantern, I was a little hesitant. But Big D said that he would help Valentine settle everything before leaving later. After winking at me, Big D turned to Valentine and said, "You must be in serious trouble. So, if you want us to help you, you have to fulfill some of our requests. If you're satisfied, we'll help. If not, we'll apologize to you." Then, to my astonishment, Big D made a lengthy list. It's all about eating and drinking and asking Valentine to do it for him. Without waiting for Big D to finish his list, Valentine came over and grabbed the two of us by the neck. "Damn fat guy. So what are you calling friends, not helping me but asking for conditions? Now, quickly get into the car and go to the hospital to check the wound. I'll take you to the morgue tomorrow." The two of us idiots got scolded by Valentine for a while. Poor me, I was suddenly spoiled by Big D. Not to mention I had to go to the morgue after that. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. After leaving the warehouse, Big D and I went to the hospital. Fortunately, Big D was not seriously injured, just a scratch on the skin. After dressing Big D's wound, the doctor told us to go home. On the way to get the car, seeing that I looked contemplative, Big D immediately asked, "My injury is not serious. You don't need to be so worried." As I walked, I answered Big D, "Your situation is fine. I am not worried anymore. What I am worried about right now is Jimmy. You see, he always claimed to be weak, but what he did prove otherwise. Hopefully, he can see his master's lesson and give up dark magic. If not, he'll turn into someone even scarier than Jack. I just hope that when we meet again, he will still be our friend." After that, we returned home. Inside the house was a mess waiting for me to clean up. Thinking about that, Big D's face showed a boring look. The next morning, as scheduled, Valentine arrived early to pick us up at the city morgue. Recalling Valentine's attitude before, I think that this case is definitely not that simple. After getting in the car, I asked Valentine briefly about the case, but Valentine just remained silent. With a scowl on her face, I guessed that the case was at an impasse, which made her so upset. After a while, she spoke up and said to me, "Dark magicians are annoying. Meeting one makes me want to go crazy. It's even more troublesome this time, not just a few mages, but there are indications that an entire organization is behind these murders." After a moment of silence, Valentine continued to speak. "In this case, the number of victims is increasing day by day. You have to prepare yourself mentally. It's all horrible deaths. We assume that they were killed to serve a sacrificial ritual of a certain pagan cult. There are many such cults. They all have one thing in common. They worship the same devil." Hearing this, Big D immediately spoke up. "As far as I know, using humans to sacrifice and worship demons, usual cults in Europe. Cults in Asia don't usually do that." After listening to Big D, Valentine immediately confirmed, "It seems that you have some understanding. According to a police investigation, most people in Europe believe in God, but some do not. They only believe in the devil. They believe that only the devil can bring real power to people." Seeing that what he said was approved by Valentine, Big D was very happy. He continued, "I also know that the devil that these people worship is usually Satan, the only one who dares to oppose God and also the ruler of hell. Valentine was quite surprised by what Big D had just said. She continued to speak. I didn't expect you to be interested in this issue as well. Our police investigated that the victims were killed for one purpose: to sacrifice for something we did not know. As for what they worship, we still haven't found out. Hope you can help the police find more information. Along the way, Valentine continued to tell us in detail about each victim's deaths and scenes. Accordingly, some people were skinned, others were tortured in a very brutal way. Soon we were at the door of the morgue. I don't know when Valentine put her arm around my shoulder. She just said hello to Tony, the morgue worker. Seeing Valentine's cordial attitude towards me, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It seems that this guy really has feelings for Valentine. Witnessing what was happening, Tony couldn't believe his eyes anymore. Seeing that, Big D immediately proved to be an experienced person, approached him, and patted him on the shoulder as a consolation. Ignoring Tony's attitude, Valentine and I continued to go inside. When approaching the bodies, Valentine spoke to me. The activities of this cult are very mysterious. They often attract a lot of people to join their cult. At a certain point, they will choose the right people to make sacrifices. I tell you in advance to prepare yourself mentally. The condition of these corpses is quite scary. For example, the victim closest to you was completely stripped of his face. Hearing this, I felt a little chill. Now if there is a chance to run away, I will definitely not pass it up. At this time, Big D also approached behind me. As before, he had prepared a gas mask for himself. Seeing that I was still hesitant to pull off the corporal, Valentine stood behind me and said, "You should be brave. It's not your first time going to the morgue. Last time you mentioned that, in Thailand, you had to face a herd of zombie crocodiles. The corpses here can't be as scary as they are." Valentine's words were absolutely correct. Compared to the crocodiles, these corpses were not dangerous at all. But somehow, I still have an uncomfortable feeling. Maybe it's because of my bad impression when I went to the morgue for the first time. It haunts me to this day. After a moment of hesitation, I finally reached out to pull the veil off. Immediately in front of me was the face of a woman, a very scary face. When the towel was just pulled out, Big D immediately went over to take a closer look. Like me, he was paralyzed by the horror of that face. Looking at that face, both Big D and I thought that this woman died a horrible and painful death. The proof was that the fear was still evident on her face even after her death. After a moment of silence, Big D spoke up. "This is definitely the victim of a ritual sacrifice. You must have heard Master talk about it, right?" I had indeed heard my master talk about this kind of Western ritual, but until I saw it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it was true. After a few more seconds of hesitation, I finally slowly reached out my hand to touch the scary face. The first feeling I felt was the coldness of the corpse and the slime of the face, all mixed together to create an uncomfortable feeling at all. Gradually, images appeared in my mind. It was a dimly lit room. The only things emitting light in this room were the candles. Over there, the blonde woman seemed to be praying. Look at the layout of the room. Her religion was very strange. While the blonde woman was praying, the door behind her suddenly opened. Then 3 men slowly entered the room. They were all wearing black robes, hats covering their heads and part of their faces, so I couldn't see what they were like. Without saying a word, they headed straight for the woman who was praying. It wasn't until the 3 people approached that the girl noticed, and she turned around startled. At this moment, a man's voice said, "It's time for you to follow us. She is a very lucky person to be chosen. The time has come for you to fulfill your duty." It seems that this girl knows where she will be taken, so she shows fear. she constantly resists the control of 3 people in black. Seeing that, one of them injected something into the girl's neck. I guess it could be a powerful sedative. Soon after, the girl passed out. After the girl was completely controlled, they brought her to the car to take the sacrifice ceremony. The place these people took the girl to was a church located in the suburbs. This church is quite isolated and covered by an extremely large campus, so few people will pay attention to the activities inside. From the outside, it looks like other ancient cathedrals, nothing special. What caught my attention was the statue inside the church. Instead of the usual statues of angels or some saint, unlike other churches, there is a headless angel statue. One of them approached the statue's foot and made a movement like turning something when approaching the statue. Immediately, the next wall moved, opening a door. After opening the door, this person went inside, followed by 2 people carrying the girl. Looking at this secret door, I guess that this is the place where they perform monstrous rituals. What happened next confirmed that my thoughts were not wrong. Behind the door was a long staircase that led down to a cellar. There were already many other believers gathered here at this time. After preparing everything necessary, they laid the girl down on a table. While the girl was still in a coma, one of them approached the girl. In this person's hand was a tool used to peel the face that looked extremely scary. The person slowly inserted the tool into the girl's face, then squeezed it to cover the face. When the other tool pierced the skin of her face, the pain woke the girl up. After finishing the preparations, the priest performing the skinning began mumbling something in his mouth. I guess he was chanting a spell, like the kind of enchantment I used to say when casting magic. After reading it, the priest let out a scream and tightened his grip on the tool in his hand, which caused the skin of the girl's face to split. A muffled scream rang out. The girl's facial skin had been removed. The monk did this very quickly and decisively. Witnessing this scene, I could not help but shudder in horror at the callousness and cruelty of these fanatics. They skin a person while still alive, and there is no pain relief for the victim. Not long after that, the girl also stopped crying and stopped breathing. Although dead, the girl's blood did not stop flowing. That blood was led to the ground by a small groove on the table. As soon as the blood hit the ground, a circle of fire erupted. As soon as the fire broke out, the surrounding monks began to gloom, reading something that sounded like a prayer. Looking at the shape of the circle of fire burning on the ground, I thought it was some kind of spell. The ritual continued to be conducted. The Taoists came one after another to stand around the fire. When the fire flared up violently, the celebrant of the ceremony stepped forward and entered the ring of fire. Immediately, this Taoist's body was consumed by flames. But despite the flames burning around him, the ascetic clenched his teeth and did not utter a single groan. Not long after, in the presence of the Taoists kneeling around, his body slowly changed. An ominous roar resounded. The mantle on the Taoist was torn, revealing the body of an extremely terrifying demon. So the Taoists here completed the ritual, successfully summoning a demon from hell. As soon as the demon appeared, my whole body felt like it was electrocuted. My hand was also thrown from the face of the corpse. Not only did I stop there, but I also kept taking a few more steps back. Fortunately, Big D was nearby, so he caught me. Seeing me like that, Big D kept asking me what happened to make me so panicky. Ignore Big D and Valentine, who are looking at me nervously. I silently recall the feeling I just experienced. It was a really uncomfortable feeling. Last time, when I caught Jack's gaze in the Diary of the Dead, it was just a vague, groundless feeling. But this time, it was completely different. I'm sure this demon sensed my presence. Not only that, but it can also affect my consciousness. Thinking about this makes me break out in a cold sweat. After regaining my composure, I turned back to Valentine. This case is not that simple. We are about to face an extremely terrible force. Those are the demons from hell. Hearing what I said, Valentine was also startled. At first, she also simply thought of doing a mysterious cult, killing people to sacrifice, but did not expect that the devil was real. But with the amount of information I have just obtained, it is not enough to make any further conclusions. I wanted to know the true origins, where their lair was, and many other questions. To find the answer, I told Valentine to wait a little longer. Let me examine the other corpses and then talk again. Hearing me say that, Valentine showed me the remaining corpses. This time, she didn't expect me to do so voluntarily. As I approached the corpses, Valentine continued to tell me that these people were also killed for sacrifice in different but brutal ways. After taking a deep breath, I slowly approached and pulled the cloth over the corpse, also a female. On her body were countless small holes, marks left after being stabbed by many sharp objects. Look at this woman's condition. It could be said that her death was more gruesome than the girl whose face was skinned. Next to the female victim was a male victim. This man's condition was equally dire. His whole body was beaten with whips. Many places were beaten until the skin and flesh were torn, looking extremely scary. Don't want to look at these bodies any longer. I put my hands on both bodies to see what happened to them. The images gradually appeared. The first is the woman locked in a torture device full of spikes. I saw this once when I read an article about medieval torture devices. The man was chained to the wall, and then the two Taoists took turns beating him to death with a whip. Their purpose is to use the blood of these victims to ignite the magic circle, from which they summon demons. After knowing more about the causes of the victims' deaths, I concluded, it can be said that to summon a demon, it is necessary to sacrifice two lives. One made a sacrifice, the other made a bridge for the demon to come to this world. But that's still not the worst. Until now, we still don't know what the demons will do after being summoned. Of course, you can't expect them to go to charity. At this time, Big D also spoke up. Then what are you waiting for? We have to quickly stop those freaks, don't let them harm people anymore. Do you remember the way to get there? Saying that, Big D took off his gas mask while urging us on the road. After hearing me say something about that church, Big D says he knows a place like that. After that, Big D quickly went to the door, and Valentine and I could only follow. By the time he got into the car, Valentine was still doubtful, so he asked Big D, "Do you really know the way where the church is located, so I can call someone to help?" At that attitude of Valentine, Big D only smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. I'm not sure you police know the roads here as well as I do. As for calling people, there's no need. That church is in a bishop's manor. Basically, you police can't just break in." Hearing what Big D just said, Valentine and I were amazed. How could Big D know such things? Valentine immediately asked Big D for him to explain. Seeing our curiosity, Big D immediately explained, "It's okay, I'm a famous antique dealer in this city. They want to find good things. Of course, they have to come to find me. And Valentine, say you don't need it, but if you can, it's better if you call more people to help." No need for Big D to remind. Valentine already called someone, after hearing Big D tell everything she said to Big D. It seems that Master King knows how to do business too. Don't let me catch your tax evasion tale. After hearing Valentine's words, Big D immediately replied with an unhappy look. We business people also need to live. You police are only good at bullying genuine business people like us. Then Big D left Valentine to call, and he turned to me and told me something about these demons. According to Big D, they are demons from a different culture than us, so there will be differences in defeating them. The point is to find their weak points. At this point, Valentine had finished calling. She turned off the phone and pulled out a cigarette to prepare to smoke, holding the cigarette in her mouth while saying, "Don't worry, I've got someone very special. With this person's ability, I don't believe I can't handle those demons." Hearing Valentine says that, I could only laugh, then turned back to her and said, "This is not the first time you have encountered spiritual problems. There are things that are not so easy to solve." After that, we didn't say anything more, let Big D drive alone. Moments later, Big D brought us to the front of the church. This church is located in the suburbs and on a small pass, so few people notice it. Valentine got out of the car and walked over to the surveillance camera at the gate. She took out her police card and put it in front of the camera and asked to come in to check. But waiting for a long time, there was no response from the inside. After waiting for a long time, the call came out. Valentine reconfirmed his identity and repeated his request. Responding to Valentine was a hoarse voice. "This is a sacred place of worship. We're doing the ceremony. Even if it's the police, we'll have to wait until we're done before we can let you in." This made Valentine quite uncomfortable, but she couldn't help it. Just when she was at a loss for what to do, a priest approached. He went to the camera and said, "I am Father Luca. I need to see the bishop urgently. Please inform me." As soon as we saw that priest, Big D and I hurriedly opened the car door and went down. After getting out of the car, I ran up to the priest and called out, "Luca, do you recognize us?" As soon as he heard the call, Luca turned his head. Immediately he was very happy. "It's you too. You guys have been vindicated. I'm so glad to see you. And what are you guys doing here?" While the three of us happily asked each other, Valentine didn't understand at all. She didn't expect that we knew each other before. So the person she asked for help was Luca. There are quite a few stories during our trip to Thailand that we didn't tell Valentine. Luca's story is also an example. We thought that the chances of meeting each other were extremely low, so Big D and I just thought it was just a random friend. We waited a little longer before the gate opened. The four of us got into the car together to go to the church. After getting in the car for a while, Luca spoke to us. "This church is not a simple place. The level of the guard here is extremely high." Luca also added, "The strange and monstrous things here I have long suspected and investigated. So it's not unusual for me to become the target of their pursuit. That's why I had to smuggle a ship to Thailand. Just to get away for a while. After seeing that the situation was calm again, I decided to return to the US. They are a very dangerous threat in the church. Their deeds go against the principles of true ascetics like us." During the conversation, Luca was extremely serious. Suddenly he reached up and pointed straight at the church in front of him. "That's hell, Satan's lair. There the devil is raging day and night. I will use my own hand to send them off to hell, where they really are." The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 2. After pointing directly at the church and stating his resolve, Luca suddenly bowed his head. He said slowly, "You probably don't realize how serious the problem is. The real thing the priests here wanted to summon was the demon lord. Once they succeed, it will be a disaster for humans." Hearing what Luca just said, there were many things I didn't understand, so I asked him again, hoping for an answer. Luca slowly answered me, The Taoists in that church were originally like me, a sheep of God. But over time, they were fascinated by the power of the demons from hell. They gradually separate themselves from the church, sinking deeper and deeper into the path of sin. They worship power to the point of madness. To gain power, they can do anything. But they don't know that they are being used by the demon lord. Hearing what Luca had just said, Valentine didn't quite believe it. She said, "Aren't you exaggerating? There's no way the devil can destroy this world. If that was true, this world would have been destroyed long ago. As for myself, I have always believed in science, things that I have encountered recently. I believe that one day it can be explained by science." As for Big D, he immediately said, "Seems like you've been through so much with Gregory and me that you still don't fully believe. In the spiritual world, many things cannot be explained by science." Gregory's ability is also a testament to that. We talked as we walked and soon reached the church parking lot. It seems that there are not many people who come here to pray. Before we got out of the car, Luca took out some items and gave them to us. He distributed them while saying, "This is holy water and silver nails, very useful tools for dealing with demons. You've also seen its power before." Each person took some to protect themselves. After receiving the silver nails and holy water bottle from Luca, Big D immediately took them in his hand to examine. Seeing Big D staring at them intently, Luca added, "Besides dealing with demons, this silver nail can also kill vampires. When I think of vampires, I don't know if they are similar to the zombies you often mention. When I have free time, I have to talk carefully with you guys about this matter." After saying a few more sentences, we got out of the car and headed towards the church. There were quite a few Taoists. Perhaps they had prepared a special reception for uninvited guests. As we got closer, an elderly ascetic spoke up to stop us. "Everyone stop. No one is allowed to enter the church at this time. Mass is being celebrated inside. Hope you understand." Hearing this, Luca immediately spoke up. "You say that is not true. There is no rule that prohibits no parishioners from entering the church to pray, even when Mass is taking place. It is what you are doing that is against the rules." Knowing that this excuse could not be used to stop us, the Taoists had to step aside to make way for us. When I passed these Taoists, I felt a strong yin emanating from them, which spiritual practitioners cannot see. In addition to their strange behavior, they always crouched low as if avoiding our gaze. Although they intentionally wore loose robes and covered their heads with hats, one could see the monstrous details in their appearance if the eye was sharp. From this, I guess that these people are the same people who used their bodies to summon demons in the ritual that I have seen. Before we entered, the old Taoist warned us. I have already warned Father and everyone. The fact that people voluntarily enter the church is voluntary, not forced by us. If anything happens, don't blame us for not informing you. While speaking, perhaps a little agitated, the hood of this ascetic fell off, revealing pale skin like a dead man. Also, from his attitude, I could tell the vigilance they had for us. Seeing the Taoist's attitude like that, Big D couldn't help but say, "What do you mean? The church is a place of sanctity and purity. It's a place where people go to pray. Why talk like it's scary in there?" Knowing that he had made a mistake, the Taoist suddenly fell silent, not daring to speak Big D again. He pursed his lips as if he were holding back, his face flickering with anger, but it disappeared quickly. At this moment, the church door suddenly opened. The old Taoist raised his hand to do up his hood. Then he turned inside and shouted, "Someone has come to join the prayer service." From the tone of his voice, we knew that he was trying to inform his comrades inside and prepare to deal with us. This we had calculated in advance, so it was no surprise. We slowly entered the church. As soon as we entered the church, the two doormen immediately closed the door. I immediately looked around. Everything here gave me a chilling feeling. At the same time, a few Taoists approached us. Their gestures were very mysterious. I wasn't the only one who felt the anomaly. Valentine was also on high alert at this point. Seeing that, Big D whispered, "They're ready to act. Everyone pays attention." Although we told us to be careful, it was Big D who made the first move. When seeing the Taoists approaching, Big D couldn't help but shout, "What are you waiting for? If you let them surround you, don't expect a chance to resist." While saying that, Big D curled his fist. The sound of his fingers immediately cracked. As soon as he finished speaking, Big D immediately threw himself up, aimed directly at the nearest Taoist and launched an extremely powerful hook punch. This Taoist was so surprised that he could not avoid it and immediately received Big D's punch. His hood was also tilted to one side, revealing an extremely scary face. It was no longer a human face but the face of a demon. After Big D's big punch, the demon appeared in its original form. It immediately opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and blood-red tongue towards us. It turned out that the normal human face was just a disguise of these demons. It is not difficult to see through here that all the Taoists here have turned into demons. As soon as he faced the scary face of the demon, Big D froze. By now, he must have felt some of my feelings. I also froze when I first saw the demon in the woman's subconscious mind being skinned. While Big D was still dumbfounded, the demon raised its big hand. The hand with long fingers and sharp claws prepared to attack Big D. Seeing the demon's terrifying hand, Big D seemed to come to his senses. He put his hands over his chest to block the demon's blow. The power of this demon is immense. Big D's body was so big, but he was also knocked back by the demon's arm for a few meters before he could stop. Seeing Big D in danger, I immediately rushed over. While running, I took a bottle of holy water in my pocket, quickly threw it towards the demon so that it could not continue to attack Big D. The demon was splashed with magic water in the face, then it stopped. Thanks to that, Big D avoids danger. But the demon only paused for a moment, as if this holy water had no effect on restraining it. On the contrary, it makes it even more insane. It turned its hideous mouth towards me, raising a voice that sounded like defiance. The saliva in the demon's mouth followed the roar and splashed onto my face. While dodging me, I exclaimed, "Luca, what is that? Didn't you say that this magic water is their antidote? Why doesn't this demon show any fear?" At my question, Luca also showed a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a while, Luca replied to me, "This magic water is inherently very effective in exorcism. Perhaps these demons are summoned directly from hell, so their power is superior to the demons I usually encounter. To deal with them, you have to combine silver nails as well." Hearing what Luca just said, I was dumbfounded. Only knowing how to quickly dodge the attack from the demon, this time, turned its attention to me. Then Luca opened his notebook, searched it and said to me, "Try to hold it off for a moment. Let me figure out how to deal with it. Each type of demon has its own weak point. I'll definitely find a way. By the way, try to keep it away from me in the meantime." Once more, Luca stunned me. While dodging the demon, I shouted, "Are you kidding me? Now is the time to do research. Wait until you finish your research. It has already killed me. It would be better to come over here and help me deal with it." As soon as I finished speaking, I threw a powerful punch to its face when I saw the demon's loophole. Immediately, I wish I hadn't. As I punched the demon in the face, I felt as if I had punched a steel wall. While his face didn't have a single scratch, my hand felt like it was about to break. Looks like these demons are harder to deal with than the zombies and demons I've encountered so far. It only took a second without noticing that the demon's claws were right in front of me. Because the distance was too close, I didn't have a chance to dodge. I could only watch the demon's claws slowly pounce in front of me. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The bullet accurately pierced the demon's hand, saving my life by a fraction. Immediately, I jumped back to get away from the demon. The person who just had a shot at rescuing me was Valentine. The bullet just flew past my head, making my legs soft. If Valentine's hand trembled just a little, I would be dead. Seeing that, Big D immediately approached me and said, "Let me see, the handsome face is almost gone. Why were you so energetic in the beginning? Why are you now letting him beat you up?" The danger had passed, and I thought of how to deal with this demon. I immediately turned to Big D and said, "Looks like the usual methods of exorcism don't work on these demons. Let's try a combination of all the methods." Hearing what I said was quite reasonable, Big D immediately started to do it. Big D quickly poured magic water on the peach wooden sword's body. He also used red threads to tie silver nails to the sword's body. After finishing everything, Big D immediately handed the sword to me. For extra certainty, Big D also gave me a demon rope. Looking at the sword in Big D's hand, I don't know what to call it. Handing everything over to me, Big D said, "Time to show off, kid. Show these demons what pain is." With the somewhat odd weapon in hand, I hope it can tame these demons. Otherwise, the four of us will surely die here. If successful, this will be the first combination of East and West in exorcism. First, I started with the weapon that I trusted the most, the demon rope. I threw it at the demon to lock it up. The demon rope quickly wrapped around the demon's arm, considering that the first step of locking the demon was successful. After firmly grasping one end of the rope, I quickly stabbed the dug wooden sword straight into the demon's arm. As expected, our combined weapon worked. The demon's arm was instantly ripped off. But it seems these demons don't know what pain is. A broken arm that acted as if nothing had happened. Its eyes were still fixed on me. What a monster born only to kill. At this moment, Luca came behind me and said, "It seems that it is very difficult to destroy these demons. The only way is to recite the exorcism to expel the demons from the body where they reside." With that, Luca stepped forward, held out his cross in front of the demon, and began to pray. Luca continuously reads out the scriptures used for exorcism. Finally, he ended by saying, "On behalf of Jesus, I banish you from this man, go back to hell." Indeed, this method worked. The demon immediately appeared to writhe in pain after hearing the scriptures read by Father Luca. A hideous mouth protruded from the center of its belly, and sharp teeth instantly tore through the Taoist's clothes, accompanied by terrible roars. Thought the demon had been subdued and it was over. But that's not it. In its final writhing, the demon hurls its tentacle with its mouth full of teeth at Luca. As if knowing he was about to be banished back to hell by this priest, the demon tried to attack Luca so he could save his life. Before that situation, Luca showed no fear. He stood still and did not dodge. His mouth continued to read Bible verses. Sure enough, the demon could not harm Luca. The demon's hideous mouth froze in front of Luca's face for about an arm's length. It couldn't move any further. Luca's confidence increased. He continued to raise his cross and read the Bible. The demon seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, only knowing how to open its mouth wide and growl. After a while, the demon became completely motionless, as if it had been petrified. At this moment, Luca, trying to stiffen up, said with difficulty to me, "Gregory, it's this time, do it quickly." I immediately woke up. While Luca tried his best to control the demon, I swung the sword in my hand, slashing at its tentacles. Instantly, the large tentacle of the demon was sliced in half. At the same time, Luca also shouted, "On behalf of Jesus, I banish you to hell forever." Immediately, the demon returned to its original form. It continuously howled in pain. Soon after, I noticed that the demon and the Taoist body it borrowed to come to this world gradually separated. A few seconds later, the demon had completely disappeared. The Taoist gradually returned to his normal form. The Taoist's body slowly knelt down and fell on the floor. I was about to go over to see how the Taoist was. Suddenly, Luca yelled, "Watch out, behind." On reflex, I stopped and immediately turned around to see what was going on. When I turned around, I was suddenly startled. The person Luca just warned as Valentine. Now she is being attacked by a demon. It just dropped Valentine's gun. Compared to the demon Luca and I just defeated, this demon is much bigger and more ferocious. The shape of this demon is extremely strange. It has a pair of bat-like wings accompanied by extremely large and sharp claws. In the center of its chest was an extremely wide mouth with countless sharp teeth. Now it is jumping high to attack Valentine. Seeing the demon rushing over, Valentine quickly moved to the side to avoid. But the demon quickly grabbed her hands and pulled her into the air. Everything happened so fast that Valentine barely had time to react. After the demon grabbed Valentine, it immediately flew away. If I don't think of a way quickly, I don't know what will happen to Valentine. At this moment, Big D was the first to react, shouting, "Gregory, come over." Along with the sentence, Big D crouched down, I immediately understood what Big D meant. I ran over to him. Quickly jump on Big D's shoulder. Me and Big D work very well together. With that bounce, I quickly caught up with the demon. In my hands now are 2 silver nails. I know that it's difficult to attack this demon while it's in the air, so I have to hit the demon at all costs. Although it saw me rushing, the demon didn't have time to react in a moment too fast. The 2 silver nails in my hand were instantly pinned to its back. The demon let out a scream of pain. Black blood kept flowing from its mouth and its wound gushed out, indicating that it was not lightly wounded. However, the demon is still very strong. Not only did it not let go of Valentine, but it was strong enough to attack me back. There was no support because I was in the air, so the demon easily knocked out, and 2 silver nails were also thrown out. This situation was beyond all of our expectations. Seeing me fall, Big D rushed to catch me. Luckily, Big D caught me. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured if I fell from that height without any preparation. After the unsettled landing, both Big D and I were numb all over. Seeing this, Luca ran over to see how we were doing. Then he looked up at the demon. Luca was quite surprised that the silver nails could not control these demons. It seemed that Luca had realized something. Seeing the demon flying away, I could only grit my teeth in anger. Then I asked Luca, "Why are these demons so strong?" Luca then explained that, perhaps because they had been sacrificed so many innocent souls, their power became so terrifying. Luca added that it wasn't the scariest thing yet. If I'm not mistaken, the purpose of these demons here is just to pave the way for something 100 times more terrifying. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 3. When I heard Luca mention a demon stronger than the demons here, Big D and I couldn't help but be startled. To deal with the demons in front of us, we have used almost all of our abilities. So, both Big D and I couldn't help but panic when we thought about how we would deal with that demon in the future. After a bit of silence, Big D turned to me and said, "Kid, don't worry too much. Everything in life is born with its own quintessence. No matter how strong it is, there is a way to deal with it. Isn't that right, Luca?" In response to Big D's question, Luca slowly spoke up. "I've already thought of a few ways to deal with it, but I'm still wondering how to use it. But above all, I believe that God is always with me in every situation. He will give me the strength to defeat that demon." Through Luke's words, Big D and I could feel Luke's strong faith in God. At this point, we can only listen to what Luca has to say. Since only Luca had ever encountered these demons from the three of us, his experience could not be disputed. I immediately gathered all the silver nails and said, "Okay, let's deal with that demon for now." It seemed to me that it was trying to find a way out of the church. If it gets out, Valentine's life will be in great danger. After saying that, I looked down at the silver nails in my hand and thought about using them effectively. Because these silver nails have only a negligible effect on this demon, I need a stronger weapon. At that moment, Luca spoke up. "It seems that to deal with this demon, we have to use the silver axe. Only it has the power to defeat this demon." Hearing about the axe, Big D immediately thought, as if trying to recall something, "If we talk about silver axes, I remember selling one to this church. I personally brought it here and put it where they asked for it. But why did they leave a weapon that could destroy them here like that? This is really confusing." To Big D's skepticism, Luca immediately explained, "Don't worry, the silver axe is an extremely effective weapon in destroying demons. You don't have to doubt its power. As for why they brought that thing here, I don't know. I think it's like you decorating your house with guns and swords." Hearing that, Big D immediately regained his senses. He said he would immediately run to find the axe. So without wasting any more time, I rushed to where the demon was stealing Valentine. At this time, Luca said to Big D, "I will stay here to support Gregory, go and get the axe. Hurry up, because silver nails won't hold this demon for long." After running a few steps, I saw Big D also starting to rush to the door. I immediately told him, "Don't be lazy, my silver nails are not much. And do you remember where the axe is?" Big D answered me while running, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Hold on until I come back, don't let it kill you." After watching Big D run away, I turned to the demon and yelled, "You ugly bat, come play with me, don't run like that." While saying that, I threw the silver nail at the demon. The silver nail quickly rushed forward, piercing the demon's back. Although it was not strong enough to knock it down, it also caused pain, not lightly. Thanks to that, its speed also slows down. Seeing my attack work, I continued to hurl the remaining silver nails in my hand towards the demon. Hopefully, with such a large number of silver nails, it can be defeated to free Valentine. The demon's body was repeatedly pierced by silver nails, causing it to wobble. But he still refused to let go of Miss Valentine. At this time, Valentine was also very angry. She turned to it and shouted, "Damn ugly bat, let go of me. If I escape, you will die with me." Then Valentine raised one leg as if to grab something. Turns out she had another gun at her feet. Perhaps when she was grabbed by the demon, it was a bit of a surprise that she couldn't remember for a moment. After pulling the gun from his leg, Valentine immediately turned towards the demon and fired continuously. The demon's body had been weakened by many silver nails, and now Valentine's bullets made it extremely painful. The demon began to stagger and then lower its altitude. Realizing that shooting the demon's body wasn't doing much, Valentine aimed at its head and fired the rest of the bullets. Of course, this immediately worked. Only saw the demon screaming in pain after Valentine's shots. Finally, the demon couldn't take it anymore and let go of Valentine. But this also means that Valentine will immediately fall. The situation still doesn't seem to be getting any better. Faced with that situation, Valentine immediately called out my name. Now, she only hopes that I can help her. As soon as I saw the demon let go of Valentine, I rushed over, reaching out my hands to catch her. Looks like my chance to be the hero to save the beauty has come. I was only one step away from being able to catch Valentine, but this one step felt like a mile to me right now. As a result, Valentine was lying on the ground. I had no choice but to apologize. Valentine, I'm sorry, are you okay? Her whole body ached. Valentine couldn't stand up. All she could do was reach up and grab my tie and say, "Gregory, you're an asshole, you're dead to me." Fortunately, when the demon released Valentine, it had already lowered its altitude. Otherwise, Valentine would have been seriously injured. Immediately, I helped Miss Valentine to her feet, pointed at the demon and evaded. Look, the demon that was so badly beaten by my silver nails and your precise shots. Looks like we're about to take it down. Valentine just clung to me tightly. She looked at me with angry eyes as if to say, "I won't let you go this time, just wait." At this moment, Luca approached us and said, "Don't be too happy. This demon is very strong, its body will recover very quickly." Exactly what Luca said. After letting go of Valentine, the demon descended to the ground. Moments later, the wounds on his body had automatically healed. As soon as it recovered, the demon immediately turned towards us. It stretched out its shoulders, howling terrifyingly. After a while of howling, the demon began to rush towards us. Looks like we're in real danger this time. I have used up all the silver nails. If I can't think of a way, this demon will definitely eat us. Fortunately, Valentine was able to react in time. While the demon was roaring, Valentine was able to change the bullet. When the demon rushed over, Valentine immediately pointed his gun at it, firing continuously. Extremely accurate shots pinned straight into the demon's head. Immediately blood and flesh from the demon's head splashed, accompanied by its terrifying scream. Although we have hit the demon, we know this is only temporary and cannot be defeated. At this moment, Big D's voice sounded, and we turned to look. At this moment, Big D is running towards us. In his hand is a silver axe. As he runs, he shouts, "Gregory, I bring you a weapon, quickly grab it." As soon as he finished speaking, Big D threw the axe at me. But I don't know if this fat guy was going to throw the axe at me or attack me and throw it so hard. Before I could react, the axe rushed right in front of me. The three of us were taken aback by Big D's throw. Luca immediately stepped aside. I quickly lowered my head as well. Along with that, I pulled Valentine down as well. The axe that grazed my head flew straight at the demon. Immediately, I turned to Big D and shouted, "Damn it, are you going to kill us or what? This is how you guys threw weapons in an assassination attempt on me." Big D paused for a few seconds, his expression extremely apologetic. But just seconds later, this fat guy was smiling again. Then Big D pointed at me and said, "Calm down, kid, look behind you." I immediately followed Big D's orders, and as soon as I turned my back, a shocking scene appeared before my eyes. The demon was lying on the floor, with the silver axe still on its head. It seems that this weapon is really the antidote to the demons. Accidentally defeating the demon, Big D immediately bragged, "Do you still blame me?" Seeing three people struggling to defeat the demon, I had to take action. From now on, leave small things like this to me. I went over to pull the axe from the demon's head, then I slung it over my shoulder and looked at the headless angel statue. I said to Big D, "Let's go, let's start cleaning this place." Then we approached the statue. Because he had heard me talk about the secret door before, Big D focused his search on the bottom of the statue. Less than a minute, Big D opened the door. The door slowly opened. I knew this was the place where the Taoists sacrificed innocent victims. We don't know what awaits us down there. Behind the door was a rather long staircase. Luca took the lead, and the four of us began to descend into the cellar. Down here is quite uncomfortable. Around us is a dim light that is not clear, with the cold air that gives people a creepy feeling. After going all the way down the stairs, we came to a large room, in which 3 Taoist priests were performing the sacrificial ritual. Faced with the situation, Valentine raised his gun and shouted, "All stand still, put your hands where I can see." But it seems that these Taoists did not care about Valentine's words. They continued the ritual of sacrifice. One of them calmly raised the knife, ready to stab the victim's heart, while the others were chanting spells. Valentine had no other choice. She had to shoot down the knife-wielding Taoist to protect the man lying on the table. Although his body was repeatedly hit by several bullets, this Taoist did not collapse. He even took a knife and rushed towards me. Quickly, I dodged to the side and grabbed his knife arm. At this moment, a strange thing happened. As soon as I grabbed the Taoist's wrist, my whole body immediately shook as if a strong electric current ran through my body. The scenery around me also quickly changed. The Taoist in front of me immediately disappeared. Then the ground where I was standing began to sink. No matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't get out. My body slowly sank to the ground. After the body was completely swallowed by the ground, I felt like I was falling into a bottomless abyss. The deeper you fall, the more the temperature rises. It feels like being dropped into a giant steaming cage. As I went deeper, there was less and less air. At this moment in my mind, I thought, is this real or witchcraft? If this is just witchcraft, why does it feel so real? I started to put things together, first my body being sucked into the ground, then falling and falling down here. I suddenly thought, is the scene I am seeing here as hell? Maybe this is what the Taoists experienced. Too many questions with no answers. But if this is hell, it's completely different from what I imagined. I kept falling straight to the ground. When I was almost touching the ground, I twisted my body to get the best landing position. As soon as I landed on the ground, I immediately looked around. I could see fire everywhere around me, and the air was hot and stuffy. But strangely, I feel my strength is more abundant than before being sucked down here. Suddenly, I heard a horrible scream behind me. I immediately turned around to look. The scene that appeared before my eyes could not help but startle me. From the burning cars, many demons are constantly rushing out and coming towards me. Needless to say, I was their target. These demons seemed to be being controlled by some force. As soon as they saw me, they immediately rushed to me, running and emitting terrifying screams. Without letting them surround me, I immediately swung my axe towards them. As expected, this axe is the nemesis of the demons. Without using too much strength, I can easily defeat the demons. At my attack, they could only scream in pain. One thing that surprised me was the power of this silver axe. That's when I slashed at the demons. No matter where I cut, just being hit, the demon's body instantly disintegrated. But it was also this that started to make me skeptical. It reminded me of fighting the undead in the warehouse. I suspect that all these demons are illusions and that I am being manipulated by someone. More and more demons appeared. Every time I killed one, dozens of others gathered. This reinforces my guess. Realizing this, I don't want to waste my energy fighting bogus demons. I immediately took advantage of the space just created, jumping on the roofs of nearby cars to escape. But these annoying demons don't let me go easily. Soon, they caught up and surrounded me. With no other choice, I had to stop and fight them. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. The ground near where I was standing collapsed, forming a huge hole. Looking at the scene in front of me, I froze. The strange thing is that the demons don't attack me anymore. They became motionless, some of them looking like they were trying to escape. I just stood there watching the hole get bigger and bigger. It seems that this hole has a strong attraction. Following that, the demons and surroundings began to be sucked down. As soon as they were sucked down, the demons' bodies instantly turned into white skeletons. More and more demons were being sucked down. The hole was just filled with white bones. Accordingly, a strange man also slowly emerged from the middle of the pile of bones. I stared at the newcomer. He was dressed very strangely and rode on the back of a camel. He was also staring at me. At this point, I was startled. Is this the demon Lord Luca mentioned to us before, and this is the hell he rules? After looking at me for a while, the demon lord turned away. Immediately, the sand and the skeletons on the ground moved according to his gaze. Not long after, a bridge gradually appeared. A bridge was built with thousands of skeletons. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but shudder. I'm sure when looking at this bridge, no matter how brave a person is, they can't help but shudder. After the bridge was completed, the demon lord didn't pay any attention to me. He leisurely nudged the camel he was riding up the bridge, leaving me to watch with so many questions in my head. Maybe he didn't see me as a worthy match for him, so he didn't need to waste time with me. The demon lord leisurely rode his camel until it was out of my sight. Without any further hesitation, I also immediately jumped onto the bridge. Although I didn't know where the bridge led, I had a firm belief that this was the way out for me. So I strode forward. But I have not gone far. Suddenly, the bridge under my feet shows signs of collapse. Knowing something was wrong, I quickly slid back. If I don't react quickly, I will follow this bridge down and be buried by this pile of bones. As soon as I returned to the starting point when the bridge collapsed completely, I couldn't hold back my anger, loudly cursing, "Damn you bastard! How long are you going to keep me here? Come back here and duel me, you bastard!" After cursing for a while, I raised my eyes to the light above. Is there no way to escape? At this moment, I saw the demon lord also falling. A few seconds later, the demon lord fell back not far from where I was standing. I thought he destroyed the bridge to prevent me from returning, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He fell back here when the bridge collapsed. This makes it even harder for me to understand what happened to him and the bridge. While not understanding what was going on, the body was absorbed by a tremendous force once again. At this moment, I felt my body being pulled away without being able to stop it. Wonder where it will take me this time? Is this some kind of sinister trick that the demon lord has devised? The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 4. After being subjected to a tremendous force on my body, I gradually lost control and could no longer control myself. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't resist. A few seconds later, my body was pulled straight up into the air, which is the exact opposite of when I fell here. But this time, my speed is many times faster than when falling. I also looked around, but the demon lord was nowhere to be seen. Then everything in front of my eyes blurred. When I regained consciousness, I discovered that I was screaming uncontrollably, along with a sharp pain in the top of my head. The first question that pops into my mind is where I am and what's going on with me. After a few seconds, I calmed down and looked around. I realized I was still in the secret cellar below the church. Seeing my bewildered expression, Valentine approached me and asked, "How do you feel? Is everything all right? You scared us so much. After touching the Taoist, suddenly you collapsed unconscious. No matter how I and Big D called you, you didn't react." In front of Valentine's concerned eyes, I immediately said that I was fine. Then I briefly told her what I had just experienced. While Big D was still holding his nose and grumbling, I continued to look around. There were quite a few policemen in the basement at this time. Perhaps they came to support Valentine's request. Looking at the policeman being led away by his comrades, I guessed they had to spend a lot of effort to suppress the Taoists here. Seeing me like this, Valentine came over to help me up, but I said let me sit and rest for a while. As I looked at the table the Taoists used to sacrifice, I just said to Big D, "I'm glad you didn't have to go through what I just saw. But you really have to see it to feel it. I think it's a corner of hell, a very scary place." Big D also answered me, "I didn't expect it to be so scary." I guess it was the memory of the Taoist. After being possessed by the demon lord, it pushed his soul to hell. And this Taoist was transformed into one of the demon lords I saw. While we were talking, suddenly Luca exclaimed, "Be careful." We both turned to look at him. At this moment, we saw a circle of spells on the ground, similar to the one that appeared when the Taoists performed the sacrificial ritual, but larger. After a while, from the center of the circle, slowly emerged a camel rider. It was the demon lord I met before. Looks like he finally found his way to this world. Looking at the newcomer, Big D suddenly exclaimed, "Gregory, this is the guy you're talking about, right?" Looking at the demon lord who had just appeared, Luca's face suddenly changed color, as if the thing he didn't expect the most had finally come. Seeing Luca's expression like that, we couldn't hide our surprise. We also realized that this demon must be very strong to be able to make Luca so nervous. While I still couldn't get up, Luca was still in shock. Valentine promptly reacted. She pointed the gun at the demon lord. With a very determined attitude, she continuously fired bullets at it. Looking at the incoming bullets, the demon lord only smirked. In front of it now, bullets flew continuously and then slowly slowed down. Finally, stopping completely and hovering in front of him. Looking at this scene, we couldn't help but be stunned with astonishment. At that moment, everyone's minds seemed to be frozen along with the bullets. Everyone could only look at the scene with wide eyes and couldn't do anything else. Even moving a finger did not want to think about it. At that moment, the demon lord lightly waved his hand towards Valentine. After that wave of disregard, the bullets immediately fell to the ground. Then Valentine's body was thrown backward, hitting the wall at the end of the cellar. Seeing that, we all marveled at the demon lord's power, as well as deeply worried about Valentine's condition. I wonder if she was injured after that impact? Witnessing the incident, one of Valentine's fellow inspectors stepped forward to help her up and check on her condition. Meanwhile, the special policemen began to point their weapons at the demon lord. Without hesitation, one by one, they started firing bullets at the demon lord. All special police officers present in the basement opened fire. It is unknown how many bullets were fired. All they could see at their feet were countless bullet casings. I don't know, with such strong firepower, will the demon lord be harmed or not? I turned my gaze towards the demon lord. Unlike before, he didn't raise his hand to block the bullets but let them fly towards him. Soon, the demon lord's entire body was covered with a hail of bullets. A thin smoke also began to come out from his body. As the smoke increased, the captain immediately ordered a ceasefire. Firstly, because there is quite a lot of smoke at this time, visibility is limited. Second, he judged that the target must have been defeated with such firepower or at least lost its ability to resist. After the ceasefire, the captain focused on observing the target. The smoke began to clear, everything gradually became clear, but at the same time, a great surprise appeared on the captain's face. He didn't seem to believe his eyes anymore. Not only the captain but his teammates were also amazed. In front of them right now was the bullet-riddled body of the demon lord. But instead of being defeated, the demon lord showed that he was unharmed after receiving dozens of bullets to his body. He also turned his gaze to the policeman and flashed a devilish smile. Once again, the people present felt like everything was frozen. Everyone felt the demon lord's gaze fixed on them. No one thought to move in response. At the same time, the bullet holes in the demon lord's body gradually closed. This once again confirmed that conventional weapons could not defeat it. After the body has completely recovered, the demon lord turned towards the people who attacked it and let out a dreadful voice. Along with the scream, its face also changed rapidly, as if this was its true face. A terrifying face, with a wide mouth full of sharp teeth and a tongue as red as blood. After the demon lord's roar, an invisible force immediately attacked the special police squad. The attack was completely invisible. They couldn't see anything, so dodging was a utopia. Very quickly, the police team was thrown backward. The demon lord's attack was so powerful, the special forces soldiers were sent flying far away. Then their bodies were slammed to the ground, making it almost impossible for them to get up. Furthermore, the demon lord displayed his terrifying power. Witnessing that scene, Luca immediately took action. He said Big D pulled Valentine and me aside. Then Luca, clutching the cross in his hand, went straight to the demon lord and shouted, "Demons, do not abuse, harm innocent people. In the name of the power of God, I will banish you back to hell, and you will never be able to return to the world." Faced with the cross in Luca's hand, the demon lord showed no signs of fear or weakness. It slowly raised its hand, controlling Luca's own hand. Its purpose is to kill Luca with his own hands. Although trying to resist, but the power of the demon lord was too great, the hand slowly moved closer to Luca's neck, closer and closer. In the end, Luca was also unable to resist the demon lord's power. His hand was tightly grasped around his neck. Then, his entire body was lifted into the air by the demon lord's magic power. Seeing what was going on, we really wanted to but couldn't come to Luca's help. Both me and Valentine right now, it's hard to stand up. We can't fight the demon lord. The only one who can fight right now is Big D. Seeing what Luca was going through, Big D said to himself, damn it. Knowing this before, I didn't learn to make weapons to exorcise, but according to my brother, learning exorcism was better. What should I do? Come to think of it, there must be a way? Seeing Big D mumbling like that, I said, "Silver axe, hurry and get it." Hearing what I just said, Big D woke up. He rushed out to pick up the axe. Holding the axe in hand, Big D said to Luca, "Luca, come on, I'm here to help you. Try a little harder." Luca's situation was extremely dangerous right now. His hand was getting tighter and tighter. On his face now appeared countless blue veins, along with tears and snot running down his face. Then Big D shouted, "Damn it, I risk my life on you. Will you let go of my friend?" While shouting, Big D swung his axe towards the demon lord. Realizing that the axe in Big D's hand is an extremely powerful weapon to deal with, the demon waved his hand to throw Luca towards Big D. The situation was so unexpected. Big D saw Luca about to bump into him, but there was no way to avoid it. As a result, he was hit by Luca, and both fell to the ground. So the target of attacking the Demon Lord had completely failed. But fortunately, thanks to that, Luca was freed. After the impact, Luca seemed to have lost consciousness. The whole body ached after the impact. Big D still tried to crawl up. He was about to go over to see how Luca was when something unexpected happened. Luca's body suddenly caught fire. Seeing the flames rise, we were shocked. Is this the Demon Lord's magic power used to destroy Luca? Big D quickly rushed to use his hands to put out the fire. While putting out the fire, Big D shouted loudly, "Luca, wake up quickly, can you hear me?" But no matter how Big D called it, Luca didn't react at all. The fire was getting stronger and stronger. Its heat made Big D unable to stand it anymore and had to stay away. Suddenly, Luca's body straightened up as if an invisible force was controlling him. Luca's eyes were now white, and fire had covered his entire body. But strangely, although the fire was extremely fierce, Luca's clothes and skin showed no signs of being damaged. At this point, he seemed to have completely transformed into a different person. Just like that, Luca's body slowly ascended, floating in the air. At the same time as Luca flew up, a red circle of fire appeared at his feet. Luca's eyes were now on fire, staring at the Demon Lord and shouting, "I command all the forces of evil here, by the power of Almighty God, in the name of Jesus Christ, Savior, through the prayer of the Immaculate Virgin, get out of here forever. You will be imprisoned in the fires of hell forever, where you will be bound by the archangels Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, the patron angels. There you will be crushed under the heels of the Immaculate Virgin." Before the words Luca had just read, the Demon Lord was extremely frightened. He kept backing away. Almost immediately after Luca finished speaking, the ground beneath the Demon Lord's feet cracked open to form a large hole. Along with that, the red flame also continued to rise, like an invisible arm pulling him down. No matter how much the Demon Lord struggled, he couldn't stop himself from being dragged down. Before completely disappearing, he let out a ghastly scream as if he was unwilling. Luca also collapsed to Big D's astonishment as soon as the Demon Lord disappeared and the earth returned normal. The fire on his body also gradually disappeared. We later heard Luca recount. At that moment, it seemed that a supernatural force had taken over his body. It was that power that drove away from the Demon Lord. Luca affirms to us that it is the power of God who has borrowed his hand to destroy evil. Moments later, a few more policemen arrived. They helped bring Luca and the injured to the hospital. At this time, Big D also returned to us. After leaning the axe against the wall, Big D sat down next to me without saying anything. The three of us looked at each other and sighed. I drew up my glasses and said, "It's finally over. This time we have to thank Luca a lot. If it weren't for him, you two would have been able to join me on a tour of hell, where I just escaped from before." Listen to what I just said. Big D and Valentine just kept silent and said nothing. After a few seconds of silence, we helped each other up. Valentine appeared to be struggling, and as she stood up, she said, "Oh, poor body. Now my whole body aches and aches. I don't know if I can drag myself home anymore." Hearing Valentine says that, I immediately turned to her to encourage her. "You've worked so hard today. You've been thrown from above and hit the wall. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand up now." After straightening his hair, Big D said to me, "Let's go home, Gregory, we need to rest and pack up." Know that we are going to have to go far." Valentine came over to say thank you. She gently raised her hand to do up my tie and said, "This time, you two have to be careful when it comes to business. Especially you, don't be impatient and put yourself in danger. If you need any help, just give me a call." Suddenly being interested, I couldn't hide my shy face. My cheeks turned red. Finally, Big D and I got home. As soon as they got there, the two lay down on the sofa. After a tiring day both physically and mentally, what we need now is a hot shower and a really soft pillow. The next morning, we got up quite early to prepare our luggage. Although we were extremely tired, the thought of our upcoming trip prevented us from sleeping much. On this trip to Indonesia, I don't worry as much as when I go to Thailand. After all, we have still wanted criminals at that time. But this time, we could properly board the plane and even had Valentine's support when needed. As for Big D, he promised himself that he must find the lantern containing Wen's soul and bring it back no matter how difficult it is. Only then can he help Wen's soul truly escape. Only then would he be able to stop feeling guilty about the death of the little sister he loved so much. Watching Big D get ready, I spoke up and said to him, "This time we can go on the road properly, so we don't have to worry about luggage. I think we should bring some clothes. Instead, prepare a little more exorcism tools. I've heard my master say that the magicians in this area are extremely dangerous. Their use of magic is also very strange. It cannot be underestimated." While we were talking, suddenly there was a call from the shop below. Seeing that, Big D was annoyed. "I don't know which troublesome person is coming at this time. You go down and tell him that we are repairing the shop, temporarily not accepting customers." As I went down the stairs, I wondered who would come all the way here to find us. Obviously we already have a sign that closes the shop. When I got to the store, I saw an old man standing there. Looking at his sad face, I don't know what happened to him, but I guess it must have been a pretty bad thing. I slowly approached the man and said, "Sorry sir. We are currently on hiatus. During this time, we are unable to receive guests. If you need anything, just leave your phone number. We will contact you later." After hearing what I said, the man still had no intention of leaving. He said, "It is true that I have a very important business, need to see Master King. Would you mind passing the word on to me?" Faced with the man's stubborn attitude, I had to tell him the truth. "Honestly, we are going to have to go far. We have already prepared our plane tickets, so we cannot stay any longer. Please forgive me." When I said that, the man replied, "It won't take long, I promise. I just asked Master King for a small favor." After talking for a while, I also gave up not knowing how to deal with this man. Because no matter what I said, he wouldn't come back. I asked him if something was wrong. He had to meet Big D before he would say anything. I'm really out of ways. At this moment, Big D also walked down the stairs. When he got there, he immediately said, "It turned out to be Mr. Tony. What is it that you must meet me?" "It's okay, Gregory, let him in." Knowing that there is not much time left, Big D can't refuse this friend of his. There's a reason why Big D decided to linger like that. He and Tony have known each other for a long time. Big D knows that Tony is a very well-behaved person, never wanting to cause trouble for others. If it weren't for an emergency, he certainly wouldn't have wanted to make things as difficult for us as he is now. Then Big D invited Tony inside and made tea. As soon as he sat down in his chair, he handed Big D a large envelope and said, "Do you remember Anthony, my son? I think it's gone already. I'm so worried, is there something wrong with it?" Hearing Tony says that, Big D couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Didn't the last time you saw me, you said that he was in a special military training session, so he rarely contacted home. Maybe he's on a mission." You were too worried already." After listening to Big D, Tony said sadly, "Although he is very busy, he still contacts me from time to time. But for over a month now, I have had no news of it. I am very worried." Seeing his friend like this, Big D immediately handed the envelope to me and said, "See if anything is missing in here. If that's enough, perform magic to show Tony his son. This also doesn't take long. Hurry up, and we'll go to the airport." I immediately opened the envelope to check. Fortunately, Mr. Tony had prepared everything. Because his son is a soldier, he is always worried about his safety. Before he left the house, Tony took a few drops of Anthony's blood and soaked it in cotton to be used when needed. I immediately took the necessary things and took Tony inside, where a water basin was already placed. After asking about Anthony's birthday, I immediately wrote on a talisman. After burning the charm, I dropped all the necessary things and the burning talisman into the water basin. Soon, images of Anthony appeared. Look at the water basin. The three of us could not help but be surprised, because it was not a military barracks. It looks like an arena that gangsters often set up underground to hold matches and collect bets. I immediately said to Mr. Tony, "Looks like your son wasn't at the barracks. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one wearing the wolf mask." At this point, Mr. Tony appeared extremely alarmed. His bad premonitions came true. He added to us that he often had nightmares. In his dreams, his son came back and kept calling his name as if he wanted help. Up until now, Big D had remained silent, but now he spoke up. "Looks like I have to change the flight." Hearing Big D say that, I was somewhat surprised. But then I quickly understood. After all, saving a living person is more important than rescuing a dead soul. Once again, our Indonesia trip was postponed. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 5. After calling to delay the flight, Big D continued to call some of his acquaintances in this city. It must be admitted that Big D has many relationships and influences. After a while, Big D told me that there was a place where Tony's son was most likely there, and Big D drove us there. Big D took us to a house. On the surface, it's nothing special. But if you pay attention, you will see two people standing guard outside the door. Looking at the thugs of the two doormen, I think Big D has come to the right place. Big D ignored the unfriendly attitude of the two guards. He still calmly let us in. As I got closer, I noticed that these two guards were also armed with pistols. Looking at how the gun was exposed as a warning to those who intend to come here to cause trouble, I thought that behind this place must be a boss with a face, not an ordinary one. Without a hint of embarrassment, Big D approached the man standing. Big D laughed as he pulled out a bill and gave it to the security guard without saying a word. Looking at the dress and the money Big D just pulled out, the security guard knew that Big D was not a novice in the play world. He took the money and opened the door for us to enter. As soon as I stepped inside, I was a bit surprised by what I saw. Unlike the quiet outside, it is extremely noisy inside. In front of me was a crowd cheering in great excitement. Before that, Big D told me that the gangsters built the ring for the boxers to compete. They will stand to organize bets for each match. Big D and I quickly made our way through the crowd to approach the railing. As a person who does not like noise, seeing the scene here makes me not interested. The two of us walked a few steps when Big D fell behind. Maybe because of his large body, Big D couldn't squeeze in like me. After reaching the railing, I looked down at the ring. Two boxers are facing each other. I recognized the boxer in the wolf mask. It was Anthony, Tony's son. Looks like we found the right place. At this time, the two boxers had reached the match's climax. Both of them continuously launched powerful and decisive blows towards each other. Anthony's opponent proved to be quite agile. He repeatedly attacked Anthony. Meanwhile, Anthony mostly just parried and didn't counterattack. However, I could see Anthony waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Exactly what I observed. After repeatedly parrying the opponent's punches, Anthony realized his loophole. He immediately unleashed a powerful hook punch into the opponent's flank. Being hit, Anthony's opponent was extremely surprised. He thought he had overwhelmed his opponent and did not give him a chance to counterattack. But he underestimated his opponent. After a powerful flank hook, Anthony's opponent staggered back 2 steps. Anthony immediately dashed forward to deliver another punch without giving his opponent a chance to counterattack or dodge, this time targeting the opponent's face. Although Anthony's opponent saw Anthony rushing, he still couldn't dodge. He was immediately knocked out after receiving Anthony's thunderous punch. The crowd cheered wildly when the match was over. At this moment, an MC appeared. He immediately announced the result of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner after the last match was Mad Dog. Who among you here dares to step down into the ring and challenge him to a duel? The odds for this match will be 1 to 20 if you beat this fighter. Come on guys, have the courage to step down and take the money. Regardless of the non-stop shouting crowd and the host's call, my attention is on Anthony's body. With my intuition, I felt an aura surrounding him. If that's the case, then Anthony must have been manipulated by someone using black magic. To be absolutely certain of my conjecture, I raised my hand to take off my glasses. This is the only way that can give me the most accurate answer. Big D also started to feel that something was wrong, but he kept silent without saying anything. I slowly turned my gaze towards the ring. The images that I see now can't help but startle me. I have never seen a scene like this before. What surprised me was the spirit of a wolf, and it was standing right next to Anthony. I know for sure that this wolf spirit controls Anthony, turning him into a machine that only knows how to fight tirelessly. I wanted to observe for a while longer, but at this moment, I was startled to realize that beside me was a particular audience. This spectator is a ghost. People after death have many reasons why they cannot escape, but because of his passion for gambling, he is still sitting here, which makes me completely helpless. It's been a while since I took off my glasses, so I almost forgot about these souls. At this moment, suddenly seeing that I couldn't help but be startled, I quickly put my glasses back on. Right now on Big D's side, Tony was looking at his son with a sad look. He mumbled as if saying to himself, "He told me he was on special training, and yet he came here. Why did he hide me from doing this?" Hearing what Tony just said, Big D immediately said, "There is definitely something in this, don't worry, we will help you find the answer." After talking to Tony, Big D turned to me with a sly smile. "Gregory, it's time to get some exercise." Hearing what Big D just said, I was surprised to not understand what he meant. But by the time I understood, it was too late. I ignored Big D and continued looking towards the ring. At this moment, the MC is still excited to find Anthony's next opponent, but it seems that no one dares to enter the ring. Just as the host was looking in our direction, Big D grabbed my hand and raised it. "I'm signing up for this young man. He's going to be Mad Dog's next challenge." I was so surprised that I froze, unable to even pull my hand back. While I was still bewildered, the audience turned their gazes to me. They constantly booed and mocked me. "Kid, are you going to commit suicide? Are you kidding us? Can you stand a punch and ask to challenge Mad Dog?" You must be dead, son." Faced with their ridicule, I didn't know what to do. Blame the damn fat guy, who's still healing, for making me the laughing stock of the audience here. But the MC is the most excited. As soon as he saw me, his attitude was like seeing a bunch of dollars in front of him. He turned to the audience and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have found the next opponent for Mad Dog, but this time the odds will increase to 1 to 30 for the challenger. Everyone, hurry up and place your bets, don't miss this rare opportunity." At first, I was a little angry at Big D for not discussing it with me first. But after hearing what the MC just said and witnessing the audience's attitude, I felt really proud. I will make them regret underestimating me. Next to me now, the damn fat Big D is constantly cheering me on. "Go ahead, kid, show them what suffering is." Telling you I bet you, don't lose my money. I just took off my shirt and gave it to Big D and said, "You're a fucking fat guy. Even me you can sell. When I get home, I'll let you know." After preparing, I slowly entered the ring. I know that Anthony is no longer in control of himself. My opponent now is not an ordinary person but a real wolf. But I'm so used to this kind of opponent controlled by witchcraft, I'm confident that I can defeat him. At this moment, the MC approached me and said, "Before we start, I have something to say to you. We have 3 main rounds. If no one is defeated, we will fight until the winner is found. There is a rule here that there is no law at all. Did you understand?" Looking at the host's face that was trying to hide the proud smile, I coldly told him, "Stop talking too much, hurry up before I get angry." After the host walked out of the ring furiously, the bell signaling the start of the match rang. As soon as he heard the bell, Mad Dog rushed towards me. He has indeed been turned into a machine that only knows how to fight. Right now, I'm not in a hurry to attack right away. I calmly dodged the dangerous attacks that Mad Dog repeatedly unleashed. I tried to approach him and call his name, but it didn't seem to work. From here, I can confirm that Anthony's mind is completely under control. After dodging for a while, I circled back and locked Anthony. I quickly directed Anthony toward the stands, where his father was standing, and said, "Anthony, wake up. Your dad's looking at you." I hope this can awaken the little bit of Anthony's subconscious, thereby helping him to wake up. But again, my approach doesn't work. While being controlled by me, Anthony constantly struggled to get out. He shoved his elbow into my ribs. Being hit, I immediately backed away. I hugged my side and said to Anthony, "Damn it, don't you recognize your father? Look at me. Do you look like an animal right now?" Despite my best efforts, Anthony showed no sign of hearing what I said. He kept attacking me, which made me start to get annoyed. Looks like I have to find another way. After a few seconds of thinking, I decided not to dodge anymore. Faced with Anthony's current state, the only way to defeat him is to bring Anthony back to life. After dodging a few more hits from Anthony, I started to attack him. After throwing a few punches at Anthony, I was able to repel him. I quickly jumped on his neck and said, "Anthony, remember that from now on, I won't hold back. This is my final warning to Anthony." In response, Anthony threw a powerful punch at me. Even though I leaned back to avoid the blow, I was still grazed by the punch because of the close distance. At this point, my patience had reached the limit. I decided not to hold back anymore. Without waiting for Anthony to get close to me, I actively lunged at him. As I approached Anthony, I jumped up. My aim was the mask Anthony was wearing. I want to be sure if a person is under witchcraft, the best way is to look into their eyes. As I got closer, I stomped on Anthony, then flipped back with my strength. While rolling back, I reached out and grabbed the mask Anthony was wearing. I want to see what kind of face is under this mask, so that I can judge the extent of Antony's control. Everything went smoothly as I calculated. As soon as the mask was removed, Antony's face immediately appeared. His face now looks extremely scary. Under the manipulation of witchcraft, Antony's eyes became bloodshot. Next to them were two sharp teeth clenched together. Antony now continuously let out a growl like a real wolf. After the mask was removed, Antony became unusually violent. With that, his body also began to transform. Large clumps of hair began to appear, and the face was no longer the Antony face I had seen in the photo. Watching the scene unfold, I began to feel that something was not right here. It seems that Antony's witchcraft is not just ordinary mind control. I immediately headed to the stands to call Big D. "Hey, hurry up and look around. The one who's controlling Antony isn't far from here. Quickly find him and stop him." While I called Big D, Antony's body changed more and more. By the time I turned around, his body had completely turned into a werewolf. Witnessing this, I couldn't help but be startled. I don't know what kind of witchcraft Antony was involved in, but it was so scary. After hearing my prompt, Big D started looking around. Surely the one who used my magic to control others couldn't be too far from the target. Big D knows that he is also somewhere nearby and is watching the match. As for Tony, he doesn't seem to believe his eyes anymore. Underneath the ring was a monster, not his son. Seeing Tony's worry, Big D comforted him. "Don't worry, old friend, with us here, everything will be fine." At this time, I also shouted to Big D. "This situation is beyond my calculations. You should find someone to control Antony. I am afraid that I will not be able to hold out much longer." Just like I said, before I could finish my sentence with Big D, Antony rushed to attack me. At this time, Antony is no longer a normal person, but an extremely fierce werewolf. His strength and speed also increased many times compared to before. A series of critical hits were thrown at me. I knew that a single hit would be enough to cost me my life. Seizing the right moment, I locked Antony's arm. Using all of my strength, I continued to launch powerful kicks aimed at Antony's neck. The goal now is to make Antony less aggressive and then find a way to neutralize the witchcraft on him. After my consecutive kicks, Antony immediately stepped back. He looked at me while holding his neck in pain. Looking at Antony like that, I said, "You still know muscle pain. I thought that body had lost all sensation." As I said that, I closed my two fingers to form a seal. My hands quickly used various seals. Because Antony was transformed into a werewolf due to the manipulation of witchcraft, normal fighting only had the effect of slowing him down. If I want to solve the problem, I need to use magic to bring Antony back to normal. At this moment, a dreadful roar rang out, followed by Antony charging at me at lightning speed. At this point, I also finished creating the seal. In front of me was yellow light, but I thought normal people wouldn't see it. Waiting for Antony to approach, I immediately pushed the seal towards him. The situation right now is really dangerous. When the seal hits and Antony's body is also the moment, his sharp claws swing at me. Immediately, my chest was scratched by claws. Fortunately, I expected this. As soon as I finished casting magic on Antony, I immediately backed away. It only took a second for me to see my heart on the ring floor. After the lightning strike, both Antony and I flew to either side of the ring. Seeing the condition of the two fighters, an atmosphere of silence suddenly enveloped the audience, who just a second ago was shouting hoarsely. They waited to see who would stand up first. I didn't get up in a hurry but kept an eye on Antony. Not long after being hit by my seal, I began to see the wolf's spirit escape from Antony's body. At this point, I breathed a sigh of relief as if the problem had been solved. At the same time as the wolf's soul escaped, Antony's body also began to return to normal. Although she returned to normal, Antony also passed out from exhaustion. Controlled by witchcraft for a long time, defeating many opponents consecutively, Antony's body had reached its limit of endurance. So it's not unusual for Antony to lose consciousness. At this moment, the audience's cheers rang out. Along with the cheers of the enthusiastic audience, the host also rushed to grab my hand and raise it. The look on his face was completely different from when he first met me. He shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, what a surprise, the mad dog fighter has been taken down. Congratulations to our champion. Never before have I been applauded so passionately, making me laugh so hard that I forgot that I still had to find the mage." As for Big D, while everyone was paying attention to the ring and cheering, he ran around the arena and quickly found the mage. He was easy to recognize because of his evil appearance. At the same time, everyone was focused on the ring, hiding behind a large pillar. This is what makes Big D suspicious of him. As soon as he saw that Antony had been defeated and his witchcraft had been broken, this mage knew that a master of magic had appeared here, so he did not want to be here anymore. He immediately turned around and left. Seeing that, Big D immediately shouted, "Hey guy, stop quickly. I'm talking to you, you pigtail." But despite Big D screaming after him, he still appeared very calm. There was no hurry at all. Big D grabbed a beer bottle from a person standing nearby and threw it at him. The sound of a broken glass bottle resounded. But in this place, fighting is a daily thing, so no one pays attention to Big D. Starting to feel anger at the evil mage's attitude, Big D quickly chases after him. He was confident that with his ability, if he couldn't defeat this mage, he could at least hold him back and wait for me to arrive. Thinking that, Big D did not hesitate to rush towards the mage. Contrary to Big D's expectations, the mage suddenly stopped. He stood motionless as if waiting for Big D to approach. Knowing that he wanted to attack him, Big D also slowed down, cautiously approaching the mage, not letting him attack him by surprise. At this moment, the mage suddenly turned around and looked at Big D. As soon as his and Big D's eyes met, Big D's whole body seems to have an electric current running through. His whole body was numb, unable to move, not even a finger to move. Big D knows that he has been involved in the evil magic of the mage. Gradually, everything before Big D's eyes blurred. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3, Episode 6. After falling into an unconscious state for a few seconds, Big D gradually perceives everything around him. He opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. Big D finds himself no longer in the hallway as he chases the mage. The scene before his eyes had completely changed. At this point, Big D doesn't seem to believe his eyes anymore. In front of him now was a typical tropical beach. Blue sea and golden sunshine, and of course, indispensable sexy girls are playing on the sand. Big D thought to himself, heaven is here. After rubbing his eyes a few times, Big D confirmed that he wasn't dreaming. He claimed to be on the beach with countless beautiful girls around. For Big D, a scene like this can only be seen in a dream. Glancing around a few more times, Big D immediately shouted with joy. So after a long wait, he can finally get his dream vacation. Overjoyed, Big D seemed to forget why he was able to come here. But right now, this fat guy can't think of anything. The fiery girls around made Big D's mind go numb. He just caught a glimpse of a very sexy girl walking towards him. Without hesitation, Big D immediately took off his clothes and rushed to the girl. Faced with such a flawless masterpiece of nature, Big D is no longer thinking about keeping his face. He rushed to where the girl was standing. Looking at Big D's face right now, surely every girl in the world would panic, scream loudly, and ran away quickly. But suddenly, Big D stopped. It seemed that the last bit of reason left in his head was starting to work again. Remembering his luck with women, Big D suddenly realized something was wrong. Big D thought to himself, with my attitude right now, no girl would stand still without giving me a slap. Something is wrong here. Looks like this fat guy is starting to wake up. And then everything in front of Big D changed quickly. Everything suddenly went dark. A giant black hand appeared in the air. As soon as it appeared, that hand rushed towards Big D's face at a dizzying speed. Right after that was a hammer-like slap in the face of Big D. Stunned for a few seconds, Big D seemed to have woken up. He began to put his hands to his face, eyes bewildered at the scene around him. He discovered that he was still in the hallway before. Everything he saw was an illusion. But that wasn't the most terrible thing. What he was facing right now startled him. In front of Big D is a boxer with a massive body covering his chest with his hand. There were 2 more guards around at this time. Their attitudes were not friendly at all. By this time, Big D had dimly realized what he was doing while hallucinating. While Big D was still standing motionless, not knowing what to do, I ran to the place. I apologized to the boxer and the 2 security guards, and after swearing a few sentences, they also forgave us. I put on Big D's shirt and said, "Since when did you change your taste?" Suddenly rushed to grovel him. As if still regretting, Big D said, "Life is really unfair. Good things can only come in dreams, and dreams end too quickly." While putting on his shirt, Big D pointed in the direction the mage had just left. Big D said, "This mage is not easily bullied. In such a short time, he can hypnotize me, put me into hallucinations. You have to be careful when facing him." At this point, I started asking Big D what the mage looked like. "Do you remember what he looked like? Has there ever been a mage like him in Chinatown before?" While unbuttoning his shirt, Big D said, "He's going so fast that I can only see his back. When he turned around, I was hallucinating, so I couldn't remember his face, just remember he wore a ponytail. He's never been here before." After a moment of silence, Big D continued, "Ignore him, I'll go change the reward." Hearing this, I suddenly remembered that Big D brought me out to make a bet. I was so busy chasing after the mage that I forgot about this. I angrily said to Big D, "You're a fucking fat guy. You can bet on me too. I don't know if one day you will sell me when I get the price." Hearing me say that, Big D immediately replied, "Come on kid, don't be so harsh. I really want to make money, but you can rest assured, I'm not someone who sells you out for money." Approaching the redemption, Big D continued, "You see, you're going to have to fight Anthony sooner or later. I'm just taking this opportunity to earn a little more money for our trip. I have always believed in you and your ability." While giving the betting ticket to the Big D redeemer, he said, "This magician reminds me of an evil sect that once existed. My master used to talk about it, but according to my master, it has been lost for a long time because no one can afford to inherit it. If that's the case, then this mage's background is extremely unpredictable." Looking at the stack of money in Big D's hand, I asked, "Did you win that much?" "I think that includes my money too. After all, I'm the one who brought you this money." Hearing me say that, Big D laughed and said, "Come on kid, that's what you should do. You're still young, don't give too much attention to money. Damn fat guy, so he definitely won't give me a dime." After walking for a while, as if remembering something, Big D turned to me and asked, "Hey, where are Tony and his son? I haven't seen them in a while." I told Big D that, after the match, Anthony was unconscious, so Tony took him to the hospital. Fortunately, I could neutralize his magic in time. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to Anthony. After listening to me describe the situation, Big D nodded and said, "Okay, everything here is considered settled." We immediately return home and prepare to go to Indonesia. I don't want to postpone this trip any longer. Hearing what Big D just said, I was somewhat surprised, so I asked him again, "What do you mean by that? This isn't resolved yet, we can't just leave without clearing things up." Hearing what I just said, Big D scowled. He said to me, "Listen to me, everything here is done. Our main aim is to find a son for Tony, now everything is done, what more do you want? Don't tie yourself up like that, it's better to focus on your own business." From the words Big D just said, it seems that he is already very anxious to go to Indonesia and does not want to care about other things. I completely disagree with Big D on this. I speak up to him, "Big D, we can't be so irresponsible. If we don't get this right, many more people will be harmed. If you don't agree, you can go to Indonesia first. I'll go there to find you when I'm done here." Hearing the last sentence, Big D suddenly stopped. He did not say anything. Suddenly Big D turned around and shouted at me, "You are such a stubborn kid. Leave this to the police to take care of. We're not superheroes that deal with things like that all the time." No matter what Big D has, I still stand by my decision. I said, "Then it's up to you. I won't say anything more. You go home, I will take a taxi to go to the hospital. See you again in Indonesia." After taking a few steps, I said, "But maybe, after this is resolved, I won't be able to go to Indonesia to see you again, so prepare yourself first." After saying that, I walked away, leaving Big D standing still like a statue. A few seconds later, Big D quickly ran after me. While running he said, "Okay, I surrender. I will return the ticket and stay with you. You really are the most stubborn guy I've ever met." Then Big D drove me to the hospital. On the way, Big D and I continued to exchange. We both agreed that there were a lot of confusing things about Anthony being controlled. This was not like what a normal heretic magician would do. Behind that, there must be a larger force manipulating. I continued to ask Big D, "According to you, besides the members of the cult, is there anyone else who can put the soul of an animal into a human body? Plus, I don't know if this has anything to do with the military." Big D answered me, "Your questions are really difficult to answer. The cult is no longer there, so it is impossible to verify whether they have a successor or not. As for the military, it's unlikely that they were not involved." Suddenly Big D laughed and said, "Come on, cheer up kid, aren't we extremely powerful magicians? Is there anyone who can give us a hard time?" Hearing what Big D said, I just kept silent. In this city, there have appeared many powerful evil magicians. So with such a large country, how many people would be hiding in the dark? Looks like Big D is too optimistic. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Big D turned to me and said, "In my opinion, the purpose of the one who controls Anthony in the arena is to test his fighting ability. What do you think?" Still looking at the street, I replied to Big D, "I think so too. Maybe he is checking to see if the results of the test are as desired, and the ring is the most suitable place." Big D exclaimed as if he had just thought of something, "God, do you understand the meaning of this? Surely they're trying to create something like a super soldier. Those who only know how to fight and kill and obey." This thinking of Big D is not wrong. Not only the army, anyone with money wants such soldiers for their evil purposes. Seeing that I seemed to agree with my thoughts, Big D continued, "If my speculation is correct, This will involve many great powers. Do you still want to pursue this? I immediately replied to Big D, stop it? Never. If I can stop this with my own strength, I will definitely do it to the end. Soon we reached the hospital where Anthony was being treated. Before coming here, I called Valentine to come to collect information. When we got to the ward where Anthony was being treated, we met Valentine. She is asking Anthony about his strange expressions. But in response to Valentine's questions, Anthony said he couldn't reveal anything. Anthony said that he is still in the military training program, so all information is kept confidential. Hearing this, Big D suddenly got angry. He rushed out and started shouting at Anthony, "This stupid kid. Do you know that because of that top secret, you almost lost your life? Look to your side. If you die, who will care for your father when he is old and weak? Don't be blind anymore. Tell us everything." I was afraid Big D's anger would make things worse, so I immediately pulled him aside. Then I turned to Anthony and said, "Please think carefully. Put it in your father's case, and you will understand that he was very worried when you went missing. His case was very fortunate to be discovered early. But many others are in danger. Their families are certainly worried as well." At this time, Anthony's father also spoke. "Gregory is right, son. Without him and Master King, I might not have seen you again. Tell us what you know. I believe the police will protect us." Hearing what his father just said, Anthony pondered as if he had just decided on something. After a moment of silence, Anthony began to speak. "I will, but I hope my identity will be kept private. I don't want my father in trouble." Valentine immediately responded to Anthony's request. Then he started telling everything. This must have started 3 years ago. I was then selected to participate in a special training program, like some kind of program to create super soldiers. According to Anthony, after being selected and passing rigorous tests, he was transferred to a secret military base. There were specialized vehicles to take him away during the entire journey, so Anthony did not know where the base was located. He doesn't know where he was being taken, but as a soldier, he swore to always be loyal to his country and carry out all the orders of his superiors, so he didn't mind too much about where he was going. As soon as they arrived at the research area, a loud noise from the glass next to the corridor caught Anthony's attention. Anthony looked in the direction where the sound had come from. He couldn't help but be surprised at what he was seeing. In front of him was a werewolf with hair all over his body. Seeing this scene could not help but make Anthony think of the image of werewolves in the movies he had seen. Now the werewolf seemed agitated when he saw the man. He kept screaming and banging on the glass. Anthony stepped forward to get a better look. He discovers that this person has not completely turned into a werewolf. There is still a part of the human left. The doctor who accompanied Anthony immediately said to Anthony, "It was the prototype of the experiment, but it seems that he did not achieve the desired strength. I hope that your body will be compatible with this method and give better results." After that, the doctor led Anthony to another room, where there was a strange-looking machine. The doctor introduced to Anthony that this was the machine used for the experiment. It will help him increase muscle growth and other body senses, thereby turning him into a perfect warrior with outstanding strength. Although the things in front of her made Anthony a little nervous, from the very beginning, before being recruited, he was warned about unusual things to encounter during the testing process, so he didn't ask any more questions. After entering the machine, the staff around him began to attach a lot of equipment to him. Finally, they inject him with a special drug before starting the machine. Not long after the machine was up and running, Anthony began to feel excruciating pain. The first was his head, which felt like it was about to burst. Then all over my body, a horrible pain tore through my body. He thought his body was about to be ripped apart. Everything was beyond the limits of human endurance. Anthony collapsed and lost consciousness. But the testing process has now reached an important stage that cannot be stopped. So, despite Anthony's condition, the doctor continued to allow the experiment to continue. Not long after, the testing process was coming to an end. Now Anthony was awake. The pain did not go away but was more intense than before. Accompanying the pain was Anthony's pitiful scream. Finally, the experiment ended. The doctor looked at Anthony, put his hand on his head and sighed. The results of this experiment were not what he expected. According to him, Anthony's body did not respond well to the drug he injected him. It seems that the body is resisting that change. He then orders Anthony to be taken away. He is brought to a cell-like room, where there are other selected experimenters like Anthony. After that failed experiment, the doctor conducted a few more tests on Anthony. After each time, Anthony's body began to deform. Sometime later, they announced that Anthony had passed the first phase of the test and would be entering the next phase. Then Anthony was taken to a closed room, in which there was also a wolf, and it was chained. Looking over to the glass on the wall, Anthony realized that someone was watching everything in the room. "Look at the ferocious wolf in front of me." Anthony guessed that they wanted him to fight this wolf to test his strength. This is no big deal for Anthony. Like a well-trained soldier, he has more than enough strength to take down this wolf. What happened next was beyond Anthony's prediction. After a small whistle sounded, Anthony guessed that the chain would be released, and the wolf would rush towards him. But to Anthony's surprise, the wolf suddenly shrank and began to groan in pain. After the wolf stopped struggling, Anthony felt as if something invisible had just come out of the wolf's body. Although he could not see anything, Anthony's keen intuition told him something was rushing towards him. At this moment, Anthony felt as if something had just entered his body, an extremely indescribable feeling that he had never experienced before. Seconds later, Anthony began to feel that he was no longer in control of his body. Everything in front of him gradually became blurred. After that, what Anthony remembered was very vague. He almost didn't remember where he was taken. He only vaguely remembers participating in some ring fights, but he doesn't remember much about them either. Everything with Anthony was like a dream. Anthony says it's not clear how long he's been in this state. It was not until he was taken to the hospital that he could perceive everything around him. Hearing what I just said, I asked Anthony, "So during that process of being controlled, you can't remember the face of your controller?" To answer me, Anthony just shook his head without saying a word. After hearing Anthony's story, Valentine suddenly waved her hand and turned away. She said, "Okay, I'm going back to the police station. This is related to the military. It is beyond the scope of police control. Sorry, but I can't help this time." Seeing Valentine leaving, Big D rushed to stop him and said, "You can't just leave like that. You are the representative of justice and the law. How can you leave him like that?" Valentine sighed and said, "You don't understand this. The law also has its own rules. This is related to the military side. It's basically impossible for us police to intervene." Hearing what Valentine just said, Big D became angry. "How can you say that? Your responsibility is to protect the people. Anthony will be in danger if you do not deal with it. Plus, if this case isn't resolved, that idiot won't go to Indonesia with me. You have to take care of this, or I won't let you go." Seeing Big D getting angry, I slowly approached him and told him to calm down and slowly find a solution. At this moment, the door of the hospital room opened. The three of us immediately turned our attention in that direction. The two who entered were both wearing black robes with hoods covering their heads. From their appearance, we knew that their purpose of coming here was not good. As soon as they entered the room, both of them took off their hoods. At this time, two extremely scary faces appeared. The man looked like a giant Godzilla, while the woman accompanying him had the form of a leopard. The two immediately roared and charged at us. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 7. After letting out a fierce roar, both strangers charged at us. Facing me now was a man shaped like a gorilla. He lunged at me at a dizzying speed. When he was still a few feet away from me, the man jumped up. I guess he wanted to use his huge body to crush me. Facing an opponent with such great power, I did not dare to be negligent and directly blocked his attack. Aiming at the right moment, I dodged to the side to avoid the gorilla's dangerous attack. But at that moment, I realized that I was not the main target of this gorilla. After passing me easily, the gorilla leapt forward to the hospital bed Anthony was lying on. It turned out that his main target was Anthony, but even if I ran to stop him right now, it would be too late. Seeing the gorilla rush towards both father and son, Anthony panicked. If it's normal, then Anthony can handle him. But right now, it's not possible. While not knowing what to do to rescue Anthony in time, I suddenly remembered the battle with Anthony before. I understood that normal fighting wouldn't work against a mind-controlled person like the gorilla right now. So without further hesitation, I immediately raised my hand and made seals. After I finished the chant, I threw the magic seal in my hand at the gorilla's back. My attack arrived just in time to stop the gorilla. Just a little more delay, and he crushed Anthony lying on the hospital bed. Almost immediately after being hit, the gorilla's soul escaped from the man's body. Only I have seen this, so I know normal people can't see it at all. After the gorilla's soul left his body, the man lost all control over himself. He was like a sack of potatoes falling on Anthony. Although he succeeded in rescuing Anthony from the gorilla's attack, it seemed that his massive body fell on him, making Anthony uncomfortable. Seeing that the gorilla was no longer dangerous, I turned my gaze to Valentine. Valentine's opponent is the woman who carries the spirit of the leopard. At this point, the battle between the two was extremely fierce, even though it had only just begun. This time it must be said that Valentine has met an opponent worthy of her, both in strength and speed. The two did not seem to lose to each other even a little. Realizing that it's not a good idea to keep fighting with an opponent like that, Valentine threw a kick that repelled the enemy. Simultaneously, she stepped back and took out the gun she was carrying. She decided that if the girl continued to attack, she would open fire to suppress it. At the same time, I reached behind Valentine's back. My hands had completed the seal. I immediately directed it towards Valentine's opponent. Despite seeing Valentine pointing a gun at her, the girl with the leopard spirit showed no fear. She was still rushing towards Valentine. Seeing that, without waiting for Valentine to fire, I launched the magic seal in my hand towards her. Suddenly seeing her opponent seem to be stopped by an invisible force. At the same time, Valentine also felt like something had just grazed her head. Valentine turned her head and looked at me with surprised eyes. After the animal's spirit controlling the being was expelled, both the man and the woman lost consciousness. Their condition is identical to Anthony's. They have absolutely no memory of what they did after regaining consciousness. When they found themselves in the hospital, both were confused, especially for the girl. She was quite panicked because Valentine was pointing a gun at her. With the situation under control, Valentine began to question the two. But Valentine's response was both bewildered expressions along with head shakes. The man and the girl say they don't remember anything at all. They don't even know how they got here. At those answers, Valentine began to feel annoyed. The only thing that both of them remember is that they were in the military. They are still active now and are serving in the army. Both also said that they were recruited to participate in a secret military training program for super soldiers. In addition to the above information, the two adamantly did not say anything more. At the answer of these two, Big D couldn't hold it anymore. He rushed in front of them and shouted, "If you are wise, quickly tell me who sent you here. Is your purpose in coming here to kill people with clues?" Although the words are somewhat hot-tempered, Big D's thoughts are completely right. I also think that, after learning that Anthony was awake, someone was afraid that he would reveal information, so they sent these two people to kill him. At Big D's question, the other two just shook their heads. They once again asserted that they did not remember anything at all. This is completely understandable since when they were brought here to kill Anthony, it had been a while since their souls had been controlled. Despite knowing that, Big D was still extremely angry, he continued to raise his voice for more. Moments later, more police officers arrived at Valentine's request for assistance. She decided to take these two people to the police station to testify, but she was not very optimistic. She said, "These people are military anyway. I can only quickly get information from them before the army comes to claim them. Don't expect to know anything more, so you won't be disappointed." Realizing that Valentine no longer refused to settle this matter, Big D immediately spoke up. "Valentine, you are the legal representative anyway. As long as you do your duty properly, I believe the case will be cleared up." Hearing that, Valentine immediately replied to Big D, "I already told you, don't expect too much from me. I know this involves the safety of many people and society, but I can only do what I can." Before leaving, Valentine added that the police would be bound by many things, but neither of us. She thought that if we did our own investigation, we might find something. Hearing that, Big D immediately said, "Come on, you can't let us take care of your business. We are not the police. How can we investigate when your police are not sure they can do it?" Big D just finished talking. Valentine turned around. She said to Big D, "Didn't you still scream earlier to find out who was behind this? It's time for you to fight for justice." Then Valentine turned and pointed at me and said, "Is that right, Gregory? Fight for heart and justice." After finishing her words, Valentine turned and left the hospital room, leaving me and Big D. At this time, Big D was still dumbfounded. He muttered, Justice is worth a pound of money, isn't it?" But then Big D suddenly remembered Valentine's second sentence. He turned to look at me with eyes that were not friendly at all. Big D said, "Hey kid, what was Valentine's attitude towards you? What is fighting for the heart? She even smiles at you. I warned you, becoming my love rival won't end well." Realizing that Big D was jealous, I spoke up and changed the subject. I said, "Come on, don't be so selfish, she's not yours. What do you think about this? Where should we start investigating?" Seemingly still in a rage, Big D replied to me, "Look what the hero of justice is saying. You asked for an investigation. Why are you asking me? You're so smart." Knowing that Big D is really sulking, I stopped teasing him. I started thinking about everything that just happened. I don't have a clue in my hand right now. All the witnesses we have so far don't remember anything. They only remember the secret base, they don't know where it is. At this moment, a thought flashed through my head. I left Big D and slowly walked out. Seeing me walk away, Big D knew that I had come up with something. He immediately said goodbye to Tony. Big D told him to use the best services to care for his son. If you're having trouble with money, just contact me. After waving goodbye, Big D ran out the door to chase me. After catching up with me, Big D still didn't speak. He waited for me to tell him my thoughts. As for me, after thinking a lot, I think that to put the souls of animals into the human body, the basic thing is to have those animals first. And this can't be done easily in a big city like this. I immediately asked Big D, "Big D, do you know any wildlife dealers in this city?" Big D still didn't understand. He asked me again, "Why are you asking me this? You can see the animals in the zoo, there's no need to look for smugglers?" I laughed and said to Big D, "What I am looking for are real wild animals, not useless animals in the zoo. And most importantly, they must be alive. Did you understand what I mean?" At this point, it seems that Big D has understood what I mean. He let out a loud cry and said, "You're so good, I get it. To have really strong animals, they have to catch wild animals. Of course, the military cannot buy them openly, only through smugglers. About those who do not need to pay taxes, Big D knows a lot." Big D said he would take me to meet someone like that. In the car, Big D told me briefly about these wildlife smugglers. According to Big D, as long as they have money, customers can provide whatever they want. Small wild animals include weasels and leopards. Larger wild animals, such as tigers, lions. Even if the customer is willing to pay, even an elephant they can bring back to them. Big D also added that the hobbies of people with a lot of money are really strange. Sometimes ordinary people will never understand, that's why smugglers can survive. Suddenly Big D reached out his hand to me and said, "If you go to meet them like this, you'll be exposed. You don't look like someone with money at all." Then Big D drove down to the garage of a large building. As soon as he stopped the car, he forced me to take off my clothes. Then Big D went to the back of the car, took out a set of clothes, and told me to put them on. He explained, "Don't look down on these clothes. Looking at you now, you have the appearance of a boss who has just appeared. This is the kind of customer that smugglers really like." Next, Big D taught me some ways to communicate when talking to smugglers. This seems important because if we do not gain their trust and agree to the transaction, our lives may be threatened. Finally, Big D said to me, "I'll introduce you to a young man who just got rich from the stock market. You came here to get some spectacular pets for your garden." After trying for a while, I was able to fit my body into Big D's suit. I don't know when was the last time he brought this garment to the laundromat, but now it has a terrible smell. I got dressed while nagging Big D about his filth. Not to mention Big D gave me a lot of rings and a watch. Although they are made quite delicately, I know for sure that they are all fake. To my grumbling words, Big D replied, "Well, stop nagging. The outfit you are wearing is not ordinary, it shows the level of a true player. From now on, you don't talk much, let me handle everything." After nodding in understanding, Big D started to lead me away. Moments later, I was taken to a door that was guarded by someone outside. After approaching the door, Big D showed his familiar smile to greet the security guard. Big D said that he came here to meet the boss to discuss business. Faced with Big D's cheerful attitude, the security guard was still extremely cold. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and called inside to let him know that someone was looking for the boss. After that, I couldn't hear what was said inside. Only the security guard pointed his finger upwards as if he wanted Big D to look in that direction. It turned out that in the corner of the wall, there was also a security surveillance camera. The security guard wanted me and Big D to look into the camera lens so the people inside could identify both of us. It seems that these smugglers work extremely methodically and are very vigilant. As long as the person looking for them shows suspicious signs or is not an acquaintance, they will immediately find an excuse to chase them away. Big D immediately turned to the camera and smiled. He even waved his hand like greeting an old friend. As for me, I followed what Big D told me, always keeping a cold attitude of a rich man. After confirming Big D's identity, the door opened. Big D immediately pushed me in. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back to thank the security guard. As soon as I walked through the door a few steps, a stench hit my nose. It was the smell of wild animals and rotting flesh. It's not too intense, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. Walking a few more steps, I noticed these odors emanating from the iron cages placed close to both sides of the corridor. Looks like Big D has been here before, so he didn't show any discomfort with the smell. Going a little further, we came to an extremely solid iron door. There is also a security guard standing at the door, but this guy is also armed with a gun, unlike outside. Looking at the security guard, I guess that his purpose here doesn't seem to be to prevent people from entering, but rather to prevent what's inside from escaping. As soon as we walked through the second door, we reached a large warehouse. What was presented in front of my eyes could not help but surprise me. On the floor of the warehouse are many iron cages. In each cage is a caged animal. Among those cages were extremely ferocious and dangerous beasts, and as soon as they saw us, they rushed out as if they wanted to bite us. I pay special attention to dangerous carnivores. These animals kept screaming horrible noises as we passed their cages. Perhaps because they were locked up for a long time, they were extremely excited when they saw humans. For their size and ferocity, I think if they got out, we would be slaughtered immediately. When a lion roared and rushed towards me, I startled and grabbed Big D's shoulder. Big D laughed and said to me, "Come on, this isn't the first time you've seen such dangerous animals. Your attitude right now is that if you want to buy some of them to put in the garden, only ghosts will believe you." Hearing what Big D said, I realized he was absolutely right. I regained my composure and regained my cold expression like before. Moments later, 3 men appeared in front of me. From the way they dress, I can tell that the person in the lead is the boss here. The man immediately approached and raised his hand to greet Big D. Big D also happily greeted him. The two seem to have known each other before, and they have not only met once. It seems that Valentine's threat about the tax evasion business with Big D is not without foundation. So far, I still have a bit of a dislike about Big D's ostentatious dressing, but when I met this wildlife dealer, I realized that Big D is still quite modest. Although it was quite hot, he still wore a large fur coat, looking like a malnourished bear. The most noticeable point is his gold teeth, which look ridiculous. After exchanging a few more polite words, Big D approached the merchant. The two happily put their arms around each other and walked away from me a little, as if they wanted to talk privately. The merchant immediately inquired about my background and my purpose in coming here. Big D immediately replied to him, "Today, I brought you a rich guy. He's a naive player who just made his fortune in the stock market. He's looking for something to decorate the manor he just bought in the suburbs." After exchanging a few more words with Big D, the merchant came back to me. "Okay, young man, what do you want in the end? Since I am an acquaintance of Master King, I will charge you a fair price, just say your request." At the same time, Big D kept gesturing at me as if he wanted me to answer carefully. Because just being discovered, there's a good chance that Big D and I will become lunch for the animals here. I've never been in contact with smugglers like this before, so I'm quite confused. Looking around, I didn't have any snakes, so I told him I like snakes, really big ones. My attitude right now is a bit unnatural. But it was quite reasonable for a novice to play, so the merchant had no doubts. At my request, the merchant was quite surprised. He asked me, "Do you really like snakes? You are quite special, young man. Do you have any special interest in them?" This question from the merchant seemed to be probing me. I immediately made up some of my hobbies with snakes and didn't forget to talk about my knowledge about them. After a while, the merchant also began to believe that I really liked snakes. As if to confirm my interest in snakes, I added to the merchant, "Snakes are not only kept for decoration but they can also be used to make food. Believe me, their taste is not bad at all. Have you tried them before?" The merchant showed great surprise. He did not expect his guest today to be so special. To make what I just said more convincing, I immediately named some dishes made from snake meat and their taste. At what I just said, Big D suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect me to use this way to respond to the merchant. Everything seemed to have deviated from his pre-calculation. After hearing what I said, the merchant burst into laughter at Big D's astonishment. He said that I was indeed an interesting client that he had never met. After he finished laughing, he turned to me and said, "Okay, no problem. As long as the customer asks, I can get you as few as you want. Now, besides snakes, are you interested in anything else?" Then the merchant put my arm around my shoulders and took me around the iron cages in the warehouse. He asked me if I wanted to buy one of them. He said that, in addition to the animals here, he also provides other species. As long as customers pay for it, he can confidently earn it no matter how rare it is. At the merchant's cheerful attitude, I asked about the leopards and wolves. As soon as I asked about this animal, the smile on the merchant's lips disappeared. He said that these animals are currently out of stock. You must pre-order them if you want to have them. He seemed to have noticed something in my question and started to be wary. At the merchant's attitude, I laughed and put my arm around his shoulder and said, "It's okay, I can wait. Money doesn't matter to me. To tell you the truth, besides snakes, I'm also quite interested in wolves and cheetahs. I've seen Arab players raise cheetahs like cats." After I finished speaking, I stopped, but the merchant continued to walk forward. Seeing that, Big D immediately came to my side and whispered to me. He told me to take it easy, don't ask him so suddenly. Big D also added that when he heard the leopard and the wolf, the two guys in the back also started paying attention to both of us. Before Big D's anxiety, I immediately went back to reassure him. I said, "Don't worry, it will be okay. We don't have much time. The longer we stay here, the more exposed we become. Plus, I can't stand the smell here anymore, it's horrible." I continued to whisper to Big D, "Did you see the merchant's attitude? Surely we have found the right place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a vigilant attitude." What I just said startled Big D. If it is true that the merchant is the source of the animals for research, then we are exposed. The outcome will be extremely dire. Just as Big D feared, the merchant had doubted our true purpose in coming here. He called the two bodyguards over, seeing how their attitudes were different from when they greeted us. Big D seems to have a sixth sense regarding dangerous things. He immediately shows extreme anxiety. As for me, it's still not certain that they discovered us. My job right now is to play my role properly. So I turned towards the merchant and gave him a big smile. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 8. After my questions, the merchant seemed to have sensed something unusual about us. Big D told me in advance, as long as they act, they immediately rush to the door to escape. But contrary to Big D's prediction, the merchant turned to me and said, "Hey kid, what is your purpose in coming here? Stop talking to me about stupid snakes. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, this conversation won't end very happily." Seeing that the merchant's attitude wasn't as hostile as Big D had expected, I immediately thought it was possible to negotiate with this merchant. I said to him, "Okay, I won't go around anymore. I know you're supplying wolves to a mage. Between him and me, there are many things to talk about, but I can't find him, so I have to find you." Big D also added that please respect him and give us some information. The merchant was still silent at this point. I continued to tell him, "I know you guys always have your own rules, so that customer information is not exposed. I don't ask that much of you. I just need an address. Whether we can find him or not depends on my luck." To my persuasion and above all to my relationship with Big D, the merchant finally agreed. He said to me, "As for the name, there is no need to say because it is not certain that it is the real name, and as for the location, we will deliver him a shipment tonight. You can follow." Hearing the merchant say that, I happily turned to Big D and said, "Big D, it looks like we'll have to be deliverymen tonight." Then the merchant told us the address where they would deliver the goods. I told him he could give this to us to hand it over to the mage himself. I also added that he didn't have to worry about devouring all of his goods because I wouldn't know who to sell them to if I did. After thinking for a while, the merchant agreed, but he asked Big D to deposit 70% of the goods. After Big D agreed, he led us to the back of the warehouse. In a small alley, there was a large truck parked. At this point, Big D approached the merchant and said, "Hey Foxy, we've known each other for a long time. Don't you know there's something I've been wanting to do since I first met you?" To the merchant's surprise, Big D slowly bent down to take the cigar in his hand. Big D continued, "Doing business with you is really not easy. Over the years, I have also introduced many customers to him, but he did not even give a cent of the commission." Hearing these words of Big D, I guess that business between Big D and this merchant is not going well. After holding the cigar in his hand, Big D brought it to his lips and took a long drag and continued, "Didn't even pay me a dime, but today there is a little thing I want to ask you to do, and you make me pay a deposit. Do you feel like a damned bastard?" As soon as he finished speaking, Big D immediately threw a slap in the face of the merchant. Because he was so surprised, he did not have time to dodge. "This damn fat guy is such an unpredictable person. He told me to be cautious just now, but now he hit the merchant." I immediately approached Big D and said, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you messing with him?" To my question, Big D calmly replied, "It's different inside, it's different outside. I have to teach this bastard a lesson today. Prepare yourselves, we will rob their carts." Suddenly beaten, the merchant was extremely angry, raised his hand to rub his face, and looked at us with fiery eyes. Then he shouted, "What are you doing standing there? Quickly catch them for me. Today, I have to chop them up to feed the lions." As soon as the merchant finished speaking, two big guys behind him immediately rushed towards us. Due to pre-negotiation, we completely took the initiative. We understand that this is their territory. We will surely die if we let these two big guys get close. So when the two juniors of the merchant had not had time to rush over, they were kicked back by me and Big D. After our heavenly kick, the two juniors were thrown backward, bumping into the merchant. The three immediately fell to the ground. Immediately Big D told me to run the truck again. The truck jumped up and sped away. He said this time I would drive. As I drove back to the truck, I said to Big D, "This truck is so big, I'm afraid I can't control it." Big D immediately replied to me, "Don't worry, kid, don't rush into the lamppost." After that, Big D and I quickly got into the truck. I immediately started the engine to get the truck rolling. The merchant and his men were still determined not to let us go. They began to rush into the car to find a way to get inside. I continued to press the accelerator pedal for the truck to go. At this time, the two subordinates could not stand it and fell, leaving only the merchant who refused to let go. His mouth kept cursing at me and Big D, and he kept calling his subordinates to stop the truck. Under my control, the truck wobbled wildly. But thanks to that, I was able to knock the merchant's handle to the ground. After a while of dodging to avoid the boxes placed on both sides of the road but failed, I was finally able to get off the main road. At this point, Big D was still staring at the truck's window. He said that the merchant and his subordinates were still chasing behind. Big D insisted that they still hadn't given up and kept urging me to speed up before they caught up and climbed into the truck again. Immediately I pressed the accelerator pedal. The car jumped up and sped away. Looking in the rearview mirror, I could see the merchant and his men chase a bit more and then stopped because they were too tired. I breathed a sigh of relief now. For the time being, I wouldn't have to meet the lions at lunch. Before that, Big D let me drive his truck, but this large truck with me was a challenge. I felt a bit overwhelming. But after a while of controlling, I started to get used to it and control it quite skillfully. I kept honking the horn so other cars could get out of the way before I was hit. Now that everything was fine, I started nagging Big D everything that was going well was messed up by him. To my displeasure, Big D slowly explained, "Come on, you really don't understand anything. You think I have a big deposit to pay for this item. I have to sell my entire store to be able to pay that deposit. And we can't go to the rendezvous point empty-handed." After Big D's explanation, I stopped nagging him. But Big D's handling was a bit too hasty. I told him, "That name Foxy, he's not a man without reason. I believe that if I continue to convince him, he will likely lend us these goods. But it's all been ruined by you." It was still early, so I decided to drive home, and while driving, I asked Big D, "Now, what are we going to do next? If you have any plans, tell me in advance, don't let me be surprised like before." Dissatisfied with my question, Big D said, "Come on, stop nagging like a woman. Back then, it was just an unavoidable situation. Let's just go home for now, anyway. We have to prepare our tools to deal with that mage." After struggling for a while, I finally managed to drive the truck back home. Before returning home, we parked the truck quite a distance from the house and listened to the situation. After ensuring that the merchant and his men hadn't arrived at the store, we drove home. Since the truck was quite large, we couldn't enter the alley behind the house, so we had to park it in front of the main door. After entering the house, the first thing I do is take off Big D's clothes and troublesome jewelry. I can't stand the smell of them for another minute. While I was changing clothes, Big D prepared the necessary tools to deal with the mage. I kept reminding Big D of what to bring. After a while of preparation, Big D patted the box and said everything was ready. He also said that, with this box, I could fight the mage all day without worrying about missing anything. After preparing everything, we went downstairs to go to the rendezvous point. At this moment, we heard the noise of cursing and the shadows of people looming outside the door. Needless to say, the merchant and his subordinates have come to deal with us. Not wanting to mess with the angry gangsters, Big D led me towards the back door. After we went out, we carefully checked to see if anyone was watching outside. If we were to be discovered at this point, all the plans we had planned would be ruined. After making sure there was no one else in the alley, Big D and I cautiously headed for the front door to approach the truck. As long as we can successfully get into the truck, we won't have to worry about the merchants talking anymore. Right now, Big D is sticking his head out from the edge of the wall to observe the movement. At the main door right now, the merchant and his men were constantly banging and cursing. The merchant shouted, "Damn fat, get out of here, don't make me angry. You can't escape. If you don't come out, I'll burn this dog's nest." As he said that, as he kicked on the door, one of his subordinates seemed to have run out of patience. He started trying to break the door. Taking that opportunity, Big D and I quickly snuck into the truck. While they were still screaming and cursing, I pressed the gas to start the truck. As soon as they heard the engine, they understood that we were playing a prank again. The merchant shouted angrily and chased after the truck. When the merchant and his subordinates ran towards the truck also started to accelerate. Big D looked out the door and shouted, "Hey Foxy, I borrowed the truck for a while. I'll give it back when I'm done. You still have a lot to learn, kid." As if the anger had reached its peak, the merchant shouted angrily and chased the truck. But if he was even angrier, he could only helplessly watch the truck drive away. After successfully abandoning the annoying merchant, I continued to drive to the rendezvous point. Big D constantly guided me along the way because of this place I had never been to before. At this time, the street is no longer full of traffic, so I also have less stress when driving. After about half an hour of driving, we reached where the merchant would do his business. It appears to be a cemetery but is no longer in use. Looking at the surroundings, Big D said, "These bastards also know how to choose real trading locations. There is no one here at this hour. We don't know what awaits us behind this door." I stopped the truck in front of the gate and started to watch, struggling to figure out how to get in. We don't even know how to communicate between them. At that moment, the automatic door opened to my surprise, but after observing, I realized the security camera placed on the gate. Without hesitation, I immediately drove inside. After entering, the scenery on both sides of the road made Big D and I feel uninterested. On both sides of the road are many tombs of all sizes, but perhaps because no one has taken care of them for a long time, many of them have lost their original shape. In addition, trees and wild palm trees are overgrown everywhere. Certainly, seeing this scene, the faint of heart will immediately turn their heads. After a few more minutes of driving, we were all the way. At the end of the road was a huge warehouse. I gradually figured out that this entire land was bought by someone for a personal purpose. The graves here were probably left by them intentionally to distract the curious. As I drove close to the door of the warehouse, the door opened again automatically. This made me not happy at all. Since entering here, they have monitored our every move, while we haven't seen their faces yet. I immediately drove into the warehouse. When I went inside, I realized that this warehouse was much bigger than what I saw outside. After running to the middle of the warehouse, I stopped the truck and looked around. The scene here was quite similar to the merchant's warehouse, except there was no terrible smell of rotting meat. Around are many iron cages used to keep animals. After observing for a while, I saw some animals that appeared to be dead. I immediately recognized that one of them was the animals whose souls had entered the two people who attacked us in the hospital. Just like humans, animals can't live without a soul. After waiting a few more minutes, but no one came out to meet us, Big D and I got off the truck and continued to look around. In addition to some dead animals, there are many cages with living animals inside. I immediately spoke up to Big D. "I feel like something is wrong here. Looking at this warehouse, it is certain that we have come to the right place, but why is no one showing up?" Right next to us was the cage of a giant python and a lion. My voice seemed to have caught their attention, and the lion immediately bared its fangs in my direction and roared angrily. Before the strange happenings in this warehouse, Big D also feels insecure. He is always extremely optimistic. Big D told me that if something bad happened, for example, if he is surrounded by a group of people, he will immediately release the animals in the truck and find a way out of the warehouse. As soon as I heard Big D's proposal, I immediately objected. Don't think about such a crazy thing. What will you give back to the foxy if you let them out and don't catch them? Then maybe he'll kill you for real. At my warning, Big D just saw it as a joke. He pointed 2 fingers to his eyes and said, "Come on, kid, don't be so afraid of him. Now go check your surroundings. I'll be here to keep an eye on you." Big D was about to say a few more words to tease me, but he suddenly stopped. A series of consecutive noises made Big D startle. Both of them silently listened attentively. These sounds seemed to be the sounds of animals trapped in cages trying to get out. If they managed to get out simultaneously, it wouldn't be difficult to predict that Big D and I would be killed by them. Big D turned to me and said, "Gregory, did you hear anything? These animals seem to have gone mad. We have to come up with something quickly, or we won't make it in time." To Big D's concern, I just nodded to show that I understood and continued to consider the situation. As I continued to observe the animals being trapped, I realized that they could not get out. They were naturally so agitated because there was some invisible force exerting pressure on them. In the face of danger, instinct tells them to find a way out. At this moment, the large python locked near where I stood, writhed violently, and then lay motionless. I realized that its soul had just come out. I quickly realized that the mage was already in action. He expelled the snake's soul, but I don't know to whom he will put the snake's soul because I feel there is absolutely no person here. Suddenly I was startled and said to Big D, "Damn it, it seems that this witchcraft can even put souls into corpses. I'll go out and check right away." Before I left, I told Big D to search around the warehouse area to find the mage. I knew for sure he wasn't far from here. After telling Big D, I immediately rushed out of the warehouse. I ran towards the nearest graves. At this moment, I noticed a hand sticking out of the ground. Looking at that hand, I dare to confirm that it is the hand of a dead person. Based on the color and degree of decay, this person has been dead for quite a while. After sticking out of the ground, the hand flexed like a snake's head. It constantly wiggled as if it wanted to find a fulcrum to cling to. A few seconds later, the whole arm had come out of the ground. It began to press down to pull up the body still on the ground. By the time I had time to run back, the corpse was already halfway out of the ground. Because he had been dead for a long time, this man's body had rotted in many places. From those rotting places, worms begin to emerge. Along with that extremely terrifying appearance was a terrible stench, making me want to vomit immediately as soon as I smelled it. Soon the corpse had come out of the ground. Instead of straightening up, he was crawling on the ground like a snake. Looks like what I feared has come true. This magic not only controls the living but also controls the dead. Seeing the corpse crawling towards me, I immediately raised my hand to form a seal. I don't want to fight this thing at all. Just seeing it makes me nauseous. I don't want to touch them. Not to mention that his body no longer felt anymore. Hitting them won't do any good. After creating the seal, I immediately launched it at the corpse. But in stark contrast to the initial slowness and clumsiness, the corpse became extremely agile. To my astonishment, he twisted his body away from the attack in the blink of an eye. As soon as he successfully dodged, he didn't stop and immediately charged at me. His dashing speed was so fast that I couldn't form a seal again. Fortunately, I had foreseen this situation, so I brought the demon rope before going out. I immediately grabbed one end of the rope and swung the other end at the corpse. After having the spirit of the snake in it, the corpse becomes extremely active. Once again, he dodged my attack. Without wasting a second, the corpse continued to attack me with its mouth wide open. Fortunately, before the body could attack, I was able to dodge to the side. At the same time, before he could rush over, I finished reciting the incantation to create a magic seal in the palm of my hand. I immediately clamped my fingers and pointed my hand towards the corpse. As soon as I saw my hand movements, the corpse immediately swerved before I could hit it. Constantly hitting the target that didn't hit the target made me extremely uncomfortable. In that moment of neglect, the body was already behind me. I realized that his target right now was my neck. Not letting him achieve his goal so easily, I immediately turned around, using my elbow to attack the corpse. But he was so fast that my attack instantly fell into the air. After dodging my blow, the corpse moved under my feet. When I looked down, he opened his mouth wide, let out a scream, and then rushed up like lightning. I quickly realized his target was my throat. As soon as the corpse charged, I could only instinctively fall backward to dodge. At the same time, I managed to create a seal in the palm of my hand. As soon as the corpse's disgusting mouth was less than an inch away from my throat, I successfully launched my seal in the middle of the corpse's body. As soon as it was hit by my attack, the snake's soul was expelled. The body also followed and collapsed at my feet. The whole body of the corpse is now just a pile of dirt. I guessed that the bones of the corpse had been buried for a long time. It couldn't stand the speed of movement, so it broke. While I couldn't breathe to regain my strength, a series of noises came from behind me. I immediately turned my head to look back and saw that two corpses were now trying to get up behind me. Looks like if I don't find that mage soon, I'll have to fight to the end with these magical beasts. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 9. After slaying the corpse with the snake's soul, I didn't have time to rest. Suddenly behind me, there was a crunching sound of the earth. As soon as I turned around, I discovered two other corpses trying to get out of the grave. Soon they were crawling out of the ground. This time facing me was a bear and a lion. The corpse with the lion's soul was the first to attack me. Looking at the clothes and the guitar it carries as a weapon, I guess this guy was a rock musician or something before he died. This corpse is not as flexible as the one with the snake's soul, but it is many times stronger in terms of strength. As soon as I saw him raise his guitar, I immediately jumped over, just in time to dodge his dangerous attack. But my opponent is not only that grumpy lion, there was also a corpse of a woman in the form of a giant bear. I just escaped from the lion. The bear charged at me. It clasped its hands together and aimed at my head, and if I didn't dodge it, my body would be ripped open by these sharp claws. Pausing for a second, I suddenly realized that I was sandwiched between two extremely dangerous opponents. Honestly, I don't want to fight with opponents like this at all. These people should be resting in peace. With the attack of two opponents, I was forced to defeat them. I suddenly came up with a plan. I stood still, waiting for my two opponents to get really close. As soon as we both hit me, I quickly crouched down. As I had expected, neither of them could keep up with my pace. Their attacks instantly hit each other's heads. Lady Bear was hit in the face by the guitar, causing the bridge of her nose to be broken in two, and the lion was not much better. His face was scratched by claws, and he lost an eye. After being hit by a powerful blow, the two staggered backward. I immediately raised my hand to form a seal, taking the opportunity that they didn't even have time to stand. Dealing with this type of opponent, only the seal is effective, and using fists only makes you lose your life faster. Before the opponent could charge at me, I quickly pushed the seal into their body. The spirits of the bear and the lion immediately escaped. Two bodies quickly fell to the ground at my feet. Right now, I'm really satisfied with myself. In the blink of an eye, it was possible to defeat two heavy and dangerous opponents with almost no effort. While I was still drowning in my satisfaction, Big D's voice rang out. "Gregory, where are you? Save me." Hearing Big D's voiceless scream, I thought that he must have encountered something extremely dangerous, so he had to ask me for help like that. I immediately ran back to the warehouse. As I ran, I blamed myself, having just defeated two opponents, that I was complacent, no longer paying attention to my surroundings. As I ran, I thought that Big D had already encountered that mage while I was out here. When I got to the warehouse door and saw the scene before me, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Right now, Big D is in a cage used to keep animals. Outside is an extremely large white dog that is constantly trying to get inside to attack Big D. This tragic scene is truly a paradox where animals and humans swap places. Looking at the dog, I immediately realized it was the dog of the merchant. I didn't understand why it could chase Big D like that, so I asked, "The dealer is here, right? Where is he?" At my question, Big D suddenly snapped. "How do I know? I didn't see him. All of a sudden, the damn thing ran after me. If you don't want to get rid of it, what are you standing there for?" Just as I was about to answer Big D, a voice came from behind me. "Looking for someone, kid? Do you need a hand?" Accompanying that question was the feeling of something cold pressing against the back of my neck. I immediately recognized the merchant's voice and imagined the black muzzle of the gun in his hand. Still holding the gun to my head, the merchant shouted, "Two damn rats, are you trying to play me? It's not that easy. Now how do you want me to deal with you?" Being threatened by the merchant, I immediately explained, "Calm down, buddy. Let me explain, things are not as you think. We just want to borrow your cart for a bit and then return it right away." But the merchant didn't believe what I just said. He shouted, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I tell you, when you were a kid, I was rolling around in this land. Don't worry, I'll give you a glorious death." As soon as the merchant finished speaking, his two juniors immediately burst into laughter. Looking at the attitude of the merchant and his men, I knew that he would bring me and Big D back to his warehouse. Until then, it's not hard to predict whether we'll be eaten by a tiger or a lion. I immediately winked at Big D, who immediately understood. Big D immediately nodded in response as if to say that both would act at the same time. Suddenly, Big D jumped up and grabbed the bars of the cage he was hiding in. At the same time, Big D also shouted loudly and made a very scary face. The dog watching Big D was suddenly scared like that, then it was extremely scared. It took a few steps back and barked loudly. Big D's action not only surprised the dog, but the merchant also immediately looked in the direction of the cage, not understanding what Big D was going to do. Seizing the opportunity for the merchant to be distracted, I immediately took action. First, I leaned to the side to avoid the muzzle of the gun pointed at my head. The merchant seemed quite surprised by my actions, but it was too late when he understood. Fast as lightning, I used my hand to push the gun pointed at me in the other direction. The other hand immediately sent a heavenly elbow to the middle of the merchant's face. My blow was quite strong. The merchant took a few steps back and knelt on the floor. The blood from his nose did not stop flowing. He shouted, "Those scoundrels, what are you doing standing there? Quickly kill that brat for me." The two juniors seemed to have just woken up when they heard the words of their boss. They started charging at me. Although these two are much taller than me, but their level is not a match for me. Waiting for the first one to approach, I use my shorter height to avoid his punch, followed by a heavenly retaliatory strike in the center of his chest. As soon as he was hit in the middle of the chest, the merchant's junior fell to his knees. Without waiting for him to retreat, I hit my head hard, hitting his chin. The headbutt was so strong that he fell backward, but I was thrown back to the floor because of that. Seeing that, the other guy rushed at me. I had no choice but to attack his crotch. I knew my attack just now was not supposed to be used, but at that time, I had no choice. In an instant, both the merchant and his subordinates were defeated by me. The merchant had a gun in his hand now, and I guess he was thinking whether he should shoot me right here. In the end, the merchant decided that, although solving everything here would be a lot of trouble, his anger made him not care about the consequences anymore. He slowly raised the gun towards me. But just when his finger was on the trigger, there was a loud noise. The merchant looked back, only to see a noise coming from the truck. Feeling that something bad was about to happen, I took the opportunity the merchant wasn't paying attention, rushed to grab his collar, and shouted, "Tell me, what do you put in there? What animals are they?" The answer to my question was a thunderous punch, followed by the merchant's shout, "Of course, those are wild animals, but what do you think, Princess Snow White?" The merchant's punch was so strong, it made my glasses fall off. Since I don't have my glasses, as soon as I look in the direction of the truck, I could see the souls of the animals locked up in the truck rushing towards me. The noise just now was probably the sound of the beasts scrambling to find a way out before the soul was expelled. At this moment, something very surprising happened to me. The merchant also seems to be able to see the spirits of these beasts. The main proof is that he raised his gun to shoot them, which surprised me greatly. After passing through the merchant and me, the spirits of the beasts immediately headed for the door next to the warehouse and quickly disappeared. Looking at the door with my intuition, I could sense a tremendous power behind it. As for the merchant, after seeing the beasts that had been drained of their souls, he immediately changed his mind. He doesn't want to do the math with me anymore. Instead, he immediately called two of his juniors to quickly climb into the truck. As soon as the truck door closed, he immediately stepped on the accelerator to let the truck run without saying another word. The sound of wheels grinding against the barn floor resounded loudly, as if something frightened the merchant. He left in such a hurry that he couldn't wait for his pet dog to return. The only poor dog had to chase the truck, barking while running. After the car disappeared, I turned to stare at the door where the spirits had just disappeared. A few seconds later, the door slowly opened, and I quickly realized a man was standing behind it. The door slowly rose to reveal the face of the person behind. As soon as I saw his face, I was more surprised than when I saw the merchant shooting the souls of the beasts. That person was the silver-haired assassin, the disciple of the magician Wang Saget. But unlike before, his face now had several rather large scars. But most of all, the arrogant smile was no longer on his face. While I was still looking at Saget, Big D came out of the cage, combing his hair, and asked me, "Hey Gregory, isn't this Wang's dog? I thought you finished him off?" Also wondering about this, but one thing that interests me more is the smell coming from Big D. It's really horrible. Receiving no answer from me, Big D turned to Saget and said, "Looks like you found a new owner pretty quickly, not bad for a hound like you." Without showing any anger at Big D's words, Saget slowly approached, took off his hat and said, "You can say whatever you want, you fat bastard." I don't care what you call me, but one thing's for sure, you have a debt to pay for me. Today I will get both principal and interest back. I don't know what this Saget guy is up to, but we just met, and his way of talking reeks of gunpowder." Without warning, Saget immediately rushed towards me and Big D standing. As soon as he saw Saget rushing over, Big D yelled at me to be careful, but soon he also ran away. Seeing this action of Big D, I'm not surprised because I'm so used to it. At this moment, I discovered another thing, which is Sagat's movement speed. I have seen his speed before, but this time I am surprised. His speed is now many times faster than before. The mistake of thinking Saget was the same as before cost me. Before I could raise my fist, he rushed in front of me. Along with that was a punch like heaven. This is the second punch I got in less than 10 minutes. The punch sent my glasses to the ground once more. After receiving Sagat's full blow, my face went numb, but I turned my head to look at him, trying to suppress the pain. As soon as he looked in the direction of Saget, the pain seemed to disappear, replaced by a feeling of shock. I wonder why there are so many surprises today. What surprised me was the spirits of the animals that just got out of the truck. Now they are with Saget, or in other words, he has the power of all three of these animals. But what makes me wonder is that even with 3 animal spirits, he still hasn't lost consciousness like the people I've met before. At first, he raised his hand forward. Looking at the shape of the hand, I could imagine the sharp claws of an eagle. And as it is, the Saget will use the power of the eagle to attack me. This time, I was not as subjective as before. Not letting Saget get close, I actively leaned over to dodge. Normally, I was confident in my speed, but I still couldn't avoid Sagat's attack this time. Immediately the shoulder of my shirt was torn, followed by sharp pain from the severed flesh. Didn't stop for a second after scratching my shoulder and running past me. Saget turned around. Now, he was about to swing his fist at me. Looking at his fist, I felt like a giant rhinoceros was rushing towards me. In the blink of an eye, Sagat's fist came in front of me. Immediately I put my hands together to catch this powerful blow. If I don't catch it in time, I will surely end up in the hospital, where the doctors operate on my face again. I felt the great power of Sagat's punch. I felt like my arm was broken in half before that punch. While not fully feeling the pain, my whole body was thrown backward. While I was being tortured by Saget, the damn fat Big D ran to the end of the warehouse, which was far from the battle. Here Big D is sitting and smoking a cigar. But when he turned his face away and looked back, something surprised Big D. Before Big D could scream, he was hit by my body. Big D himself did not expect that he had already avoided coming here and still couldn't get out. But also, thanks to Big D, I can reduce the impact force when I fall to the ground. Me and Big D were thrown into the iron cage and wooden crate behind. As soon as I got up, I raised my arm to examine it. I thought it broke when I caught Sagat's punch. Looking at my bruised arm as if it had just been run over by a truck, Big D said, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you beat him before? Why let him bully you now?" Suppressing the pain in my arm, I told Big D, "Just imagine being gored by a rhinoceros, and you'll understand how I feel." But that's not all. He also has the souls of eagles and tigers in him. After hearing what I just said, Big D still doesn't seem to believe it. This is impossible. How can a body endure with so many souls in it? Did you get it wrong, Gregory? At this point, the Saget man was in front of me, and I stood up and walked towards him. He didn't take the opportunity that I didn't have time to get up to attack me, from which he could tell that he wanted to play cat and mouse with me. Right now, he is using tiger martial arts to prepare to attack me. I also did not give up. I immediately performed the crane martial arts that the master taught. But completely beyond Sagat's imagination, I had no intention of attacking him. Just as Sagat was about to rush in, I kicked the shoe I was wearing towards him. While Sagat didn't understand what was going on, I continued to kick the other shoe towards him. Because he didn't know what I was planning, Sagat temporarily stood still in place. He just raised his hand to take the shoes, but his eyes continued to follow me. Actually, my purpose was to distract Sagat and retreat to the back. As soon as I stepped back, I pushed Big D forward and said, "Time to show off, Big D, show him what suffering is. Remember not to go easy on him." Hearing what I just said, Big D just froze, unable to say anything. After a few seconds, Big D finally understood my intentions. While pulling out the gun in his body, Big D said, "Damn, I thought you could take out his hand, but unexpectedly, you had to rely on me. Open your eyes and watch me take him down." In the meantime, I bite the tip of my finger and draw a talisman with my blood. I say to Big D, "Try to hold him for a while, don't try to beat him, fighting won't work." Big D nodded at me as if he understood. Then he approached Sagat and shouted, "Damn albino, I'll let you go with your master today so he won't be lonely." While speaking, Big D continuously fired bullets at Sagat, but he was also extremely agile. Big D shot continuously but did not hit a single shot. Big D shot and stepped back to keep distance from Sagat but failed. His speed was so fast that Big D couldn't keep up. Sagat quickly approached Big D. First, he knocked the gun out of Big D's hand. Then a powerful kick sent Big D flying backward, hitting me. Showing great pain, Big D groaned, "Gregory, are you done? I can only hold out this far. Oh my God, it's painful." Holding Big D aside, I immediately rushed towards Sagat. In my hand right now is a talisman made with my own blood. I know that only it can knock the souls of those animals out of Sagat, Big D, and I don't expect to see the sun tomorrow if we can't do that. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 10. Taking advantage of the miserable time Big D created, I used my blood to create a powerful seal. I rushed in front of Sagat at the fastest speed. For me now, this is the hope of turning the tide in the battle with him. He still thinks that my strength is still limited to when he fought with him in Thailand. Without hesitation or evasive intent, he used the Tiger Fist to deal with me. The two opponents, just like that, carried a strong belief in themselves. The two were like two trains rushing towards each other. Right now, no force can stop him and me. As soon as my seal touched Sagat's hand, he immediately jumped in terror. With my yin and yang eyes, I could see the tiger's soul coming out of his body. But Sagat improvised very quickly before the other two souls were blown away by me. He used his other hand with the power of an eagle to attack me. The distance was so close that I couldn't dodge. His attack made a long scratch on my stomach. It's also thanks to this attack that my seal can't work at all. Although somewhat regretful because this opportunity is not easy to come by, there is no other way. Expelling a soul from Sagat's body is considered to have reduced his power somewhat. Sagat's blow was quite strong. It caused me to be thrown backward. Fortunately, my shirt was torn, and my skin was not affected. Seeing me stagger back, Big D immediately rushed to catch me. He was extremely surprised. "What's the matter? Why isn't the blood seal not working? Did you do anything wrong?" Big D's question made me think. This is my first time using a blood seal, so I don't know if it's exactly what I've been taught. While looking at Sagat, I said to Big D, "I don't know. Maybe it's not enough time to interact with that bastard. Maybe it's because I didn't do it right. All I know is that a soul has been ejected from his body. Now I need to do the seal again. As soon as I heard that I would perform the seal again, Big D exclaimed in surprise. What? Do it again? You're not kidding me. I can totally understand this attitude of Big D, because to perform the seal again, Big D will have to hold off Saget for a while. That's like having Big D make a sandbag for Saget to punch and kick. While we were talking to each other, Saget rushed in at an amazing speed. He knew that if he left me free, it would only be a matter of time before I created the seal. He has lost one soul. If he loses the other two, the chance of winning this match is almost zero. But this time, the action of Big D was completely out of my calculations. Without waiting for my suggestion, Big D rushed forward. Kid, hurry up and seal it, or neither of us will have a chance to leave here. Still haven't discussed the proper way to deal with Saget, so I don't want Big D to risk his life. I immediately raised my voice to stop him, but Big D continued to rush forward despite my words. Not giving Saget a chance to approach me, Big D blocked his face. Because of this action, Big D received a full punch with the power of the rhinoceros from Saget. More than anyone, I knew how powerful that punch was, because I was bruised like I was run over by a truck when I blocked that punch. Big D's body immediately flew backward, just like when he was stabbed by Jack with an umbrella. I rushed to catch Big D, but Big D told me to ignore him, quickly create a spell, let him handle Saget. Saget showed great satisfaction. He used the power of the eagle, preparing for the next attack. Even though his body was still shaking from the pain, Big D broke free from my arms and moved forward. Looking straight into Sagat's face, Big D shouted, "Useless kid, is that all you have? Want to come to play with me again? I'll show you what a real fight is." This expression of Big D surprised me, but I quickly understood. If Big D falls here now, he will never be able to set foot in Indonesia again. That means that the wish to help Wen rest in peace cannot be fulfilled. It is this that gives Big D an extraordinary strength. As soon as Big D took a few steps forward, Saget used his claws to scratch a line in front of Big D's chest, but he did not show any pain. To the surprise of Saget and me, Big D delivered a powerful punch to Sagat's face, which I didn't think I could do easily. Saget was even more surprised when he let an opponent as Big D hit him. While Saget was still surprised, Big D rushed to hug him tightly. At the same time, Big D also pushed him back away from me. Initially, Saget also used his hands to remove Big D. Still, then he repeatedly delivered powerful blows to Big D's back. Determined not to let go of his opponent, Big D gritted his teeth and endured the continuous attacks from Saget. At this time, Saget was extremely angry. He did not expect that he could not escape Big D's clinging. The consecutive punches and scratches aimed at Big D's back, pieces of Big D's shirt and skin were scratched, but he continued to push Saget backward. Soon, he was pinned against the wall by Big D. With no other choice, Saget decided to deal with Big D before finding me to deal with. He repeatedly delivered powerful punches to Big D's back, as much anger he poured into punches. The corners of his lips started to bleed, but Big D still didn't let go of Saget. Seeing Big D being beaten like that, I couldn't bear it one bit. But right now, I can't be distracted. The seal I created will be the last hope for both of us. I bit the tip of my finger to draw blood, and after drawing the back of the talisman on my hand, I slowly began to recite the incantation. Now there is no time for me to do it again. A small mistake will cost me and Big D's life. After reading the last word of the incantation, I closed my eyes and waited. A few seconds later, a warmth slowly appeared in my palm. I immediately opened my eyes to see the seal that had just been formed in my hand. Before my eyes, the seal kept emitting a golden aura that made my heart sob unbelievably. I know that in the end, I did the right method, successfully created the strongest seal. I immediately looked at Big D and Saget. I couldn't help but be startled. At this point, Big D seems to have reached his limit, unable to take it anymore. His arms could no longer hold Saget but let go helplessly. Seeing that Saget was about to deliver the finishing blow, I immediately used the fastest speed possible to rush to Big D's rescue. This punch of Saget is the decisive blow to finish Big D, so he maximizes the power of both remaining souls in him. If not stopped in time, Big D losing his life is definitely inevitable. Fortunately, when Sagat's punch just touched Big D's body, my seal also touched Big D's back. Right now, I can only use Big D as a bridge against Saget. The seal worked without wasting my and Big D's efforts. The rhinoceros and eagle spirits were immediately expelled from Saget. Despite putting the seal on Big D's body in time, the power of Sagat's punch was still very strong. It caused Big D's large body to be pushed back. I quickly caught him. Looking at Big D's face, I could see that he was in great pain. One of his hands was clutching his chest. I guessed that he was seriously injured. Seeing the sweat continuously rolling down Big D's forehead, I knew that the pain was tormenting him. Gritting his teeth with a wry smile, Big D said some of his ribs were broken, but Big D considered it a fair price to solve Saget. I helped Big D sit down and walked over to Saget. I saw Sagat's body shaking non-stop as if he was trying to stay on his feet. Unlike others, after the souls of the animals came out, they were in a coma for a short time. Saget can even stand now, proving his mental strength is truly amazing. Looking up at me with helpless eyes, Saget could only say a few words as if everything was going to go on. Everything wasn't over yet. Looking at his appearance now, I can only tell him that, I don't care what happens next, but for you, it's really over, you bastard. Along with my words, I also gained momentum. Then a kick like heaven fell on the neck of Saget. History repeated once again. I definitely did not hold back. I did not want this stubborn guy to stand up again. Through this, I also want to prove to Saget that only strength can bring strength to people. Relying on witchcraft sooner or later will have to pay the price. But it seems that Saget still doesn't understand the message I want to tell him. He tried to reach his arm towards the door as if begging for help from someone. I guess the person behind that door was the one who helped bring the souls of the beasts into Saget, thereby granting him the power he had always yearned for. This I also anticipated because with Sagat's ability, he couldn't perform such a high level of magic. I turned my gaze to the dark door, waiting for the next person to come. But when Saget collapsed completely, the other hidden person still did not appear. Waited a little longer, but no one appeared. I immediately went back to call Big D. Hey, can you still go? I guess the guy pulling the strings is behind the door. I want to check in there. Do you want to go? Without answering me, Big D stood up heavily, one hand clutching his chest. The other, he pulled out a pistol and pointed it toward the door. We both moved forward cautiously. But it seemed that our caution was unnecessary, because we quickly realized that no one was inside as soon as we entered. All that was in this room was a table like the kind used by women to do makeup. There were some things on it, but I couldn't make out what they were because it was so dark. After carefully checking the surroundings, Big D and I confirmed that the person hiding here had left before we entered. Possibly as soon as Saget was defeated, he left. This raises a new question in my mind. Who is he, and what is his purpose? I slowly approached the table used to make up. only now I realized that on the table was a very delicate mask. I immediately picked it up and held it out to Big D. "Hey, this seems to be the guy who hypnotized you before. Do you still remember him?" Holding the mask in his hand, Big D couldn't hide his anger. "How can I forget this damn bastard? If I catch him, I'll let him know." But like me, Big D couldn't figure out who was behind all this. Right now, my phone rang. It turned out that Valentine called me to find out the situation. I said I was fine, only Big D was injured but not seriously. Then I briefly told Valentine what had happened here. When she learned that the mastermind had disappeared, Valentine didn't seem surprised, as if she had already guessed it. Valentine also informed us of an important piece of information, that all those involved in this incident were taken away from the police station by the military. I was warned by Valentine about this, so it's not surprising. Then Valentine and I ended our conversation. Looks like the military was one step ahead of us. All traces, as well as clues, were cleaned up by them. During the conversation, Valentine said that she had used every means possible by law to stop them, but to no avail. This meant it was over for me and Big D, so I pulled Big D out of here. When it's all over, the only person who feels satisfied is Big D. Now, he can go to Indonesia freely without fear of me finding things anymore. As soon as he walked out the door, Big D kept making theories about the mysterious mage. Seeing that, I told Big D not to guess anymore. The most necessary thing right now is to go to the hospital to check the wound. Considering this is over, I don't want to talk about it any further. 2 days later, when the wounds were still not healed, Big D still groans when he exercises, but he has decided to hit the road. I originally wanted Big D to rest more, but knowing that he was too eager to go, I had to listen. Before leaving, Valentine came to see us off at the airport. Seeing our condition, especially Big D, Valentine couldn't help but grumble. "You two are the most stubborn people I've ever met. Look at you guys, tattered like 2 torn shoes." Knowing that these words came from Valentine's concern for me, I just kept silent and said nothing. Big D is the opposite. He says everything will be fine. Then we said goodbye to each other and walked away with our luggage. For this trip, I feel there are too many challenges. Despite knowing the identity of the antique dealer holding the human skin lantern, Indonesia is a vast island nation with thousands of islands. It's not easy to find someone in such a place. I told Big D, "This trip is like finding a needle in the seabed. I think you should prepare yourself for the worst case scenario." Contrary to my anxiety, Big D was extremely optimistic. "Come on, don't be so pessimistic. I've got everything sorted out. We're not even afraid of the trip to Thailand. What are you afraid of this time?" When I heard that Big D had planned in advance, I couldn't help but wonder. Have to remember that this damn fat guy always makes extremely unpredictable decisions at crucial moments. So I cautiously asked Big D about the plan. Big D immediately answered me nonchalantly. "Of course, we go to the merchant to negotiate. I will ask him to sell me the lantern back. If he doesn't sell, you know what to do." Hearing this, I don't know what to say anymore. Big D is still Big D, cannot be changed. Not paying attention to my attitude, Big D started to pull down his eye patch to prepare to sleep. Before going to sleep, Big D did not forget to tell me to wake him up when he arrived. At this moment, my body was so pressed by Big D's massive body that I couldn't breathe. I grumbled to Big D, "Coming on a plane with me is really a disaster. Next time, I will remember to buy another ticket for myself." Finally, the plane took off. It was a long flight. It took 10 hours to fly from San Francisco to Indonesia. After fidgeting in my overcrowded chair for a while, I gradually got used to it and started to fall asleep without knowing it. While I was sleeping, I was woken up by loud noises. At first, I thought the plane had a problem. Thinking about this made me startled awake. But when you listen closely, it's not. It seems that someone is having a health problem, and the flight attendant is trying to help that person. Feeling curious, I leaned over to take a closer look, to see what was going on. At this time, in the middle of the plane, right next to the aisle, a person was having health problems. Looking at the expression on his face, I could see that he was in great pain. The flight attendant was extremely worried, constantly shaking the passenger. Suddenly he let out a loud cry, with both his hands clutching his chest. After the man's cry, many passengers were startled. They began to turn their attention towards the man. Looking at him, everyone guessed that he had a heart attack. Seeing this scene made me feel sorry for the man, but my intuition told me that things weren't what people saw. Instinctively, I reached up and took off my glasses. Just as I feared, what I just saw startled me. I see now a ghost, rather an evil spirit, because only evil spirits seek to harm others. At this moment, the evil spirit was using its arm to squeeze the man's heart. Realizing that the situation was becoming more and more serious, I couldn't hold it anymore. If I didn't intervene quickly, the man would die as inevitable. I immediately wriggled out of my seat and bumped into Big D, who was sleeping. He was annoyed, nagging me all the time. After getting out of my seat, I immediately approached the evil spirit and shouted, "Evil spirit, stop quickly, don't harm innocent people. If your family refuses to let that man go, don't blame me for being cruel." Hearing my scream, not only the people around but even the evil spirit turned to look at me. After a few seconds of bewilderment at the fact that I could see it, the evil spirit regained its original glee. It turned to face me and flashed a ghostly smile. Looking at its body, I realized that like other evil spirits, it was all just a black smoke of illusion. But unlike other evil spirits, it has a heart like that of a living person. The evil spirit that knows that I can see it will certainly prevent it from harming others. It decided to give up on the other man and slowly approached me. When he was 2 rows away from me, his arms suddenly stretched out unnaturally. Of course, this did not surprise me, and it is not difficult to guess when its target was me. Seeing the evil spirit's hand reaching towards me, I immediately prepared to deal with it. At this moment a man came up behind me. He called himself a policeman and started to control me. He didn't want me to cause trouble. This incident was so sudden that I couldn't turn around. It was at that moment that the evil spirit had a chance to attack me. Its hand immediately went to my heart. It slowly thrust its hand into my chest. The first feeling was the cold, as if an ice block was stabbing my chest. Then the indescribable pain. I could only grit my teeth to endure. Seeing the pain on my face, Big D thought that the policeman hurt me because he couldn't see the evil spirit. Without hesitation, Big D immediately threw a powerful punch to the policeman's face. Along with that, Big D did not stop cursing him. Although I escaped the policeman's control, the evil spirit's hand was still squeezing my heart, getting stronger and stronger. My body can't seem to move anymore. If I don't find a solution quickly, my heart will surely be crushed by this evil spirit. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3, Episode 11. After many difficulties, Big D and I finally boarded a plane to Indonesia to search for the lantern containing Wen's soul. But it seems that fate has tied me to the souls of the dead. Not long after boarding the plane, I had my heart squeezed by it because I wanted to stop an evil spirit from harming innocent people. The moment its cold hand grasped my heart, I could feel death like never before. The moment that evil spirit touched my heart, its last moments before dying flashed through my mind. The first image I saw was of an ordinary street in a city I didn't know. Up there, people are walking quite a lot. A man in the appearance of an office worker was walking on it. He was on the phone while walking. Suddenly the phone slipped from the man's hand and fell to the ground. Instead of bending down to pick up the phone, the man raised his hand to hug his chest. His face began to show pain. The pain became more and more intense. The bag also fell from the man's hand. Looking at this man's condition, I could tell that he had a heart attack. This is not uncommon for people with chronic heart disease. Very quickly, the man was knocked down by intense pain. His legs fell. As the situation worsened, the man painfully reached for his briefcase. I guess it contains medicine, because people with heart-related diseases often have to carry medicine with them in case of a situation like this. With his hand shaking violently from the pain, the man struggled through his bag. A few seconds later, a pack of pills was taken out by him, but now he seemed too weak to hold the pack anymore. Feeling that he no longer had the strength to take the pill out of the blister, the man began to seek help from passers-by around. In front of him now was a rather young man. Seeing the condition of the man lying on the ground, he showed a surprised expression. But instead of bending down to help, the young man just stood there and did nothing. After a few seconds of thinking, the young man finally decided to walk away, despite the victim trying to look at him with pleading eyes. He pulled his hat lower and pretended he hadn't seen the poor man. Maybe he's busy or doesn't want to get himself in trouble. A few more short seconds passed, and the pain finally overcame the poor man. In his hand was a blister that had not been taken out yet. The soul of the unfortunate man quickly escaped from the body. It stood silently watching his body lying motionless on the ground. Slowly it raised its head to look at the young man and began to follow him. I realized that the young man was the one who was recently tormented by the evil spirit. What I have just seen proves that this evil spirit is a poor soul. But I don't have time to think about who is right and who is wrong in this. What I care about right now is my life. Suddenly remembering that I often carry a few coins for exorcism, I immediately put my hand in my pocket to search. I quickly found what I wanted. As soon as I caught the coin between my two fingers, I immediately raised my hand, directed at the head of the evil spirit. With no time to hesitate, I immediately threw the coin away. As soon as he saw the coin in my hand, the evil spirit realized that it was a powerful weapon that could hurt it and tilted its head to dodge. But due to the close distance, even if it dodged, my coin still made a big hole in its head. Seeing that, it let go of my heart and took a few steps back. At this point, I also fell to my knees, constantly bringing my hands up to rub my chest and panting. Beside me, Big D and the self-proclaimed policeman were still fighting like two big kids. Although I can't see the evil spirit, Big D can guess that something has just happened through my actions. Still aching in my chest, I could only briefly let Big D understand that an evil spirit was present on the plane, and I was about to subdue it. Pretending to have grasped the situation, Big D said to me, "Okay, quickly deal with that trouble. I will hold this bowl for you." In fact, Big D rarely participates in dealing with evil spirits so far, simply because he can't see them. As for me, after the pain passed, I slowly walked towards the evil spirit. I know that the soul in front of my eyes died a very pitiful way, but that was his fate, cannot cause harm to those who are still alive because of it. I began to say to the evil spirit, "I don't know if you heard what I said, but what you are doing here is wrong. The young man was wrong not to help you, but that doesn't give you the right to kill him." If you give up your resentment, I will help you to be freed. Otherwise, I will have to destroy you." I'm not sure this evil spirit can hear what I just said. Still, as soon as I finished speaking, it immediately rushed towards me with an extremely angry face. Looking at that face, I can only see hatred and desire for revenge. It seems that this evil spirit will definitely not let go of evil thoughts. Looking at the approaching evil spirit, I sighed and said softly, "It seems that this is your choice. In that case, don't blame me for not warning." After the battle with Sagat, I learned many things about seals that I still vaguely understand before remembering what my master taught me. Since then, I have successfully learned how to accumulate power into the seal without much effort. My seal creation time is also much faster than before. The coins that I use when combined with the seals are no longer the same as usual. Their power has been raised to a new level, much stronger. Without even imagining the power of my seal, the evil spirit continued to charge towards me. Waiting for it to come very close, I aimed directly at its head and released the coin. By this time, the evil spirit had sensed danger. I knew for sure that it was deeply regretting confronting me. But it's too late to regret it. As soon as it touches the coin, the evil spirit's body is immediately shattered, turning into a slimy pile that sticks to the ceiling of the plane. Although the evil spirit cannot be seen, its fragments are scattered around and can be seen with the naked eye when it is destroyed. Only then did the passengers realize that I had just destroyed something. They no longer looked at me with eyes as if they were looking at a psychopath while constantly talking to themselves. The policeman also started to look around. He immediately asked Big D what was going on. Big D let go of the policeman and said, "Fucking bull. Next time before you do something, do your research. We just saved the lives of people here." In the end, everything was resolved peacefully. I am very pleased that I could stop the evil spirit in time before anyone was harmed by it. Big D is not so comfortable. He constantly nags about being tortured by the big policeman while defeating the evil spirit. Seeing the remains of the evil spirit gradually turning into black smoke and disappearing, the passengers on the plane began to turn towards me and say words of praise. After listening to me briefly about the situation, the policeman also apologized to me. He did not expect that because of his actions, I almost lost my life. After smilingly thanking all the passengers for their compliments, Big D and I went back to our seats. Nothing unexpected happened for the rest of the flight, and Big D and I also started to have a good night's sleep until the plane landed. After 10 hours, the plane arrived and landed safely. It's not just me who feels tired after a long flight, other passengers too. People started moving away from the plane without paying any more attention to me. Surely those who have experienced long-haul flights will understand how I feel right now. An indescribable feeling of lightness when walking on the ground. It seems that it is no longer my feet. Big D appeared unaffected, perhaps used to such trips. The first thing he did was reset the time for his phone. Big D's relationships are really wide, and it helps us a lot. On this trip too, before leaving, Big D contacted an acquaintance who is doing business in Indonesia, so as soon as we stepped out of the lobby, someone was already waiting there. This guy is Leo, the grandson of the friend Big D contacted earlier. Instead of booking a hotel room for us like a trip to Thailand, Leo offered to take us to his house. Leo said that staying at his house is not inferior to a luxury hotel. People don't have to worry about accommodation. While I was still engrossed in looking at the surroundings, Big D asked Leo about the information he asked Leo to find out. Leo said that he had done everything. As soon as he gets home, he will report back to us all he has collected. After sitting in a taxi for another half hour, Leo took us to a village he introduced as his home. At this point, I understand why Leo is so confident about his home. There are many homestay-style houses here to serve tourists. I was very interested, constantly looking around to see the houses with strange shapes that I saw for the first time. After entering the house, Leo immediately informed us of the information he had gathered. According to Leo, the lantern is in the hands of an antique dealer, also a magician with very high magic. Not only heard, but Leo also said he saw the lantern, but he will also take us there as soon as we are ready. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 12. The information that Leo just provided made us a little less worried, promising a smooth trip. Due to knowing the whereabouts of the lantern, Big D decided to take a day off to get used to the time zone here. What we both need now is a comfortable sleep. Before this proposal of Big D, I could not object, immediately agreed. That evening, Leo prepared a very hearty meal with local specialties. Looking at the appearance and taste, I realized they were quite delicious and not as difficult to eat as I had imagined before. Unfortunately, my taste buds were affected after a long flight, so I couldn't fully enjoy the dish's flavor. Everything was going great until we went to bed, at which point I discovered that Leo's house only had one guest bedroom. This caused me and Big D to sleep in the same bed. Although not too small, Big D's fat body took up more than half of the bed. I turned to Big D and said, "You're such a troublesome fat. I think you should get out on the sofa and experience how I feel." Of course, Big D would never accept my offer. Having been pinched by Big D during the flight, I knew that sharing a bed with this damn fat guy wouldn't be a wise choice. Seeing my displeasure, Big D showed great pleasure. He began to do actions to tease me. After teasing me, Big D finally let me alone, and the two began to fall asleep. But I forgot one thing: this damn fat guy also has a sleeping habit of snoring loudly. In the quiet of the night, people outside the house could also hear Big D snoring. Someone must have experienced it to understand how I feel right now. It's midnight, and I still can't sleep at all. I imagined myself lying next to a tank. We each had a room in the US, so I can't imagine Big D's snoring is so horrible. After a long flight and the time difference, I felt quite tired. I thought I would sleep to regain my strength, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Even though I tried my best to take a nap, it was really impossible. While I was extremely tired and annoyed, the damn fat guy was still able to snore comfortably. The more I look at him, the more annoyed I get. If I had known this in advance, I would have slept on the sofa. Maybe I would have gotten the sleep I wanted by now. Even though I do everything differently, Big D still refuses to be silent. So depressed, I decided to go outside to get some fresh air. If snoring is illegal, I will not hesitate to report Big D immediately. Leaning against the railing, I enjoy the cool night breeze. I have a lot of thoughts in my head right now. Just like that, my anger slowly subsided. I was lost in thought when suddenly I saw something moving in the distance. At first, I thought I was looking at it wrong, but I quickly realized I wasn't wearing my glasses, so it wasn't unusual for me to see them. What I saw were two ghosts moving in the night. From the clothes they were wearing, I could tell that they were the ghosts of the locals. But ghosts like this I rarely encounter. They usually are alone. In the faint light of the new moon at the beginning of the month, two ghosts moving in the night create an extremely ghostly scene. Just like that, the two ghosts silently moved in front of me and stopped. I realized that the place these two ghosts wanted to go was the house right next to Leo's house. After a while standing in front of the house, two ghosts began to enter. Anyway, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get closer to have a look. Usually, when ghosts appear will not bring anything good. As I moved, I was as careful as I could, trying not to make any noise so the two ghosts could notice. As soon as the two ghosts completely disappeared behind the house wall, I quickly ran over there. Due to my experience in fighting ghosts, especially evil spirits, I always keep some exorcism coins on hand at all times. At this time, too, I have coins in my hand. As soon as I discover two ghosts showing signs of wanting to harm innocent people, I will immediately destroy them. After hiding behind the door for a long time to listen but not see anything unusual happening, I decided to lean over to look inside. In the dim light of the moonlight, the room was illuminated by a kind of light that made everything appear blurry. I decided to go inside. Through the living room was a curtained room that looked like a bedroom. I had not met anyone so far. I slowly approached the room. I pulled back the curtains to look inside. Sure enough, this was the bedroom, but there was nothing else in the room except for a single bed. Two people are sleeping on the bed. But when I looked more closely, I noticed something unusual, because even if one is fast asleep, at least one must make a breathing sound. But even though I stood very close, I didn't hear any sound. Another thing that worries me is that the two ghosts from before, after entering the house, I no longer see them. Fearing that these two had been harmed by those ghosts, I decided to get closer to take a look. My current appearance, if anyone saw me, they would definitely think I was a thief. As soon as I approached the bed, I could clearly see the faces of the two people lying on it. Looking at their appearance made me feel surprised. I froze for a few seconds, and at this point, I was beginning to dimly understand everything. On the bed now were not two ordinary people but two corpses. Judging from the state of the corpses, I could guess that they were long dead, but somehow, the body is preserved so well that every part of the body shows no signs of rotting. Now that I understand, the two ghosts that I saw were the ghosts of these two people. I wondered why these two corpses were lying here when suddenly I heard an angry scream behind me. I immediately turned my head to look. I realized a man was rushing towards me. In his hand was a very long knife, the type of knife that the indigenous people often use to cut coconuts and clear the forest when going to the forest. Without saying another word, nor giving me a chance to explain, the man immediately charged at me. I quickly dodged to the side, barely dodging the man's slash. I feel really lucky. If he hadn't shouted and quietly approached, my head would have been split in half like coconut by now. After the initial moments of surprise, I began to regain my composure. The man's attacks no longer bothered me. I kept moving around him, trying to get close. At this moment, a thought flashed in my mind as this man related to the deaths of two corpses lying on the bed. But instead of him being silent as I expected, this man kept shouting. He used Indonesian, so I didn't understand anything. I tried to avoid it and used English to ask what he wanted to say. But it doesn't seem to work. My answer is just dangerous knives. After a while of dodging and repeatedly asking why I was attacked, I started to feel annoyed. I'm sure that the locals here know a little bit of English, so I started to warn the man. I told him that if he refused to stop then force me to defend myself, at that point, it would be inevitable that I would hurt him. Despite my warnings, the man still has no intention of stopping. I had no choice but to defeat him. Aiming at the right moment, I grabbed his knife wrist with one hand, and with the other, I threw a pretty strong blow to his face. But instead of using a punch that could hurt him, I just used my palm to push him away. After my attack, the man was thrown backward. The knife in his hand also fell out. Without giving this man a chance to attack me again, I stepped back and picked up the knife from the ground. The other man thought that I would use that knife to attack him, so he was extremely scared, constantly crawling backward to get away from me. As I was thinking about explaining to this man that I had no malice, I suddenly heard a noise like a crowd was coming. I quickly turned my head to get a better look when a horrifying scene caught my eye. Behind me right now are many people. It seems that the entire village has drawn here. Realizing that the situation was not good, I hurriedly explained. But it seems my words are useless now. Facing me now is a very angry crowd, with all kinds of weapons in their hands, not knowing what I did wrong to end up like this. In my head right now are a series of unanswered questions. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 13. Hello everyone. You see, it seems that everything is going smoothly for me, but there is little trouble. I keep looking and counting non-stop. After an unpleasant flight, I thought I would have some time to rest when I arrived, but it didn't work out. I got caught up in a misunderstanding with some locals. When I saw so many people surrounding me, I immediately raised my hand to ask everyone to calm down. There is one thing that I forgot. It was in my hand that I was holding a very long knife. By the time I realized my mistake, it was too late. Originally, the language barrier had become a huge barrier. Now, I raised the knife to the crowd and raised my voice. This is nothing more than a declaration of war. The natives around me immediately reacted. They accepted the declaration of war. It was not difficult to understand when the people around me started to rush at me. I understand that it's too late to explain it now. In front of my eyes were 3 muscular men, each of whom had extremely angry expressions on their face. Looking into their eyes, I could feel the determination to take my life. Not to the point of having to go bare-handed to deal with these angry people, but I can't use the knife in my hand to hurt anyone. Once there is bloodshed, it will be impossible to resolve this misunderstanding, so I could only resist with great difficulty the dangerous attacks. I don't know if the indigenous people here have learned martial arts. Still, their attacks are very coherent, unlike ordinary farmers. Fortunately, my master taught me martial arts from a young age. Otherwise, I would be a pile of minced meat by now. Avoiding attacks forever is also not a good way. I started attacking to protect myself. If I can't use a knife, I'll use my fist. I continuously launched extremely fast attacks towards those who wanted to get close to me. The knife in my hand now reluctantly became a shield for me to resist the slashes. Another advantage for me is that there are too many people in this room. If it's an empty lot, it's a huge advantage, but here, the more people there are, the more entangled it becomes. Taking advantage of this, I rushed at a guy near me, deliberately knocked him into the crowd behind. Thanks to that, I created a little space for myself. Taking the opportunity that the crowd didn't have time to approach me again, I immediately ran away, my target being the room's window. I knew that I wouldn't be able to hold out much longer with this many opponents if I lingered. As soon as I jumped out of the window, I fell to the ground. Trying to suppress the pain, I got up and continued to run. Once again, the enemy's overwhelming number of people saved me from dying. Seeing me fall, the people behind realized a good opportunity to attack me. They scrambled to climb out of the window. The result was stuck in a block, no one could get out. By the time someone was able to get out of the window, I was already standing up. Temporarily get out of the danger zone. But I know that such luck won't happen again, just fall once again and I'm dead. I must admit that I have never run so fast in my life. At my current speed, I think I can compete in the Olympics. As I ran, I called Big D to help me. But even though I screamed until my throat was hoarse, there was still no movement in the house. By the time I ran into the house, I couldn't hold it anymore. While I was being chased and screaming like an earthquake, this damn fat guy was able to sleep soundly. I threw my feet up high. Then you know what happens next. A kick like heaven hit Big D's round belly, causing him to jump up. The pain caused Big D to immediately wake up. He immediately turned to me and cursed loudly. At this moment, 2 people with knives entered the room. Although Big D was still very angry because of my actions, Big D was also startled when he saw this scene. Hurrying to hug me, Big D asked, "Hey kid, what did you do while I was sleeping? Don't tell me you made fun of that big fat woman's daughter." Suddenly woke up in the night and some people with knives burst into the room. It was understandable that Big D was scared. He kept asking me what had happened. But I don't know what I did wrong. How can I explain it to Big D? I told him that I didn't know what the hell was going on. After a few seconds of panic passed, Big D regained his composure. He then loudly asked who these strangers were and why they attacked us for no reason. Seeing Big D's attitude like that, the people present began to feel a little afraid, because I was already hard to deal with, and now another big guy made them stop. I guess they were calculating whether to rush at us immediately or slowly find another way to control the 2 of us idiots. While everyone did not know what to do, Leo appeared, just standing still looking at each other. It wasn't until now that loud noises could wake him up. As he looked at me, he grumbled that he didn't understand what the 2 of us were doing without sleeping, but he immediately woke up when he saw the angry people standing in his house. Like Big D, he didn't understand what was happening. Still, they were all acquaintances anyway, so Leo immediately ran towards the angry villagers. Running over to him while soothing them, he said that there must be some misunderstanding here. Let's all tell him everything so we can work it out together. Leo used the vernacular to talk to the villagers. I don't understand what he's saying, but I guess he's trying to explain to everyone that we're people from other places. There's a lot we don't know about manners here. At this point, an angry man spoke up, and while he said he pointed his finger at me, judging from Leo's attitude, I seemed to have done something very serious. Seeing Leo's attitude, Big D also had to seriously think about what I did. He approached me and said, "Gregory, it seems the situation is not as simple as I thought. Tell me the truth, what did you do while I was sleeping? There's no way all the villagers would chase you down over such a small matter." While I still don't know how to explain it to Big D, Leo is back. He said that the villagers were angry because they thought I intended to steal the bodies of their loved ones. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be surprised. I don't understand where they got that idea from. Unable to bear the injustice any longer, I loudly explained to Leo, telling him to translate for the villagers to understand. Originally, I entered that house because I saw 2 ghosts in front of the house. I was afraid that those ghosts would harm people in the house, so I followed them. At this moment, I also asked Leo to ask the man who was in the house why there were 2 bodies in his house. I suspect that he has something to do with the deaths of those 2. I thought that after saying this, I would get the support of Big D and Leo, but it's the exact opposite. Now they both looked at me like an idiot. Unable to hold back any longer, I finally turned to Big D to ask what was wrong with what I just said. At this point, Big D understood everything. He put his arm around my shoulder and started saying, "Next time before going to a certain country, you should learn the customs there. We're in Indonesia, kid. Here, it's very common to leave a loved one's body in the house. Nothing weird, you're embarrassing me." Feeling hurt when Big D called me ignorant, I still tried to argue. What's so strange about this custom? The dead must be buried. Why keep it in the house? Big D also had to wince at my stubbornness. He continued to explain to me. It's not that they don't have a funeral, but it's not the time. After the death of a loved one, the body will be left in the house for a while, then a mage will come to take the dead person to the burial place. By this time, I had completely surrendered, saying nothing more. There is not always a chance to face me, so Big D continues to speak. Do you know how expensive it is to hire a mage to lead these people to a burial place? Not everyone prepares enough money when their loved one dies, so they are forced to leave the body of their loved one in the house. When they earn enough money, they will take it to burial. By the way, have you touched those bodies yet? Hearing this, I could only shake my head. After knowing that I hadn't touched the body of the dead, Big D was a little more relaxed. He said that he should leave this matter to him. Approaching Leo, Big D asked him to tell the man that this was just a misunderstanding. Big D also offered to help him with the money to hire a mage as our apology for trespassing on his loved one's resting place. As soon as he heard that Big D would help him hire a mage, the other man immediately changed his attitude, then everyone started to disperse. In the end, everything was resolved smoothly. This time it is true that I have to admit Big D's point of view. To some extent, everything can be solved with money. Time passed dizzyingly fast. Soon, it was morning while I hadn't had time to get enough sleep. Even though I was very tired, I couldn't sleep anymore, so I had to sit up even though I didn't want to. Now, seeing that I was awake, Big D explained more about last night. According to Big D, someone has come here to steal unburied bodies, so when people see strangers approaching the bodies, they are so angry. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 14. After a tiring night, bright dawn is probably the only thing that saves my mood. Wearily pulled Big D up. We both started to eat breakfast. Breakfast was great, but maybe because I was too tired, I didn't feel very good. According to what Leo had learned, the mage we were looking for was a native aboriginal. His village was not far from here. Because it is the area of the indigenous people, they almost do not want outsiders to come to their area. This trip will certainly be difficult. Big D warned me in advance to prepare myself. As for me, I'm not afraid of difficulties. I just ask that I don't have to sleep with Big D anymore. After getting ready, we started to leave the house. Just a few steps out of the door, Big D looked at the house I had trouble with last night. Big D nudged me lightly and said, "Hey kid, it's already started. Hurry up and open your eyes." In front of me at this moment was an extremely strange but equally horrifying scene. In the morning sun, a long line of bodies was walking one after another. The strange thing is that these are all people who have died a long time ago, but all of them were able to walk normally as if they were still alive. Among the walking corpses, I immediately recognized the two bodies I had met last night. And now I could see them clearly. Maybe these are the parents of the man who chased me last night. Suddenly the car horn sounded. It turned out that Leo had been waiting for us in the car all this time. As soon as I got into the car, Big D said to me, "We don't know what difficulties we will encounter this time. Helping the other man bury his parents is a good deed for good luck. Let him try to make money. Never know when the soul of the deceased will truly rest." The car started rolling. Very quickly, the main roads were behind us. In front of us now is a trail leading deep into the forest. On this road, there are many potholes and small rocks scattered everywhere, making it difficult to move. Now I understand why Leo chose an SUV to take us. As we went deeper and deeper into the forest, now the traces of the roads also seemed to disappear. Without Leo, we certainly wouldn't know how to proceed. Passing through a clearing in the woods, we came to a fairly wide path. Suddenly I looked up at the cliff next to the road and couldn't help but be surprised. There seemed to be a lot of people standing on the cliff. Big D also glanced over and explained to me, "Look closely, kid, that's the cemetery of the people here. If you follow the group, you will eventually reach this place." After hearing what Big D said, I immediately fell silent to observe things more closely. The cliff next to the road is divided into many small cells, in which there are quite a few bodies arranged neatly next to each other. Since I had never heard of or seen this, it was very strange to me. Looking at the bodies on the cliff, I guessed that they had been dead for a long time, but the strange thing was that their clothes seemed to be quite new. At this time, Big D continued to speak. He explained that after burying his loved ones here, on major holidays, mages would come here and bring these bodies home. After returning, these bodies will be washed and changed into new clothes. After the holidays, the bodies are brought back here. Hearing what Big D said, I suddenly smiled, knowing how big the world was. Although we know that there are many strange and interesting things out there, if we do not witness it with our own eyes, we cannot believe it is true. The car continued to follow the trail and continued deeper into the forest. I guessed that I had already walked more than 10 miles about the time that passed. At this point, Leo spoke up. He said that it was almost there. From now on, we must listen to everything he said to avoid unnecessary trouble. We walked for about 5 more minutes, then the car stopped. Where we stopped was a craggy cliff. Leo then pointed to the gap in the valley and said that it was the village of the mage we were looking for. There was no road from here, so we had to walk. We took our things and got out of the car. Leo went ahead with a knife to clear everything in the way. He opened a small path for us to follow. As we walked, Leo told us that it was not far away, just going through this patch of forest to reach the other village. For Big D, carrying such a heavy body to walk in the forest is really not a good experience. Many times he slipped. Fortunately, I was able to catch him. While we were moving, suddenly Big D stopped and asked Leo, "Hey kid, according to what you said, the people here live exactly as their ancestors did in the past. Do they still eat humans now?" Hearing Big D's question, I guess he was looking at something on the ground. I immediately approached and realized why Big D was so surprised. On the ground right now is a human skull. Looking at its condition, the victim must have been dead for a long time. Also, from the large cracks on the skull, it is impossible to realize that the victim had an unpleasant death. Contrary to our attitude, Leo just laughed and said, "What's with the two of you being so surprised? It's just a skull. If you like, I'll pick up a few more for you." Hearing what Leo had just said, Big D became more and more worried. He kept complaining about the tribes that still refused to integrate into the civilized world until now. It is not known whether, among such tribes, anyone still keeps the custom of cannibalism. Just like that, Big D kept saying things that I thought were meaningless, and Leo and I just walked away silently, leaving Big D alone. Going a little further, suddenly Big D stopped for the second time. He immediately turned to me and asked, "Gregory, did you see what just flew by? I feel like it's like a dart." Feeling that Big D was too worried, I immediately reassured him. I said that it was probably just some kind of insect. While I was comforting Big D, suddenly a sharp spear came from nowhere, crashed into the tree right next to Big D, startling both of them. At this point, I also have to believe that what just flew past Big D was no ordinary insect. After a few seconds of standing still, looking at the trembling spear beside him, Big D suddenly shouted in surprise. Along with Big D's shout, a second spear also charged. This time it was many times more dangerous than the last time. just a little more, and it went through Big D's head like the way one takes a stick through a watermelon. I reacted immediately, grabbing the spear with one hand and pushing Big D down with the other to dodge. As soon as I grabbed the spear, the rustling sound of branches and leaves could be heard behind me. Without delay, I immediately grabbed Big D and dashed to the side, barely dodging the spears coming towards us. After dodging the dangerous attack, Big D and I immediately hid behind the big trees to avoid turning into two hedgehogs. While I poked my head out of the tree to observe, Big D beside me kept asking in a worried voice what I saw. Leo's voice rang out while we did not know what to do. He told us to stay here and not move. The locals here are just trying to scare away intruders from their territory. Hearing Leo's voice, Big D was no longer worried for his safety, instead of taking on an angry attitude. Big D then shouted, "Damn brat, why didn't you tell me about this in advance? Did you know we were almost dead? Quickly explain to the people here that we came here with no malicious intent, hurry up." After a few seconds of silence, I saw Leo begin to come out of hiding. Leo raised his hands above his head as he walked to show that he had no malicious intentions in coming in. At the same time, he shouted something out loud in the local dialect. After hearing what Leo said, a figure appeared in the distance and started walking towards us. Curious and also worried, I don't know if Leo will have any trouble. I immediately poked my head out of my hiding place to look ahead. The sight before me could not help but make me break out in a cold sweat. In front of us now are several Aboriginal people. Looking at their appearance and attire, I realized it's not much different from what I usually see in dramas. My first impression is that their appearance is quite similar. Everything they use is also extremely primitive and simple. After the Aborigines showed up, Leo shouted for us to come out. He also did not forget to tell us to step out slowly and raise our hands high for the Aboriginal people to see. Since Leo had told us to absolutely do what he said, we immediately slowly stepped out of our hiding place. After Leo explained our purpose in coming to this village, the locals were no longer as hostile as they were at first. However, they remained very vigilant the rest of the way. Just to be sure, Big D still didn't let go of his hand, like he was afraid that when he lowered his hand, dozens of spears around would immediately pierce him. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 15. After a long, uncomfortable journey, we finally reached our destination. But things did not go as smoothly as we initially planned. We were greeted by sharp spears. Soon, we were overpowered by the Aboriginal people and brought back to the village. Big D intentionally signaled to me. Big D whispered to me that as soon as the opportunity came, the two immediately attacked the people escorting us to run away. Feeling quite surprised by what Big D just said, I asked him again, "Aren't you going to give up here? We are already very close to the lantern." But it turned out that Big D had other plans. He planned that after escaping the surveillance of these Aboriginal people, we would find a way to sneak into the village and steal the lantern. As soon as I heard Big D's opinion, I couldn't help but shout, "I know this fat guy always makes unpredictable decisions, but I can't imagine how Big D would develop this method." I said to Big D, "Are you crazy? Did you leave your brain at Leo's house before you left? What were you thinking when you were about to do that, to turn the two of us into hedgehogs?" Seeing Big D's extremely unsightly expression, I knew that the situation was not very good. Still, there was no warning that it would not be possible to negotiate with these Aboriginal people. I persuaded Big D to keep going into the village and meet the mage. If it can't be negotiated, Think about stealing the lantern. At this moment, an unexpected thing happened. One of the Aboriginal people escorting us suddenly stopped. His hands gripped the spear, and began to behave very strangely. The man's whole body was shaking like he was running a fever. His eyes were wide, and he could clearly see the bloodstains inside. While his hands were gripping the spear to keep him steady, his teeth were clenched as if he was fighting against something terrible. Seeing the Aboriginal man's condition, Big D couldn't help but worry. Still not taking his eyes off him, Big D said to me, "Hey Gregory, look what's wrong with that guy. Maybe he's sick and about to have a seizure?" Saying this, Big D suddenly fell silent, then his face turned gray as if he had just thought of something terrible. Not sure where Big D got information about the indigenous peoples of Indonesia still cannibals until now, so every time he thinks about it, he gets scared. Big D turned to me and said, "Hey, did that guy have some horrible contagious disease, and now he's having a temper tantrum? You should think of something else. It's not good to catch the disease from him." Hearing these things, I really don't know how to answer Big D. Raising my hand to do up my glasses, I slowly explained why the man had such a condition to Big D from the moment I met them. My first impression was that these people were all extremely healthy, but I discovered by accident that their bodies seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. In other words, this power is a form of witchcraft. It is this kind of witchcraft that causes these people to suddenly develop terrible pain. Like that, we slowly entered the village, but it was different from what I had seen on TV shows. There was no joyful atmosphere and typical activities of indigenous people. The whole village was filled with gloom and uncomfortable silence. Big D also felt an abnormality here. He asked me, unable to answer Big D's question. I had to tell him, "You'd better ask Leo this one, but you can put your hand down. Why do you have to hold it up like that?" Following what I said, Big D immediately dropped his hand, as if he was only now aware that he had been raising his hand all this time. But Big D's relaxed mood soon dissipated, and after taking a few steps, Big D's face was once again gray when he saw something. At this point, Big D couldn't hold it anymore. He just cried and said to me, "Now, do you believe me? Obviously they cannibals. You need proof, don't you? Look at them, do you believe me?" Feeling a little uneasy, I immediately looked in the direction Big D pointed. It turned out that the thing that scared Big D to his pants was an extinguished bonfire, on which a skeleton was still hanging. At a glance, I could tell that it was the dinner of these Aboriginal people, and of course, it was some animal, not a human bone. Looks like Big D is too obsessed. Just like in horror movies, when Big D was extremely scared, suddenly someone's scream was heard. This seems to have reached the limit of Big D's endurance. He fell to his knees, causing me to run over to catch him. Big D stammered to me, "Did you hear that? Someone just got killed. That's it, it's too late to run now." Looking at Big D right now, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I kept quiet. While holding Big D, who was no longer able to stand, I observed the entire village. Of course, I don't believe these people are cannibals like Big D says, but I noticed something was wrong with this village. It was like a dark force was covering the entire village, causing everyone here to be constantly tormented by disease and pain. Going a little further, a man asked Leo about our purpose in coming here. Leo answered that he was only supposed to lead the way. These people, he pointed at us, wanted to go to the clan witch to ask some important questions. Only now do I know that the indigenous mages in Indonesia are called wizards. Then they took me to a house in the middle of the village. Compared to the size of the surrounding houses, this house can be extremely large. The man stopped and told Leo he would be waiting outside, their wizard waiting for us inside. As I heard what Leo said again, I entered the house thinking, Is it possible that the magic power of the witches here is so strong that it can predict our arrival? After entering the house, I immediately looked around at everything around. In the middle of the house was a red fire stove, on which something was boiling. On either side of the wall were many strange things that I had never seen in my life. It's not hard to see that the wizard we're looking for is the man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the house. He poured a blood-red liquid into a bowl and prepared it for the people around him to drink. On either side of the path, several people were lying on the ground, these people constantly groaning as if they were in extreme pain. These people were the source of the screams that Big D and I had heard before. Among the people lying in the house, I suddenly noticed a man near the door. He seemed to be in the most pain of the people lying here, and after a while of writhing, he couldn't take it anymore and shout. Accompanied by the man's scream, I could see his body begin to take on a terrifying expression. The man's abdomen was constantly expanding, accompanied by abnormal movements inside, like many snakes were trying to get out. Seeing this scene, Big D and Leo couldn't help but be surprised. As for me, it's not the first time I've seen weird things like this. Once you have eyes like mine, you will understand. After moving for a while in the man's stomach, it seemed that the thing inside had found the weakest place. It continuously pushed there to get out. Both Big D and I stared at it, not wanting to see a hole in the man's stomach, but our curiosity still made us want to know what it was. There was a wet sound, like someone poking a water-filled balloon with a needle and causing it to burst. The skin of the man's belly was finally torn, and in front of my eyes were countless strange-shaped snakes. They constantly turned towards the people around them and bared their fangs menacingly. Seeing the horrifying scene unfold before his eyes, Big D couldn't help but scream. Originally, Big D was not a coward. Still, this scene was so horrible, even I didn't expect it to be so serious. I recalled the expression of the man who escorted me here. It seemed that all of these people had been hit by some kind of witchcraft and sooner or later ended up like this poor man. The poor man could only groan a few more and then fell silent. Finally, he stopped breathing. Seeing what he had to go through, I suddenly thought death was the only way out for him. Witnessing everything like us, the wizard just shook his head and sighed. He took a cloth next to him and went to cover it over the poor man's body. After covering the body with a shroud, the wizard began to mutter something in her mouth. I guess he's healing the poor man. It's like me chanting a mantra when I want to save a soul. While the wizard recited the incantation, bloody snakes constantly crawled around, creating an extremely scary scene. One of them got close to where Big D was standing, and he raised his legs to prepare to kick the snake to death. At this moment, the wizard spoke to stop Big D before he could act. Big D lost momentum and couldn't control himself. Big D's whole body fell backward. Fortunately, I was by his side in time to catch him. At this time, Leo in the back explained, according to the wizard, if Big D kicked these snakes to death, it would be considered an insult to the snake god and would end up with the same result as the dead man. Hearing this, Big D couldn't help but shiver in fear. While the three of us were still in shock at what was happening in front of our eyes, another scream rang out. Looking in that direction, I couldn't help but be surprised when I noticed another person with the same expression as the man from earlier. While Big D was feeling extremely bewildered, I was thinking about something else. I don't know how the snake god is in the minds of these people. I don't know if my magic works or not, but I must try it. Even if it doesn't remove the witchcraft in him, it can still help him feel less pain. Thinking that, I immediately put my finger to my mouth and bit hard to make the blood flow. After preparing, I walked over to the man. I quickly drew a talisman on his stomach. The talisman I used is a special charm for suppressing evil spirits. I hope it will work." Fortunately, my talisman worked. As soon as the talisman finished drawing just a few seconds, the movements in the man's stomach stopped. He no longer showed any pain. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 16. Seeing what was happening in front of his eyes, the wizard could not hide his joy. He immediately turned towards us and said something we didn't understand. I turned to Leo to ask what the wizard had said. Just as puzzled as I was, Big D turned to Leo to wait. Leo explaining to us that the wizard was impressed with what I had just done. He said that we were very welcome here and called us warriors from the east. Hearing these words of Leo, it seemed that all fear in Big D's heart had disappeared. He quickly regained his inherent confidence. Big D turned to Leo, asking him to translate for the wizard what he said. Big D wanted to ask if he owned a lantern, and if so, would he like to exchange it for something else. Leo immediately went in front of the wizard and translated verbatim what Big D meant. It seemed that he had not used it for a long time, so it took a long time to think before he let out a voice and said he owned such a lantern. The wizard then described some details of the lantern to Leo. Leo then told Big D everything he had just heard, according to which the wizard had owned this lantern for a long time. He also knew that in that lantern was the soul of a young girl. Upon hearing this, Big D immediately ran to the wizard. He forgot now that every word he said could not be understood by the wizard. But Big D didn't care. He kept saying that he wanted to get the lantern back, and no matter what the price had to be, he would accept it. The man standing next to the wizard saw this and thought Big D was going to be disrespectful. So he pointed the spear at Big D and said the words of warning. With no other choice, Big D had to step back and wait for the wizard's decision. Knowing we had no ill intentions, the wizard took the man's hand and told him to back off. He said something to him that I didn't understand but could guess to remind him of restraint. Then the wizard asked Leo to tell us he wanted to invite us to tea. He promised that at tea time, he would say everything necessary. With no other choice, we followed the wizard's request. It wasn't long before we sat down when a young lady brought us tea. Nothing special to me, but Big D is different. He seems to have forgotten the purpose of coming here. Big D's eyes seemed to be glued to the young girl's slim and toned body. After the young girl left, Big D noticed the tea he had just received from the girl. At first, Big D thought he would drink tea like we usually drink, but that's not the case. What was in the cup was a turquoise liquid. Although its smell is very fragrant, it can't help but make Big D feel hesitant, not knowing whether to drink it or not. Not knowing what to do, Big D immediately turned to me and asked for my opinion. But before Big D could say anything, I raised the cup of tea and began to drink it deliciously. I always want to experience new things, and this is an opportunity that couldn't be better. Behind me, Leo started to explain to Big D what it means to drink tea. According to Leo, this tea is made from a highly hard-to-find herb. It was only for the wizard to receive special guests or to use on special tribe occasions. If the invitee refused to drink, it would anger the wizard and the villagers. Having no other choice, Big D closed his eyes and drank the tea in his hand. I don't understand why Big D has such an unfriendly eye for the Aboriginal people. For my part, I don't feel too much inconvenience here. After enjoying my cup of tea, I turned to Leo to ask the wizard to help me with what was going on with his clan, if I was willing to help in my ability. But different from my wishes, Big D has other thoughts. He wants to quickly get the lantern back and return to America. So as soon as I said my intentions, Big D turned to Leo and said, "Don't listen to this idiot talking nonsense. We can't solve it here, it would be better if you quickly ask where the lantern is." Anyway, Big D is also an acquaintance of Leo, so he has no choice but to follow Big D's words. Leo started asking the wizard about the lantern and how Big D could trade it. But instead of answering Big D's questions, the wizard waved his maid back and said something. After going out for a while, this man came back. In his hand was a scroll of leather. He politely handed it to the wizard and backed out the door. Seeing the wizard's actions, Big D couldn't help but wonder about his answer. Big D turned to Leo and said, "Hey kid, what did he mean by that? Didn't he already make a scroll of the lantern?" Hearing Big D say that, Leo laughed and explained, "No, that scroll was used for taking notes. This wizard wants to ask you two to do him a favor, and when it's done, he'll give you the lantern." Although he did not want to, besides accepting the wizard's proposal, Big D had no other choice. After nodding in agreement to help, Big D asked Leo to ask the wizard what to do. Hearing what Leo had to say again, the wizard was so happy he explained to us what was going on here. According to the wizard, two tribes live together in this forest. The tribe that we are in contact with and the one that worships the snake god, living not far away. Although only two tribes live here, both are enemies of each other. Recently, the snake-worshipping tribe has used witchcraft to enchant the people of this village. The wizard wanted us to go to the snake tribe territory to bring back the antidote. The wizard also further explained that their tribe also tried a lot but failed. Most of the people lying here are unsuccessful antidote people who have been enchanted by the snake tribe. The wizard also said that he was told in a dream by the gods that there would be warriors from the east coming here to help him remove this calamity. Hearing all this, Big D wondered to Leo how the wizard could be so sure we were the people he was referring to. Leo continued to translate for us, which he could not explain, but the wizard was very confident in his thoughts. He also emphasized that if we don't help them, the whole tribe will lie down to die until the last one. Feeling extremely confused, Big D turned to me and asked for my opinion. At Big D's question, I could only smile brightly. In fact, this proposal solves both problems. The first is that I want to stay and help these poor people. The second is that Big D can get the lantern and go back to America. Also, we need to get back an orchid, so I think it will be difficult but not impossible to get them. After learning we agreed, the wizard was very happy. But his smile did not last. After a moment's silence, the wizard began to tell us of the difficulties that awaited us. The first is the people of the snake tribe. They are excellent warriors and bloodthirsty. Next is where the other orchid grows. It is guarded by a giant snake, the symbolic mascot of the snake tribe. It was not easy for us to fight an entire tribe alone, so Big D told the wizard to give us a few days, along with that is to prepare some necessary items for us. At Big D's request, the wizard was quite puzzled. He asked Leo to tell us that the deadline of a few days was not possible. The people who were lying around us at most could only endure 2 more days. This made Big D a little uncomfortable. He once again turned to me for advice. Raising my hand to fix my glasses, I said to Big D, "What are you waiting for? We only have 2 days, we have to hurry up. It's not the first time we've been cornered in situations like this. There are times when it is even more difficult, but we can still get through it. Cheer up, fat man." Immediately the wizard called people in and told them to prepare what we needed. Time was not favorable, so we had to leave immediately. Since no one in the clan could come along, the wizard had to hand the map. Looking at the map could not be more challenging to understand. Big D could only shake his head in disgust. There has never been a time when he did not have faith in what he did like this time. Leo felt a little guilty because he couldn't follow us. He personally carried our luggage onto the prepared boat. Leo told us a few more things to keep in mind in the woods standing on the riverbank. In the end, he didn't forget to wish us luck and come back soon. Just like that, Leo stood and watched our boat until he couldn't see anymore. Surely you are also wondering why this time Big D obediently accepted the heavy rowing task, right? Of course, it's not because he's about to get the lantern battle that makes him feel good. The reason is simply that despite being guided enthusiastically, Big D still cannot read the map, so it was natural that he had to row the boat. Of course, Big D didn't agree. He kept nagging and asked me to row the boat for him. Before Big D's proposal, I could only politely decline. Going a little further, we came across two giant stone statues. This is where the territory of the snake tribe began. We do not know what difficulties await us. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 17. After sailing for nearly half a day, we finally reached the border adjacent to the Snake Tribe territory. Looking at the surroundings made me and Big D a little embarrassed. Anyway, both of us are from the city. The experience of fighting in the jungle is almost non-existent. Welcoming us are two colossal stone snake heads on either side of the river, rowing a boat, Big D looking at them. Looking at the shape of these two statues can't help but make others feel shivers. I guess that aside from worshipping their tribe's mascot, these statues also act as a warning to those who intend to trespass. Looking at them, Big D said to me, "Hey kid, the Aborigines here really know how to exaggerate things. How can there be such a big snake?" I disagree with Big D on this. I have watched science documentaries, so I know well that there are giant snakes. I immediately told Big D about the anaconda pythons living in the jungles of South America. They reach adulthood, grow to more than 10 meters in size, and weigh several hundred kilograms. Hearing these things, Big D couldn't help but be surprised and skeptical. At this point, Big D was starting to be more alert. He turned to me and said, "Damn, with their size, they could swallow both of us in one go." Fortunately, this is not the jungle of South America. Feeling that Big D was a little scared, I spoke to reassure him. Yes, anaconda pythons only live in South America. Here, I am not sure there is such a big thing, so you can rest assured. Just think that the other two statues are only meant to scare the cowards. Like that, Big D continued to control the boat deep into the territory of the snake tribe. Looking at the water, Big D at first simply thought that there was a tree trunk that was swept into the river by the current, but when it moved, he could no longer calm down and shouted, "Hey Gregory, did you see what I just saw? I think something huge is moving under our boat." After hearing what Big D said, I immediately headed towards the bow and started looking around. But I looked around for quite a while, but I still couldn't find anything unusual. I asked Big D again if he was looking at it wrong. But Big D claimed to have seen something, and he could feel its body rubbing against the bottom of the boat. I know Big D often exaggerates the things he says. Still, this time looking at his attitude, I'm also starting to believe there's something underwater. But I've looked around very closely. Nothing is out of the ordinary. The river water is also quite clear. I can't say because of the limited visibility that I can't see it. I immediately said to Big D, "I hope you are mistaken. The situation is not good right now. Don't make things more stressful." To my suspicion, Big D stopped rowing. He turned towards me and confirmed once more what he saw. Not sure if it's a giant snake, but it's definitely huge. While we were still talking to each other, suddenly, the boat was bouncing with great force, like the bottom of the ship had just hit the reef. The impact made me stagger, hard to stand. Big D immediately let go of the oars and poked his head over the side of the boat to observe. By this time, I was really convinced that there was something underwater. Immediately, I ran back to my backpack and prepared my weapon. Fortunately, before leaving, Leo prepared us quite well. He tried his best to get them. Realizing that fighting in the water would be a huge disadvantage, I told Big D to quickly row to the shore. There is less chance of danger. I pulled a jungle knife and a pistol from my backpack, but I've never used a gun, so I had to ask Big D how to use it. Big D immediately yelled at me, because in the past, Big D had instructed me to use a gun in case of an emergency, but I ignored it. After that, Big D guided me through the basic operations to use the gun in my hand. After I finished preparing my weapons, I continued to observe the situation around me. Realizing a reasonably flat land next to the river, I immediately asked Big D to steer the boat towards it. Anyway, it was easier to get ashore there than to land on a bumpy place full of big rocks. Big D has determined the destination. His survival instincts rise. Or the paddle in Big D's hand works no less than the propeller of a high-powered canoe. The boat continued to gallop across the river. When it was about 10 meters from the shore, the boat suddenly stopped as if it had hit a reef. But the truth is not like that. What we encountered was the body of a giant snake. This time I was able to see it clearly. It is not inferior to the size of the anaconda pythons I have ever seen, even more significant. After stopping our boat, the snake immediately dived into the water to hide. The river water is relatively clear, but I can only see its fuzzy shape moving extremely fast under the water. I immediately pointed the gun in my hand towards it and opened fire. But because it was my first time using a gun, I did not control it well. As a result, all the bullets I fired went off target. After several consecutive shots, I continued to look, but the snake was nowhere to be seen. That's when I yelled at Big D. "What are you waiting for without rowing ashore? You want to be this damn reptile's lunch." At this point, Big D seems to have woken up. Rushing over to grab 2 oars, Big D gritted his teeth and began to steer the boat to move it. Because the boat is at rest, Big D has to do his best to get the ship back to its original speed. Noticing that we started to move, the snake didn't hide anymore but actively chased after us. At this point, Big D can face the snake, which makes him even more scared. The boat was moving faster and faster, and soon we were onshore. Without waiting for the boat to come to a complete stop, I threw myself out of the ship. As soon as I landed on the ground, I immediately looked back at the river, in case the snake rushes to attack Big D, who is still sitting on the boat. After making sure the snake didn't immediately jump out of the water, I signaled Big D to get off the boat. Big D quickly gathered his luggage and gave me his hand to pull him ashore. But just when Big D was about to set foot on the shore, the snake suddenly appeared. Looking at my expression, Big D could tell that something terrible had happened. Instinctively, he turned his head to look. Facing Big D right now was a mouth wide open towards him. Seeing this scene could not help but make Big D lose his limbs. He just stood like a statue, unable to move anymore. Big D now can only roll his eyes at the snake rushing towards him. With no other choice, I grabbed Big D's shirt and threw him on the shore, just in time for the snake to come. Just one more second delay, and everything could not be saved anymore. After the snake missed its prey, it continued to follow the momentum and rush forward. Realizing it was in my attack range, I swung the knife in my hand and slashed it towards its head. The sharp jungle knife instantly cut a long, deep line near the snake's head. Twisting a few times in pain, the snake immediately slithered into the water to hide, leaving behind a large patch of grass covered in blood. After waiting a few more seconds, the snake didn't come back, so I went to help Big D get up. The two led each other into the forest. Looking into each other's faces, we still feel that the fear of the other side is still subtle, not completely gone. While helping Big D, I suddenly realized that my foot seemed to be caught in something. At first, I thought it was vines growing on the riverbank, but it tightened more and more, and I felt strange, so I lowered my eyes. Immediately I was startled to discover that the thing wrapped around my leg was not vines but the tail of a giant snake. Looks like this damn snake decided to hunt us down. Before I could react or cry out even a single sound, the snake jerked its tail. Following that, my whole body flew backward. By the time Big D realized the abnormality, it was too late. My whole body was submerged in water. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 18. In just a few short seconds, my whole body was dragged into the water. Through the clear water in front of me, I could see Big D's panicky expression. While calling my name repeatedly, he rummaged through his backpack for his gun. After taking out a shotgun, Big D immediately pointed it into the water and fired. I can hear the sound of bullets moving through the water. I pray that Big D doesn't miss. Otherwise, my body will become a giant beehive. Can't blame Big D at this point either. If he doesn't, my chances of escaping are almost zero. After being dragged into the water, the damn snake quickly grabbed me. Big D's shots continued to shoot into the water, but the wise snake dragged me down quite deep, where the bullets would be blocked by the water, hardly able to hurt it. My whole body now only has the arm holding the knife to move freely. It was not easy to hold my breath underwater, but now my body is being squeezed by this snake. It seemed to know that too, so it didn't rush to attack me but only increased its grip. It became more and more challenging to hold onto the little air I could take in before being dragged into the water. Knowing that if I don't act quickly, I will suffocate in a few tens of seconds. Thinking that, so I used my free arm, swung the knife up, and slashed at the snake's body. Seeing me begin to attack, the snake did not wait any longer. It also began to attack me fiercely. Humans and beasts attacked back and forth a few times, until the last time, aiming for the right opportunity, I slashed hard at the head of the snake. The place I cut is the same slash I cut it last time. I know that the skin of this snake is very thick, and it is also resisted by the force of water. If it weren't for the old wound, it would be difficult to injure this monster. Being injured twice in the same place made the snake appear to be extremely painful. There was no other way. It had to let go of me. The snake immediately released my body and swam away, but it returned less than 3 seconds later. This is its territory, so it won't let go of its prey so quickly. After assessing the situation for a while, I calculated that if I remained in the water, I would not be an opponent for this snake, so I tried to find a way to swim to the surface. But my speed in the water can't be compared to that of a snake. Soon it was right behind me, while I was still quite a distance from the water. The incredible speed of this snake defeated all my efforts. As soon as I was less than a meter away, the snake opened its mouth full of hideous teeth and turned towards me. Fortunately, my body is flexible enough to avoid this attack. If not, indeed, Big D will only have to cut open this monster's stomach to see me again. 1 or 2 more attacks of the snake, but I still dodged it lightly. I took advantage of the opportunity and immediately took back the jungle knife still stuck on the snake's body. When I got the knife back, I didn't forget to press down hard and pull a line, the snake's wound more profound. The blood from its neck covered a wide area, but it still had no intention of giving up. While confronting the snake, I felt a wave coming from behind me. I hesitate to turn my head to look. If now there is another snake, I will surely die. But luck is not so. The water wave just now was caused by Big D. Realizing that there was no way to help me stay on the shore, he jumped down here, holding the familiar shotgun in Big D's hand. As soon as the snake opened its mouth to turn around to attack us, Big D immediately opened fire. A net-like bullet immediately shot towards the snake's head. Not only stopping there, but Big D also did not give the snake a chance. He continuously shot at it mercilessly. At this time, Big D and the gun in his hand formed an awe-inspiring scene. I thought these images could only happen in action movies. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes one day. Although we were underwater, the bullets that were fired were blocked by the water, but with a distance of fewer than 2 meters, the snake never had a chance to escape. Continuous bullets bombarded the snake's body. This was the price for its stubbornness and aggression. By the time Big D stopped firing, the snake was also dead. Its body only jerked up a few times and then slowly sank. Blood from the wounds on its body also began to splatter, staining the vast area of water red. At this point, I couldn't take it anymore, and with Big D, I quickly came to the surface. As soon as I emerged from the water, I greedily took a few long breaths of air. As long as Big D showed up a little later, the one who lost his life wasn't the snake but me. After taking a few more breaths to regain our strength, Big D and I started swimming ashore. By this time, both were exhausted, neither could stand up. The two tried to cling to the grass next to the water's edge to not be swept away by the river water. After the temporary fatigue passed, Big D turned to me and said, "You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I was forced to shoot at you earlier. You know, a little hurt is better than lying in the belly of that hideous reptile." Hearing what Big D just said, I feel pleased. I said that if I put myself in Big D's shoes, I would do the same. So they both looked at each other and smiled. After crawling ashore, I immediately discovered that a fish was clinging to Big D's feet. At first, Big D thought he was injured while jumping into the water, so he didn't notice it. I immediately used the knife in my hand to push the fish off Big D's leg, both startled by its sharp teeth. In addition to the color, its shape is almost similar to the tigerfish in the Amazon River. While I was still paying attention to the fish constantly struggling on the ground, Big D's scream startled me. He told me to look down at the riverbed. I followed suit, and what I saw sent a chill down my spine. On the river now is the corpse of the snake we just killed. I don't understand why it popped up, but it's not the reason I'm terrified. What scared me so much was the fish surrounding the snake's carcass. With sharp teeth, they constantly wormed to tear the snake. I can't imagine what would have happened if we had disembarked a little later. Still not chilled out before the school of fish biting the snake's carcass, once again, Big D and I had to startle in surprise. The calm water surface suddenly rolled. The snake's body was also thrown out of the water. Until the carcass of the snake and the predatory fish fell, it was only then that we realized the new stranger had arrived. It was another snake, this one much bigger than the one we just killed. The appearance of the snake caused the carnivores to flee in panic. Not only do the fish eat meat, but Big D also can't believe his eyes. The snake that we just defeated was already classified as a rare giant. Still, now there was another even bigger one. Looking at the snake in front of me, I can only call it a monster, not a snake anymore. Not wanting to face such a scary thing, I dragged Big D and ran into the forest. I don't know what's in that forest. All I know is that I have to stay away from the river now, as far as possible. So I have a knife in my hand, aiming for the forest gaps to run. While running, I dragged Big D along. At this time, Big D also pointed the gun in his hand towards the new monster and fired. And indeed, the monster's name is well deserved for this snake. The powerful shot of the shotgun could not penetrate the snake's scales. Now I understand why the sorcerer's tribe is so shy when it comes to Snake Clan. Just like that, the two of us ran for our lives in the forest. Every now and then, Big D turns around and fires a shot at the snake to stop it. But it seems that Big D's shots only made this snake angrier. As time went on, the distance between us narrowed. Running for a long time, I immediately felt the space in front of me expand unexpectedly. Feeling like something was wrong, I kept going. By the time I realized what was in front of me, it was too late. Neither I nor Big D could stop. If it was an average time, it wouldn't be challenging to realize that in front of you was a cliff. But being chased closely by the giant snake made my mind dull, no longer aware of anything. The inevitable consequence was that both I and Big D fell from the extremely high cliff. In my head at the time, I just thought that was the end. Everything will probably end here. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 19. While crossing the river to find the snake tribe, Big D and I were chased by a giant snake. We had no choice but to flee into the forest. But bad luck keeps haunting us. While running away from the snake, Big D and I fell off a cliff. While falling, we noticed that this cliff was not very high. Also below is a strange green color. It looks a lot like vines. If that's the case, they will significantly resist our fall. But when we almost reached the bottom of the cliff, both Big D and I suddenly realized that waiting for us was not vines but a herd of snakes. I don't understand why this land has so many snakes. Looking at the snakes crawling below, I can't help but get goosebumps. If it weren't for the snakes, the two of us would have been seriously injured. Before touching the ground, I had time to adjust my posture to be able to land as gently as possible. But Big D is not so lucky. Under my feet right now is a very indescribable feeling. It is as soft as a very soft blanket, cold, and above all the sense of snakes constantly squirming, slithering under the heels of my shoes. I can assure you that this feeling is not pleasant at all. It makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The snakes here are pretty giant when compared to the typical snakes that I often see. But when compared to the two snakes we had just faced, I knew that these snakes had only come out of their eggs not long ago. Although very small, these snakes were highly aggressive. These traits seem to be embedded in their genes. Freshly born, they already have the skills to attack their prey. Facing our intruder, the snakes kept attacking, making me have to dodge hard. Around me, dozens of snakes have been destroyed, but also because of that, other snakes constantly huddled together. It was the smell of blood that attracted them. Before we came here, we expected a situation like this, so I went back to calling Big D. "Hey, where's the snake medicine that I gave you? Hurry up and get rid of these snakes. I can't hold out much longer." But when I saw Big D's condition, I almost couldn't speak anymore. Around Big D right now are dozens of snakes that are constantly crawling on him. Big D wouldn't even dare to move, let alone attack the snakes. But when I saw Big D's condition, I almost couldn't speak anymore. Around Big D right now are dozens of snakes that are constantly crawling on him. Big D wouldn't even dare to move, let alone fight back against the snakes. Still engrossed in fending off the onslaught of snakes, Big D's scream startled me. I immediately turned around, my heart filled with anxiety. The thing I feared the most had finally come. But when I turned around, the scene before me made me not know whether to laugh or cry. It is true that someone was bitten, but not Big D. The one who was bitten was the snake. At this moment, Big D is using all his strength to bite the snake's body. The blood from the snake's body flowed around, creating a rather horror scene. There is one thing that you already know: once your life is in danger, Big D will unleash an incredible power. This time too, Big D no longer kept his original immobilization strategy. Instead, he charged into the snakes with great force. Without any weapons, with only his fat hands, Big D ripped apart countless snakes that were trying to crawl on him. After getting the backpack, Big D only jumped 2 more times to get out of the snake's nest. Having just escaped from the snake's nest, Big D immediately opened his backpack and searched for the snake medicine box. But in times of danger, what is sought is often not found. Big D is the same now. He can't help but be annoyed. Big D swears a few times and tries to remember where he left the potion in the corner. Big D finally found the potion before the situation got worse. Immediately he threw some medicine to me, now trapped in the encirclement of snakes. Without hesitation, I immediately sprinkled the snake medicine powder around. This is a special potion created by the wizard to ward off snakes. Before leaving, he prepared for us in case we needed it. Sure enough, this suit worked. As soon as this powder was sprinkled on me, the snakes under my feet writhed away. It's like I'm pouring boiling water over them. Just like that, I formed a small path to leave the snake's nest without encountering any further obstacles. At this point, Big D has regained his composure. The careless attitude from before is no longer there. Big D feels chills every time he looks back at the snake's nest, so he suggests that the 2 of us leave this place as quickly as possible. Without saying anything more, the 2 of us made our way out of this place. But when I walked a few steps, I realized something was wrong with Big D. I immediately shouted and told Big D to stand still and not move. Acting extremely alarmed, Big D kept asking me what was wrong with him. Big D's situation is indeed dire right now, but I couldn't help but laugh. I said to Big D, "Don't you feel any pain? It's strange, because 2 snakes are biting your ass." Big D's face suddenly turned gray. He reached down and touched his butt, until he felt 2 snakes biting his butt. Big D really believed what I said. He ran away, shouting while running. I panicked and chased after him and shouted, "Hey, are you crazy? Are you running away? Come over here so I can take them off." After I pulled the 2 snakes out of Big D's ass, he suddenly fell to his knees, his body constantly shaking and babbling about how he was going to die in a few minutes. Big D appeared extremely desperate, tears continuously running down his cheeks. He looked up at me with helpless eyes and said, "Goodbye, I can't go with you anymore. Just bury me here and continue to search for the lantern. When possible, bring me back to America to be near Wen. That is my last wish." Big D then told me where he hid his bank card and its password. He also did not forget to tell me to take over the shop and look after it for him. After I memorized my bank card password and where Big D hid his papers, I gently told him, "Okay, I will help you with everything, but it will have to wait at least a few more decades when you really die. These snakes are not poisonous at all." As soon as I heard what I had just said, Big D immediately jumped up. He kept asking me if I was lying or not. Another 5 minutes passed, and Big D was still alive. Now, he really believes what I say. While Big D kept asking me why there are non-venomous snakes in a nest of venomous snakes, I didn't know how to answer when suddenly behind us came the sound of a tree branch breaking. Turning around, we were startled to realize that a giant snake was crawling towards us from the forest. The giant snake immediately rushed towards us as soon as it appeared, until I screamed loudly. Big D seemed to wake up and ran after me. In my mind right now are the sentences that I said to the wildlife trader when I was still in the US. At that time, I also noted that snakes are a fascinating animal. If I knew this day would come, I would never have said that. As for Big D, while running, he cursed loudly. He didn't understand what was wrong with the two of us, that the snakes were constantly clinging to him like that. Although I deliberately ran in a different direction from Big D at first, the purpose was to distract the snake without knowing which target to pursue. But it wasn't long before I realized that Big D had been running close to me again for some unknown time. I turned to shout at Big D, who was running close to me, "Are you crazy? Why are you running this way? Let's separate from each other." But Big D didn't want it either. He also shouted, "You think I'm stupid enough to not understand what you mean? Just turn around, and you'll understand why I ran back here." Following Big D's words, I turned to look behind me. What I saw surprised me, but in the direction Big D ran, another snake was waiting. It drove Big D back in my direction. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 20. Having just escaped from the horrible snake nest, we were chased by two giant snakes. Once again, Big D and I had to run for our lives without knowing how long we would have to run. While running like that, I still had time to see the snake's eyes. I immediately shouted to Big D, "Hey, do you see anything unusual in that snake's eye? It's not normal at all." As I said, Big D also immediately turned around and took a closer look. True to what I saw, the snake's eye that was chasing us was very unusual. It was white and lifeless. Ordinarily, this snake would have been blind. Yet, they can still move very quickly. Seeing these manifestations of the snake, I began to have initial judgments. I immediately said to Big D, "I've been watching these snakes quite closely. It doesn't seem like this is their nature. Someone is manipulating the snakes' minds for their own purposes. Now the only way to awaken the souls of the snakes is to get rid of this clinging." Hearing what I just said, Big D was amazed. Soon, from the original two snakes, we were now surrounded by 4 snakes. Looking into their eyes, I knew they were all controlled. Although I can solve this problem, I have only done it on humans, never tried it with animals. In addition, these snakes are highly aggressive, much more challenging to approach than humans. While surrounded by snakes, Big D and I realized that they seemed to be deliberately forcing us into a trail. Although he did not know where this road led, Big D ran in that direction. Big D moved so fast that I didn't have time to stop him. If it was confirmed that these snakes were being controlled, it wouldn't be challenging to realize that this road was a trap. The snakes deliberately forced us to run here on purpose. But despite my screams, Big D still kept running. With no other choice, I had to run after Big D. There's one thing that confirms my thinking. That is, as soon as the two of us ran this way, the snakes were no longer chasing us hard. After running for a while, we came to an ancient building. At first glance, it looked like an abandoned ancient temple. When running near, Big D shouted happily. He had discovered the door. Without hesitation, Big D rushed into that door. Feeling more and more unstable, I spoke up to stop Big D but failed. Big D said that I was too suspicious. Now getting rid of snakes is the most crucial goal. Everything else comes later. After running through the tunnel, space suddenly opened up before our eyes. When I first ran in, I didn't notice the size of this building, but when I went inside, I noticed how large it was. We both looked around at this strange building, and after observing for a while, Big D was the first to speak up. "Hey, do you have any impressions of this? I don't like the feeling here at all." Having the same feeling as Big D, I answered him. "Me too. Looking at this place reminds me of the stadium of ancient Rome. I wonder who could build such a prominent structure in the forest." Being in the profession, at first glance, Big D can also guess that out of the 4 doors here, only one can escape. Big D immediately said to me, "In terms of feng shui, you are better than me. You quickly calculate which door is the door of birth. Quickly find it and get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore." Exactly, feng shui is not my strong point. Although I was taught by my master, I ignored it. What I'm interested in is dealing with spirits. So now, looking at the doors in front of me makes me a little confused. Looking at me struggling forever, I still can't find birth. Big D next to me started to feel impatient. He kept nagging at me. "Hey kid, it's not like my senior brother didn't teach you feng shui. Why is there only one door that I can't find? At the end, which door is it? Hurry up, the snakes are here." After a while of calculating, I realized the layout of feng shui here is beyond my understanding. Without wasting any more time, I had to close my eyes and choose a door to escape. Seeing me act so recklessly, Big D also had no choice but to run after me. But I had only run less than 10 steps. I had to stop. Big D in the back did not anticipate this and crashed into my back. Still angry because of the feng shui incident, now it crashed into my back, making Big D's nose almost flatten. He immediately grumbled, "Damn, it hurts. What's wrong with you today? It's not like your usual self at all." And this is the reason why I stopped so suddenly. Right at the door that I chose, a snake was slowly crawling out. Fortunately, it crawled early. If a little later when we were inside the door, with the doorway's narrowness, I don't know how Big D and I can avoid the snake's attack. Although the first choice was unlucky, but it also means that the probability of the next door will increase. Big D understands this and takes action immediately. This time, he didn't let me choose anymore, but he chose the door for himself and rushed towards it. But luck seems to be the only thing we don't have today. The door that Big D has just chosen also has a snake slowly crawling out. Very quickly, the 2 snakes approached, cornering us in the middle of the arena. As I stepped back from Big D and asked me what to do to deal with this situation, I honestly didn't know how to answer Big D anymore. At this point, the only way left is to end the domination that controls the snakes. I immediately told Big D my plan. "Now help me buy some time. I will use cinnabar to form a magic circle, thereby cutting off the control of the snakes." There was no other possible solution, so Big D immediately agreed with my opinion. Picking up the bag in Big D's hand, I searched for the box containing the cinnabar but couldn't find it, so I asked Big D if he had forgotten to bring it. Hearing my question, Big D showed a proud smile and said, "You really are out of date. Did you forget that I am a master at making magical tools? I've improved the canister into a spray bottle. Let's try it out." Admittedly, the magic items that Big D made and improved are very effective and work exceptionally well. Since meeting Big D, there have been many complex cases, but we can still get through thanks to such things. This time, Big D's cinnabar spray works very effectively, faster, and more conveniently than sprinkling powder many times. While I tried to complete the magic circle as quickly as possible, Big D did not hesitate to approach the snake. After a few shakes, Big D easily dodged the snake's attack and prepared to attack again. Although knowing that the skin of this snake is extremely thick, the shotgun bullets, if not close enough, Can't do anything to it, but Big D still tried to cut the snake. His goal is not to hurt the snake but to make it pay attention to him. Because of this action, the snake became more aggressive. While dodging its head to avoid Big D's next slash, the snake used its tail to swat towards Big D. Big D's body was thrown like a ball. Fortunately, I caught him in time. Body aching, Big D raised his grimace to me to inquire about the state of the magic circle I was drawing. I immediately comforted Big D. Thanks to him, I completed the circle, now just waiting for the snakes to come to see if my calculation is correct or not. At this point in the arena area, there are not only 2 snakes but 4 snakes. Me and Big D immediately retreated inside the magic circle I had just finished drawing. This moment is really thrilling. Neither Big D nor I are sure if this measure will work or not. If we fail, what we both lose in this bet is our lives. To the snakes, this cinnabar circle did not frighten them. All 4 snakes slowly approached us. They seemed to be enjoying the satisfaction of finishing off their prey. Realizing that the time had come, I immediately put 2 fingers together and recited the incantation. Immediately, a seal was created by me. Since my confrontation with Sagat, I have made significant progress in mastering the seal, so now it only takes me a few seconds to complete what used to take me a minute. Immediately the seal took effect. A golden circle covered the heads of the 4 snakes. Success or failure can only be tried once. If we fail, there will be no chance for us to do it again, even just once. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 21. In the process of fleeing from the snake's pursuit, Big D and I were cornered in an ancient arena in the forest. Here, we are surrounded by snakes, unable to escape or defeat the snakes in our current situation. The only way left was to use my magic to cut off the snake's control. That's why I drew a magic circle and lured the snakes in to carry out my plan. At this moment, a bright golden light appeared in front of my eyes. The snakes were also immediately affected. They all froze as if petrified. As a beginner, I'm not sure if this will work or not, because up until now, I've only cast magic on humans and never once applied it to animals. But as soon as they were exposed to the magical light I created, the snakes reacted. They fell one by one at almost the same time. This is a sign that my magic has worked. A few seconds later, one of the 4 snakes began to wiggle and raise its head, and both I and Big D were very excited to observe its expression. Looking into the snake's eyes, I noticed that it was no longer as white as before but returned to normal. The snake kept looking around. I'm sure if I could speak, it would say, "Why the hell am I here?" What is happening has confirmed that the snake is no longer under control, but now, Big D and I have another worry. I don't know what these snakes will do next after returning to normal. The possibility that they will continue to attack us is very high. If that happens, my and Big D's lives here will be considered as an end. But this time, the goddess of fortune smiled upon us. After looking around for a while, the snakes left one by one, slithering gently to the doors from which they had crawled. Breathe a sigh of relief. At this point, all worries really disappear. I immediately turned to Big D to get the map from my backpack. I want to know where to continue. I don't want to stay in this arena anymore. While being chased by the snakes, the 2 of us ran around in the forest, and at this point, we really didn't know where we were anymore. Looking at the map is not much better. Most still have to guess their location. After studying the map for a while, Big D and I agreed to go east, because that's the most likely direction we can see on the map. If we were outside, it wouldn't be hard for us to see which way is east, but now both are in the arena, the surrounding is obscured, so temporarily don't know which direction east is. Big D then pointed at the entrance and said that it was east. But just a few words, Big D suddenly fell silent, followed by his face turning gray as if he had just seen something terrible. I was staring at the map, suddenly seeing Big D silent, so I was surprised. After looking up at the direction Big D was pointing at, I immediately understood why he was so scared. At this time, on the stone steps of the arena, a series of silhouettes appeared. Looking at their appearance and weapons, it is not difficult to recognize that this is a member of the snake tribe. I don't know how many people are surrounding us in total. I can only see close to 10 people in the arena. I guess that after they failed to control the snakes to attack us, these people came out directly to finish the work that the snakes left behind. The people surrounding us were highly fierce. As soon as they appeared, they shouted extraordinary voices. At first, when I first heard it, I thought it was the sound of some animal. As soon as the screams stopped, a series of sharp spears rushed towards us. Big D and I are now standing in the middle of the empty arena, with absolutely nowhere to hide. This makes our situation even more dangerous. Other than jumping backward, we have no other way to avoid the spears. While jumping backward, barely dodging a few spears that lunged at him, before he could even stand, another spear rushed forward. This time its launcher made a precise calculation. The spear aimed straight at my head as the target. Fortunately, my reflexes were also good, so I caught the spear in time, just when it was less than an inch from my head. Big D's side wasn't so good. Not one but 5 or 6 spears were thrown at him. Knowing that he has no way to dodge, Big D only has to raise his hand to cover the weak spots on his body. The purpose is to reduce the damage to the lowest level. Of course, I can't just watch Big D gets injured, spear in hand. I immediately used it to fend off the spears rushing at Big D. If only I had acted a little slower, Big D would have become a reluctant hedgehog. I know full well that it's not an excellent way to dodge. Sooner or later, I will be defeated by these dangerous spears. I shouted to Big D to find a way out and stop the spears. Big D also immediately cooperated with me. While running to find the exit, Big D said to me, "Be careful, kid, I'll go upstairs. Follow me, don't let them turn me into a hedgehog." While dodging the spears, the two of us successfully ran up to the second floor of the arena. I don't understand why Big D brought me up here, but now there's no time to ask Big D. I only know how to cover the back and run after Big D. At this point, the distance between us and the fierce aborigines has narrowed very close. Found it no longer possible to launch spears at us. The guys present on the second floor immediately approached us to attack from close range. Big D knows well if we let these dangerous aborigines get close, the possibility of winning a duel with them was almost impossible. Big D immediately pulled out his self-defense pistol and started shooting at the first movers. Although it is possible to defeat these people immediately, Big D does not do that. He just fired warning shots to get these guys to back off. I understand entirely why Big D did that. Once the blood has been spilled, the only way is to take blood to pay the blood debt. After looking around, I understood why Big D chose to run up here, because a rope ladder leads to the upper floor. Without hesitation, I immediately climbed ahead. Big D followed me. Knowing the power of the gun in Big D's hand, the locals did not dare to get too close, but they were also determined not to let us go. They still followed but tried to keep a safe distance. As soon as Big D climbed off the rope ladder, I used the spear in my hand to cut the rope ladder. The place we just climbed up was the third floor of the arena. At this time, Big D discovered a new problem. After cutting off the tails of the ferocious aboriginals, I began to look around. My feeling right now is the same as Big D's. Both of us feel that running up here was a mistake, but now there is no chance to save us anymore. It turned out that behind the wall of the arena was a steep, deep cliff. It can be seen that there is a dense forest next to this cliff. We have determined this direction on the map, but we still do not know how to cross this ravine over 10 meters wide. Looking down at the ravine, I asked Big D, "Is there any mistake here? Why does the map point to a dead end like this?" Looking down at the bottom of the cliff, Big D was similarly skeptical. Still, Big D insisted that the only direction was to cross this ravine according to the map. After taking his eyes off the cliff, Big D turned his gaze to the forest in front of him and said to me, "Damn it, why isn't this abyss on the map? It's terrible this time. Unless you know how to fly, there's the only way back down." While Big D and I were still not sure what to do, some of the Snake Clan climbed the wall we were standing on. This means that going back to the bottom is not possible. As time went on, the Aboriginal people drew closer to us. Looking at them, I understood that if I didn't find a way quickly, we have no choice but to fight to the death. At this moment, Big D suddenly shouted. He said that he had found a way to solve the problem. I immediately looked in the direction Big D was pointing and saw two wooden poles, like flagpoles, not far from us. Looking at the two rather tall wooden pillars, I immediately understood Big D's intentions. Not sure about this plan, but at this point, basically, the two of us don't have a choice. Every opportunity must be made the most of. Without saying another word to each other, Big D and I rushed towards the two pillars. Behind us, the locals were still in close pursuit. Turning to look at the Aboriginal people chasing me behind, I shouted to Big D, "Aren't you afraid of heights? Are you sure you can climb that pillar?" At this moment, a spear flew past my head. It lightly touched Big D's ear, startling him. Of course, Big D didn't need to answer. I guessed his answer too. Soon we were running to the foot of the two pillars. Big D immediately raised his eyes to look. Needless to say, I know that right now, Big D's head is having a decisive ideological struggle. One side is life's greatest fear, the other is life-threatening extreme danger. Although he didn't want to, Big D had no other choice right now. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 22. Looking at the height of the wooden pole, Big D couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Initially, this abyss was already bottomless. Now having to climb up a lonely wooden pole next to the cliff, Big D's fear is understandable. But with no other choice, Big D began to speak of his plan. Accordingly, the two of us will climb to the top of this wooden pole, then try to make it fall towards the forest. According to Big D's calculations, these two columns can completely cross the edge of the cliff. From there, we will use these two wooden stakes to form two bridges to the other side of the ravine. Seeing that I was still undecided, Big D jumped on a pole and started climbing. At this moment, a series of spears continuously rushed towards us, leaving me with no choice but to do as Big D said. As I climbed up, I said to Big D, "Did you calculate something wrong? I see this pillar is only about 8 meters high at most. How can it cross the edge of the cliff?" To my question, Big D still insists that everything will be fine. Honestly, I have never seen Big D so sure, so I don't say anything more, apart from money-related things. We were soon at the top of the wooden pole, and I turned to Big D, waiting to see what he was up to next. Showing great confidence, Big D said to me, "Now we will shake this pole until it falls. But remember, how to make the pillar fall toward the edge. Otherwise, to fall back into the arena will guarantee death. We had a clear plan in place, so we immediately took action. Both of us started to sway their bodies to move the pole. At first, when the new pole swayed, it was still easy to control, until the amplitude of the oscillation becomes larger and larger, it is almost out of control. Realizing that the rope at the base of the pole was breaking, Big D and I both understood that the time had come. Both of us shrank hard to make the pillar entirely fall. At this moment, all calculations became superfluous. I completely surrendered my fate to luck. And indeed, once again, the god of fortune smiled upon us. Just as Big D had predicted, the wooden pole barely touched the other side of the ravine. But there is one thing that Big D cannot measure, which is the elastic force of the tree when it hits the ground. In an instant, we two idiots were flung into the air. Thrown by the force of the tree, the two of us were like two cannonballs, straight into the big trees on the side of the forest next to the ravine. Come to think of it, I can't help but break out in a cold sweat. Somehow we were able to splash towards the forest, instead of bouncing back and falling straight into the cliff. While falling through the dense foliage of a large tree, I tried my best to grab a branch in the hope of stopping it, but the falling speed was too great for me to do so. Not only could I not stop, but I also collided with a large tree branch. The impact was so strong that my whole body was numb, so painful that I could no longer scream. But things didn't stop there. After the collision, like heaven, I continued to have an uncomfortable grounding phase. I don't know how many men have experienced the same feeling like me right now, but I am sure that no one will want to experience it again. My whole body is like a sack of potatoes falling to the ground. All my senses at this moment are like being wholly paralyzed by pain. Tears flow uncontrollably. My only question is where Big D is, if he is luckier than me. Very quickly, I had an answer on the status of Big D. It seemed that things weren't bad enough yet, so Big D came along and finished the tragedy for me. I don't understand when he was shot towards the trees. Did Big D do anything to change the direction of the fall? But now he rushed straight to where I was lying. If it's normal, I can stand up to catch Big D, or at least I could roll to the side to dodge, but right now, I was utterly powerless. The first feeling when Big D landed on me was the excruciating pain. Every organ in my body felt like it was about to burst. The pain that had not subsided before was now multiplied. Immediately after the impact, Big D's body didn't seem to be in any pain. He immediately jumped up and checked all over his body. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Big D bent down and saw my pitiful appearance. Big D hurriedly helped me up and kept asking me if I was hurt anywhere. At this moment, although my whole body is still numb, I still smile at Big D. Indeed, we two idiots must have been extremely lucky, or else we would both have lost our lives in that horrible jump. The two talked to each other a few more sentences. Suddenly I looked ahead. The scene in front of me couldn't help but surprise me, so I called Big D. "Oh my God, look ahead. Am I dizzy seeing a tree full of orchids like that?" Also surprised by my discovery, Big D immediately turned his head to look in the direction I pointed. Neither of them told anyone, and both ran to the tree. Looking at the brightly blooming flowers clinging to the old tree trunks, I don't understand why the wizard called it orchid, because looking back and forth, I still see it as more of a kind of vine. Big D had a different opinion than me. He was so happy that he cried. Finally, after many difficulties and dangers, we have reached our destination. To be sure, Big D and I took out the map and compared the flowers in front of us with the flower drawn on the map. Of course, they are precisely the same. After the excitement passed, Big D pulled out a bag. He is the happiest person right now. and Big D eagerly tells me, "Come on, Gregory, hurry up and pick some flowers and come back. I can't wait any longer, finish the job quickly and get out of here. We will return to America immediately once we get the lantern." Maybe the excitement has blinded Big D's thoughts. He can't think of anything but the lantern. Luckily I was still by my side, and I immediately pulled Big D back before he could approach the tree. I was about to ask a question when Big D saw me pull down my glasses, and at this point, it seems that Big D has understood the problem. From the moment I came here, I felt something was wrong. After checking with my yin-yang eyes, I got my initial impressions of this place. Around the tree were many souls of the dead. Seeing that, I immediately said to Big D, "Don't rush. Since we've come this far, we should be a little more cautious. Don't you find it strange that an important place like this is left unguarded?" My question made Big D pause. He started asking me about what I was seeing. I immediately told Big D about the ghostly scene I was seeing. Accordingly, around the old tree trunk, there are many souls of the dead surrounding. It seems that these souls are attached to the body of the orchid used as an antidote. But those are the things Big D doesn't see. I continue to show Big D the apparent things he just overlooked. That is a lot of human skeletons lying under the tree. At this time, when looking directly at the tree, Big D accepts the fact that this place is not as simple as he initially thought. Looking at a series of white skeletons lying under a tree, I cannot count how many people have died here. Although they do not know the customs of worshipping the gods of the indigenous people here, but I can be sure that these people were brought here to be sacrificed. Perhaps because of this point, Big D has always had an unfriendly attitude towards the Aboriginal people. At this moment, I suddenly had an idea. I immediately told Big D my guess. "Hey Big D, I suddenly think of the wooden poles we used to get here. I suspect that they were used to bring people in need of sacrifice here. What do you think about this?" At first, Big D also agreed with my argument, but then he doubted this hypothesis. "I don't agree. If those people are thrown here, why don't they try to run away but go near the tree to die?" Hearing what Big D just said, I also continue to defend my opinion. Of course, these people have been chosen, so they will voluntarily go to the stump. There is another possibility that something will come to catch the unfortunate people and bring them to the tree. To prove my point, I repeat what the wizard told us before we left. Have you forgotten? There is also a giant snake guarding this place. I haven't seen it since we got here, so it's likely lurking somewhere. Just a little slip, and we'll be swallowed up by it. After hearing what I just said, Big D seemed to get agitated. He pulled out his shotgun and pointed it at the tree. Seeing the gun in Big D's hand, I continued to remind him of another problem. "Come on, I think with that gun, what can I do to snakes? Before that, wasn't it pretty useless in exterminating snakes?" Seemingly ignoring what I just said, Big D continued to point the gun towards the tree and shouted, "Stupid reptile, get out here for me. If you don't come out, I will burn this tree. See if you still have a place to hide?" When I heard Big D's threats, I felt a little ridiculous. If these snakes could understand human language, I could have persuaded them not to pursue us long ago. I was about to tease Big D when I suddenly stopped. From the wind, a strong fishy smell like the smell of blood spread. Then a giant snake appeared. I don't know if it heard Big D's threats or sniffed us and showed up. All I know is that, compared to this snake, the snakes that chased after us were like immature children. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3, Episode 23. In the process of fleeing the pursuit of the snake tribe, we accidentally came to their sacred land. where there are orchids used to break the scary curse. It was here that we encountered the fearsome gatekeeper of the snake tribe. It is a giant snake. It is clear that this snake has lived a long time and rarely moves. The evidence is that each layer of moss is still clinging to its body. Tired of being chased by snakes, I decided to stay and fight the snake this time. Because getting to this place isn't easy, if I run away now, I do not know how far I will be chased by this snake. At that time, whether to return to this place or not was still a tricky question to answer. Beside me, Big D also seemed to understand my thoughts. He asked if I had any plans. Indeed, until now, I have no plans at all, because with my yin-yang eyes, I discovered that this snake is entirely different from the snakes we have faced up to now. On the snake's head, I saw a human soul. It is not difficult to guess that the people of the snake tribe sealed the soul of the person into the body of the snake. It is this soul that actually controls the body of the snake. I also guess that this is what makes this snake so large and live so long. After telling Big D what he saw, he was just like me at first, in that he was pretty surprised by this. Although the opponent this time was extremely dangerous, I had basically grasped the crux of the matter. Defeating this type of opponent is not difficult. Just expel the soul of the manipulator, the snake will automatically be defeated. The problem now is that I need some time to prepare some things. After putting everything together in my head, I turned to Big D to tell him my plan. It's time to move on. Now you will lure the snake into the forest so that I can prepare a formation to banish the controller's soul. Knowing that I would suggest the same, Big D immediately replied, "Hey, are you overestimating me? I might lose my life by playing with this snake before you get everything ready." Despite saying that out loud, but more than anyone else, Big D understands that at this moment, this is the only way possible. So, without hesitation, Big D raised his gun and fired consecutively at the snake. He shot and reminded me to finish everything soon because he wouldn't be able to hold out for long with this gun. Previous encounters with snakes have proven that the bullets from the pistol have absolutely no effect on these snakes. Right now, Big D just wishes he had a 50 cal gun. Then he will not hesitate to give the snake in front of him a whole box of ammo. ABC. Soon he was driving the snake crazy, which stopped paying attention to me and was focused entirely on Big D. Like that, Big D lured the snake away from the tree. When the snake started to accelerate, it was also when Big D ran away. I took advantage of this rare time and immediately took out the talismans and placed them on the ground. Thinking that everything could go smoothly as planned, I no longer paid much attention to my surroundings. Until a horrible fishy smell hit my nose and the continuous noises behind my back caught my attention. When I turned around, I couldn't help but be startled by a blood-red mouth and sharp teeth coming towards me. It took almost 2 seconds for me to realize what was in front of me. I immediately jumped to the side, barely dodging the deadly bite from the snake. Unable to hold back, I yelled, "Damn fat, what the hell are you doing? I told you to lure the snake away from me, but I didn't say you led it towards me." At this time, Big D was still running around in the forest until he heard my scream. He turned his head in surprise. When he looked behind him and did not see the snake anymore, Big D was also quite surprised with this result. Only now did he know that while he was running away, the snake had turned its target on me without his knowledge. Just like Big D, I don't quite understand what's going on either. Apparently, the snake chased Big D into the forest. Why is it appearing in my place now? Starting to look around, I suddenly realized that the main problem was in the old tree trunk behind me. Maybe the reason is that the snake is the guard animal, so it won't be able to get too far from this tree. To confirm my guess, I started to lure the snake to follow me. There were a few times when I tried to lure it into the forest, but only about 50 meters from the tree, the snake stopped again. It stopped chasing me and went back near the tree. I started to develop a plan. I immediately called Big D to come close to me. Deliberately following the zigzag path to hinder the snake's pursuit, I took the opportunity to climb up the old tree trunk. Since the entire trunk is full of orchids, climbing is also easier. While moving, I deliberately picked some orchids on the trunk. This seemed to make the snake even angrier. It immediately opened its mouth wide and rushed towards me. From the moment I held the orchids in my hand, the snake chased me more frantically, confirming my thoughts. I used the vines on the old tree to move, and at the same time, I called Big D and threw the orchids in my hand at him. Indeed, this snake only chases orchids, and those who want to come close to snatch these orchids only. As soon as I threw out the orchids in my hand, the snake immediately opened its mouth as if it wanted to grab the orchids flying in the air. But the action of the snake was a step behind. When it closed its mouth, Big D caught a bunch of orchids that I threw. Immediately, the snake ignored me and focused all of its attention on Big D. Everything then turned out exactly as I had predicted. The snake now immediately considers Big D as the only target of pursuit. Without hesitating for another second, I immediately took out the charms to get to work. The method that I am working on is to open a portal connecting the earthly to the underworld. Although I've seen my master use this method a few times, I've never used it myself. Every time I want to send a soul to the underworld, I use a small clay pot. Since I didn't know if I could succeed with this method, I acted with extreme caution. My failure now will cost Big D's life, and next will be me. Although this method is quite a time-consuming to prepare, but it has the advantage of being able to send many souls to the underworld at the same time, instead of just sending a soul like my usual method of using earthen pots. Another advantage is that I can go anywhere with just a bunch of charms instead of carrying a clay pot with me. After arranging the talismans neatly, I looked them over again to ensure I had done the correct method. Next, I pulled out a peach wooden sword. Here's another Big D creation, a retractable sword. Thanks to this, I could keep the sword in my body and still walk freely in the forest. After pressing a small button on the hilt, the sword immediately lengthened. I raised the blade to my face and started mumbling incantations. After reading the last chant, I let out a scream and thrust the sword in my hand into the center of the circle. This moment for me is really thrilling. Success or failure can only be done once, there is no chance to try again. And not beyond what I expected, the ground at the tip of the sword began to change. Soon a hole appeared around the crater. Black smoke continuously emanated. That proves I have succeeded in opening the way to the underworld. As time went on, the crater was widened. Accordingly, the black smoke also emitted denser and denser. From within the crater came continuous groans and screams, but the strange thing was that the sounds did not seem to belong to a single language. Through this, I suddenly realized that, despite being in different places, in the end, people all returned to the same site. As soon as the gate was opened, it attracted the attention of the spirits around the tree trunk. These people were brought here for one reason or another to be sacrificed. After they die, their souls are imprisoned here, unable to escape. So this is the only chance for these souls to escape from this place. As more and more souls approached the crater, their speed also increased. It seems that these souls also know that this door's time is short, and soon it will be closed. At first, when I saw the skeletons lying under the tree, I thought only a few dozen people had ever been sacrificed here. But at this point, I had to think again. Since the gate was opened, hundreds of souls have passed through it to the underworld. Perhaps this sacrifice took place a long time ago. Many skeletons have ceased to exist over the years. The only thing left is their souls trapped here. The time to maintain the gate is finally over. Fortunately, all the souls here have reached their destination. The talismans lined up around the crater immediately burst into flames. After a small explosion, the ground returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The only thing left is the ashes of the talismans, slowly dissolving in the wind. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 3. Episode 24. After the gate leading to the underworld was closed, strange noises kept coming from behind me. Immediately turning my head to see what was going on, I discovered that the sounds were coming from the old tree trunk. A strange thing began to happen, but the lush orchid clinging to the stem started to wither. I guess the souls I just freed are the lifeblood of these orchids. When no longer nourished by those souls, these orchids begin to wither. Realizing that soon all the orchids here will wither away, then they won't be of any use. So I ran up to the tree, trying to be as fast as I could, grab a few fresh orchids before it's too late. From what I've seen so far, I realized that these orchids need the vitality of souls to survive. That's why for them not to wither, I used my blood to nourish them. Sure enough, this worked. As soon as it came into contact with my blood, the orchid petals gradually became fresh again. Along with that, I could also feel my blood being sucked in by the orchids. As I have solved the problem related to flowers, I suddenly remembered Big D. Since then, I have not heard from him. Usually, he would return here as soon as he could deal with the snake, but this time it wasn't like that. Feeling that something was wrong, I rushed into the forest to find Big D. But even though I called hoarsely, there was still no sign of Big D. When I ran to the front of a clearing, I suddenly stopped because of seeing. After the portal to the underworld opened, the spirit controlling the snake was also sucked into that portal. This causes the snake to lose consciousness and lie motionless. Fortunately, now the snake has caught Big D and is trying to swallow him into its stomach. If only I had acted a little slower, everything would have been irreparable. All Big D's big body now only has 2 legs sticking out. With a panicked scream, I rushed over to pull Big D out of the snake's mouth. I was apprehensive at this point because I kept calling out loud, but Big D didn't respond at all. After a long struggle, I finally pulled Big D out of the snake's mouth. There was a lot of mucus on his body right now, with a highly unpleasant smell. His entire face was pale, lifeless. Seeing Big D right now makes me unable to hold back my tears. In my near-desperate efforts, I do everything I can to get Big D to wake up. But no matter what I did, Big D remained motionless, unresponsive. Big D has literally stopped breathing. Suddenly remembering how rescuers used CPR to give first aid to victims, I immediately applied it to Big D. Right now, even the tiniest glimmer of hope must be grasped. Just like that, I kept performing CPR on Big D. I didn't even notice how long I did it. But all seems to have no effect. Now I have to accept that Big D will not be able to wake up again. Just when I was most desperate, Big D's fingers began to move. A few seconds later, Big D's whole body started to shake and move. Unable to hide my joy, I rushed to Big D's side to see how he was. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw me, Big D groaned. "Damn, you were also swallowed by the snake?" After realizing that he was still alive, Big D breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes to rest. I waited for him to lie down a little longer and then helped him sit up. After all, danger had passed, Big D started to ask me about the orchids. I immediately raised my arm for Big D to see. While waiting for Big D to recover, I briefly explained to him what I had done, as well as how I keep these flowers from wilting. After taking a break to regain our strength, we set out to find our way back. Without a map to determine where we were, the two of us had to find our way through the forest. Realizing that walking like this is not a good idea, sooner or later we will both get lost, so Big D suggested that we go along the river to return. Realizing that Big D's opinion was entirely correct, the two of us immediately changed direction. The first thing we had to do before we reached the riverbank was to get off the steep cliff we had crossed earlier. After reaching the riverbank, we cut down bamboo trees in the forest to make a raft. Just like that, the two of us controlled the raft to float along the water to reach the village of the wizard. As promised, Leo is always here waiting for us. But when we met again, he didn't seem very happy. I guess he has something to say to us from his attitude but hasn't had the chance yet. This is understandable because Big D has been talking continuously since then, making Leo unable to speak. Gradually Big D also sensed that something was wrong here. People weren't as happy as he imagined. By the time we entered the sorcerer's tent, everything inside made the two of us had startled. In the tent, everything was in disarray. Some things were not even intact. In the center of the tent, the wizard was waiting for us with his bodyguards. The strange thing is that all of them were injured. Unable to hide his surprise, Big D started asking Leo what had happened while the two of us were not there. At this point, Leo hesitated to speak. According to Leo, while we searched for an antidote, two strangers came and stole the lantern. Seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard, Big D jumped up and grabbed Leo's collar and shouted, "What did you just say? How could there be such a coincidence? You're joking, right?" Unexpectedly, Big D was so agitated, Leo stammered and told everything. Accordingly, not long after we started our journey, two strangers came here. They consisted of a blonde and a silver-haired man, both very young, who had stolen the lantern from the sorcerer's hand. Although everything is clear, Big D is constantly screaming in the tent. He even suspects that the wizard colludes with those to take advantage of him. Knowing that this lantern means a lot to Big D, the sorcerer fully sympathizes with his attitude. He kept saying sorry to us. Looking at the injuries of the wizard and his subordinates, I could tell that they fought with all their might but failed to stop the other two. Faced with this situation, I didn't know what to say, so I kept quiet. No matter what the sorcerer said, Big D didn't want to hear it now. He was furious before leaving the wizard's tent. With no other choice, I went in front of the sorcerer and gave him the orchids we had just brought. Looking at the orchids, the sorcerer kept saying thank you most sincerely. I also asked Leo to tell him how to keep these orchids from withering. Then I quietly walked out to find Big D. After going out, I went over to comfort Big D. "Hey, don't be angry anymore. The most important thing is to calm down right now. I think you already guessed who did this, right? Looks like the two of us were pranked by him from the start." Still very angry, but Big D is not the kind of person that doesn't think. He turned around and said to me, "Damn it, I didn't expect to live to this age and let a kid with an unclean nose lead me through. I don't understand what he's doing that for." Like Big D, there are many unanswered questions in my mind right now. But for sure, there will be someone we need to deal with. This time, I will definitely not go easy on him. Hello friends, so it's time for us to say goodbye to each other. Thank you for accompanying me and Big D during the past time. We will have a long and challenging journey ahead of us. We hope to see you again soon. Once again, thank you very much for all the love you have given us. Don't forget us.